let's get the game going. All right. So as you can all see now, there are going to be 14 players on this season. You're going to be divided into two opening tribes of 7, okay? And to be on theme, I've named these opening tribes after the two tallest mountains in the world. So we're going to have the Everest tribe and the K2 tribe. So I'll tell you the breakdown of these tribes right now, and I'm going to rearrange the player cameras on Zoom just so people can see this. So on the Everest tribe, oh, and one note for the players, if you want, you don't have to do this, but if you want, you can add your tribe name to like your Zoom name. But if you do, put it at the end, not at the beginning, because otherwise, if there's like 6 people whose name all starts with Everest, it makes running challenges more difficult. So feel free to do that if you want, but if you do, add it to the end. So on the Everest tribe, we are going to have Crispy, Vandy, Jack, Nico, Hawk, Soul, X Soul, and Deo. This means that the other 7 of you are going to be on our K2 tribe. So that's going to be Hammy, Will, Gersh, Fred, Lola Solar, Joe, and DJ. Okay? So, in just a minute, the 14 of you are going to go to sleep, and I'll add you to your tribe chats on Discord. As soon as I add you to those chats, you can start strategizing. It'll basically be like a night phase of the game. You can talk with each other a bit. And then me and the commentators are going to head to the breakout room. And in a minute after that, we'll get to the first challenge, but you'll have some time to talk and get to know your tribes. So for now, the 14 of you can go to sleep. And like I said, as soon as you're added to your tribe chats, you can start strategizing. And then me and the commentators are going to head into the breakout room right now. Hopefully they know how to do that.
Yo, what is up?
Yo, how's it going? Oh, I
Going
like the
well.
suit. I like the suit.
Thank you. I have to dress up here to support Jeff Probst. He personally invited me.
He did. So, how are we feeling about this season?
Well, I mean, I really don't know anyone in there besides the Mafia people, but I think that'll make it more interesting. When I was playing, I was really hoping that there were a lot less Mafia people because I thought it would be more interesting. So I think it'll make for a good season.
That would have definitely made my we played in the same season last time we played, but that definitely would have made it easier for me if I knew less people for sure.
Yeah, it makes the pre-game alliances a little
less
more interesting, and
yeah.
I think there'll probably be a few of that going on, like Vandy and Crispy will probably
and then DJ and Hammy maybe, but Hammy's kind of, I don't think Hammy and DJ really know each other like that, so
right, but
it'll be interesting.
Everyone else kind of knows each other, so maybe not everyone, but it seems like there's like 3 groups from what I was understanding: Mafia,
Sequester,
and then a Lombax IRL friend group.
Yeah. So who knows how those dynamics will come into play. But yeah, I think it's a wide open game right now. I think Vandy might have shot himself a little bit in the foot in the in the pregame. But you never know. They might have just taken that, in one ear, not the other.
I did see there was one singular person without a camera, so I wonder if that will cause some targeting
Play a
to go on.
factor, maybe.
I think it was Joseph,
Yeah.
singular person. So we'll see if
Also,
maybe people are like, well, he doesn't have a camera. That's easy. We don't have to see the sad look on his face when he says goodbye, and just get rid of it.
And DJ coming in last, like, maybe people have already started like, forming like a unintended, bond. Like they were the ones that hung out for 40 minutes and
this guy
just shows up.
This guy wasn't planning on playing today. Maybe they think it'll be a blessing if they get rid of him. Maybe he has plans
like,
later
he's
today.
busy. Yeah. It'll be easy, at least for the first vote. It'll be interesting. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I don't know. It'll definitely be interesting. I think DJ's tribe needs to win the first one. I think he's in danger.
Yeah, we'll have to see who climbs the summit and wins the first challenge. And we'll go from there.
Yeah, I feel like Lombex is watching. Are you watching the summit, the show, Lombex? He's busy doing night stuff.
Yeah, busy man. I will say, I think that I wasn't even in chats for the first whole day. I was on a deserted island or something when I played, and I came in late.
Yeah.
So I mean, being there at the start might not even really matter. People might just have a game plan that they were planning on going with, and
yeah,
breaking up alliances that are already a thing. Like if people know who the people are that know each other, they might look at breaking that up early. And
that is true.
There.
The first season I ever played, there was 0 pre-gaming. So the only thing that kind of even remotely resembled any pre-gaming was the first 4 people in the Zoom kind of just agreed to a thing, like a handshake deal. So it'll be interesting. I didn't see any of that happening here. So it'll be kind of interesting to see how they go about things.
DJ was a challenge beast in the season he was in, so I'd like to see if he can keep that up going into this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's gonna. I think that getting brought up, I think, is interesting. I think it puts a little bit of a target on him. Maybe not.
Yeah, but maybe pre-merge it makes people want to keep it. Pre-merge,
because
your guy's a challenge beast. Yeah. You want that guy to be there.
That's true. There is something to be said about keeping your strong players early.
And it's a shield later. That's when DJ was in my season, I looked at it like that. I said, I'm not going out before him. If he doesn't have immunity, he's getting kicked.
Yeah, I went Scorched Earth last time I played. I was there for entertainment, not to win. Yeah. I was like, well, it's just the way that the tribe. I was just not breaking up the core group that was on our line and in our tribe. Needless to say.
Yeah, I remember there being a bit of a hard alliance there at the start of the game.
Yeah, which it is what it is, That's
gonna happen.
That's the breaks,
Yeah, getting out of the getting to the merge, I should say, is sometimes the most difficult challenge. Almost seems impossible in some games, and just a factor of luck. But
yeah, and then once you're at the merge, it's nicer because then you can kind of, spread your wings a little bit to different.
Yeah, you have a lot more wiggle room.
Yeah, because if I would have made the merge last season, I would have had like a solid, like, depending on who made there too, I would have had like a solid like 3-4 people block. It's just like all the people that would have worked with me were unfortunately on the other tribe.
Yeah, I was kind of working with the people not from Mafia that whole season.
There was only one guy.
Yeah, well, there were 2, but the other one got kicked out pretty early too.
Yeah,
or there might have been more than 2, but I guess I didn't know some of the people that were associated with Mafia, and I was working with them.
That's fair. Yeah.
They were like Mafia adjacent.
Yeah, we also played that like we knew that like the one guy that I was like partnered with from our tribe, we knew he had an idol, and we just didn't like think about that. Like we could have just taken out like anyone we wanted if we just hadn't played his idol. But I guess we just didn't. I don't know. We were just being told we were just told the guy that nobody knew was getting voted out, so we're just kind of like, oh well, guess what's happening. And here it was, they were working with him.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm personally against just kicking the newest guy off the nobody knows. I think it's more fun if you keep him around, and but if you want to
Yeah.
go long, there's sides for both, obviously. But
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's just for me, it was like you weren't an option because you were out. Turquoise took like the thing. He was away, and then Mint and I had made like a season one like uh kind of like we were on season one, so we kind of made like a little handshake
mhm.
deal. And then I was working with Alex, so like the only two other people were Nico and the new guy. So I guess I should have just went after Nico, but I thought I could work with him, but we didn't think about it too hard.
Yeah, especially the first vote, it's almost impossible to know what's going on. It's hard to
Yeah.
tell where people are leaning when you have no
Mhm.
idea.
Yeah, and I mean, it's tough when people that you know are like, oh, we're making an alliance, and then like two people that you're not really like familiar with or whatever don't message you at all, and you're just like, okay, I guess this really is like the thing because they're not doing anything, but
Hmm.
it's just they're all talking to each other, so it's like, what can you do? But yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see how people from the Mafia community do. Um,
Right, in a game where there's less people than they
exactly
know.
where they know no one pretty much other than like
I think
three other
that
people.
it'll translate pretty well.
Hmm.
I think most of the Mafia people are probably pretty accustomed to being able to lie and get through some
Yeah.
stuff. So we'll see.
Have Mafia people only been the winners?
No, there
So
were a couple
like,
non-Mafia victors. I think like there was
let's
the
see.
one girl that was on that one season. She wasn't from Mafia, right?
Slime, but she was like, yeah, I
Slime,
mean,
yeah,
she
that's
was
right.
from Avalon. Oh yeah, season 8. Sarah won season 8. She was not a Mafia person. Yeah, so I guess the two only female winners were not from Mafia.
So this is looking like a great season for a non-Mafia person to win.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah, they
only
just
4.
really they need to get out Hammy. I think Hammy's gonna be their biggest. I think Hammy is the biggest threat going into this. Just
I
knowing
think,
him.
yeah. I don't know Hammy that well, but the little games I play with him, he seems to be pretty well put together and hard to catch. So
Yeah, I mean he is a ranked Among Us player. He plays Pro Avalon Resistance. He's pretty good at Mafia. He plays Social Deduction like all the time. So I think, and he's really persuasive. So I think that he's the one to watch.
yeah, very charismatic. DJ, if he goes on the same run he did last time, he could be a threat too. And I think Vandy is a pretty easy guy to get along with too. So I think Crispy's the only one that I don't have a lot of faith in this season. But
Here's the
I'll tell
thing
you
about
what, he surprised
Vandy.
me.
Yeah, here's the thing about what I'll say about Vandy is I don't think Vandy can go the distance. I think he gets a little too sure of himself when he's feeling like he's in power. So I think that might bite him in the butt a little bit. But yeah, Crispy, I will be interested to see how Crispy interacts with
Chris,
non-mafia
yeah,
people.
yeah, he's a
Yeah.
wild card for sure. But
Yeah. People
I
who
I would
don't
like
know
to see
him,
him go far just because I think it'd be a great show.
it would be a great show, especially if he gets frustrated at the end. Yeah. Hello to our chatters, by the way. We have a Wigglytuff who um says, "Damn Noah, looking good." I
Thank
guess.
you, CJ.
And then
What
we have
got chopped liver over here or something?
yeah, I know,
Thank you,
right? I'm just
CJ.
like, okay, cool. Um Yeah, I still look like shit. Thanks, CJ. And then we have Bad Pants in the chat who says Vandy lacks the drive to take it home. I personally agree with you, but maybe he'll surprise me. Group of news sounded primed for DJ and Crispy to do some real work. Yeah, I mean, all the Mafia people are coming in with blank slate.
I think I'm gonna get our first challenge started. So,
All right.
let's head back to the main room.
Yeah.
All right, everybody, let's wake up. Can I get all of our players to wake back up? It's time for your first immunity challenge. Awesome, you guys are efficient. Usually it takes people a while to wake up the first time. Good job. So, before we get into the challenge itself, one other note. Like any standard immunity challenge, you're all going to be competing for tribal immunity. So this means that the tribe that wins the challenge will be safe, while the tribe that loses will have to go to tribal council, where someone from that tribe will become the first player voted out of the game. However, there's a little something extra at stake here. After the challenge is over, we're going to have a tribe summit. In addition to receiving tribal immunity, the tribe that wins the challenge is going to pick one player from each tribe who will immediately go to the breakout room for a tribe summit, where they will get to discuss some things with each other and maybe a little more than that. So I'll tell you a little bit more about it after the challenge, but for now, let's get into how the details of the challenge works, and you can all just keep that in mind as a little extra piece of information. So the first challenge of this season is called Mountain Math, playing into our summit and mountain theme here. In each round of the challenge, one player from each tribe is going to be selected to face off against each other. And I'm going to put up an image on a Zoom background with a puzzle, and the first player to message the solution to me will win. Their opponent will be eliminated. And then we're going to keep cycling through until one tribe is fully eliminated. Okay? So in summary, each round's like a little 1 versus 1 face-off where the loser's out. First tribe to be fully eliminated will lose and go to tribal council. I'll show you an example now of how these puzzles work. Despite the name being Mountain Math, it's really more about pattern recognition, but mountain pattern recognition was not as catchy. Had to go with the alliteration. So here's how they look. You can all pin my video if you want to make this image a little bigger and easier to see. I'll do that for the stream as well. And this one has the answer at the bottom, but they're not all going to have an answer. But basically, you're going to be given an image exactly like this, where the bottom row will be all question marks, and you have to, based on the pattern, figure out what the bottom row would be. So yeah, like the answer for this one would be 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. This one, you can see like the central column is always 1, and then it's just it goes outward from there, right? The patterns are going to be all kinds of different things. I try not to make them, particularly challenging. But yeah, does anyone have any questions before we get started about how this is going to work? If you do,
how do we message you?
Yeah, you're going to message me the answer through Zoom. So everyone go ahead right now and set your Zoom to message me directly. To do this, in the bottom right where it says to everyone, click on that and then just pick to Lombax 999. So that the reason to do this is so that if you send like a wrong answer or something, like your opponent can't see your answer and then like get the correct answer or something. It's just a good habit to be in, to just directly message me. One note I will add, unfortunately, because I have to go to the breakout room and back, you're going to have to reselect to me every time I start a new challenge, because it resets that when I go to breakout rooms. So just a good habit to get into is whenever we start a challenge, set it to message me directly. Does anybody still need help doing that? Speak up now or live with the consequences. All right. Then going first, you guys are all good to go, right? Cool. Our first face-off is going to be Crispy and Hammy. And by the way, once you are out, you can just turn your camera off temporarily just so people can see who's still in the challenge, okay? All right, so Crispy and Hammy,
Are we all going once?
you're all going to go at least once, and then if you win, you might have to
Okay.
go again, right? If you lose, you're eliminated.
Okay.
But you're going to keep cycling through players
Okay.
until like one
Gotcha.
track's fully out.
So either me or Hemi will be done after this.
Yeah, one of you will lose and be
Okay.
out. The other one will
Gotcha.
probably have to play again, but I guess it could be a sweep, and maybe you won't, technically. Seems unlikely, but, you know. All right, so Crispy and Hammy, let me get the first question ready for you. You guys ready? Here you go. Correct answer here is a row full of all sevens. Crispy got that to me first, so Hammy is out. Hammy's out. Our next matchup is going to be Vandy and Will. You two ready to go? All right, Vandy and Will, here you go. This one alternates between 1s and 9s. Will got that to me first, so Vandy is out. 1919191 was the correct answer. Our next matchup is going to be Jack and Gersh. Here you go. The correct answer here is 7654321, and Jack got that to me first. So Gersh, you are out of this challenge. Next up is going to be Nico and Fred. Nico and Bread, maybe I should say. All right, you two, here you go. This one should be a fast one. This one would just be a million, a 1 followed by 6 zeros, and Nico got that to me pretty quickly, so Bread, you're out of this challenge. So you can go ahead and just turn your video off for now, just so people can see who's still in. And then our next matchup is going to be Hawk and Lola. Hawk and Lola, here you go. I got an incorrect answer from both of you, actually, so it's still live. Lola, you're close. I think you might have made a typo, potentially. Your answer was very close. He's still going, so if either of you want to submit more answers, go for it. There you go. Yeah, Lola got it. It's 6789876. That is correct. Just had to add 6s to the side. It was descending outwards. So Hawk is out of this challenge. Our next matchup is going to be Soul and Joe.
Oh, shit. Okay.
All right, you two. Here you go. So this one is just descending from 8765432. Soul got that to me fastest, so Joe is out. And so then our last matchup is going to be Deo and DJ. Last matchup for round 1. Deo and DJ, here you go. This would be 1234321. Deo got that to me, so DJ is out. So I'll recap where we're at now. Still in it for Everest are Crispy, Jack, Nico, Sol, and Deo. K2 is down to just Will and Lola. All right, so our next matchup then is going to be Crispy and Will, okay? Crispy and Will. Here you go. You guys each made some typos. Remember, it's going to be 7 digits. Neither of you got the right answer to me yet. There we go. Yeah, you both fixed it at the end. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Crispy just barely got the correct one to me faster. So Will is out. Which means K2 is down to just Lola. So if K2 is going to win this, you're going to have to beat all 5 of them in a row. So we'll see how that goes. First, you're going to be up against Jack. So Lola and Jack. Here you go. The correct answer here is 2468642. Lola got that to me first, so Jack is out. Starts with 1. So next is going to be Lola and Nico. Here you go. This is kind of a hard one. Yeah, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6, 5, 4 is correct. Lola got that again, so Nico is out. So next, Lola's going to be up against Sol. X-Sol. Lola and Sol, here you go. This one is counting up to 9, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sol got that to me first, which means the comeback did not quite happen. The Everest tribe has won this challenge and won immunity. Now, before you guys head off, everybody wake back up for a second, because one other thing I want to address really quick. So Everest tribe, you've won immunity, so the K2 tribe is going to go to the first tribal council of the game, where someone will be voted out. Before that happens, like I said, you're going to pick one player from each tribe who's immediately after this challenge going to go to a tribe summit. So what that means, the 2 players you choose are going to go to the breakout room with me, and some stuff will happen there that you may or may not learn about based on what they tell you. While they're in there, they won't be able to talk on Discord. They'll be in there for maybe 2 minutes or so, and then they'll leave. They'll be back with the rest of the tribe, and they'll be able to talk with you again. In the case of K2, they'll have time to talk with you before tribal council happens, okay? So, Everest tribe, you can use your tribe chat briefly to discuss which players you want to pick, or you can talk out loud on Zoom. You got to pick one player from your tribe and one player from the opposite tribe. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to a minute. Try and make a quick decision on this. Let's make our final decision pretty soon. I know you got one of the names in. Let me know who the other one's going to be. All right, it looks like you two have, or your tribe has agreed on it's going to be X-Sol and Fred Bread going to the summit. Is that correct? All right, so Sol and Bread, you two can join the breakout room with me right now. I'll help you do that. And the rest of you can all go to sleep. and they'll be back to your tribes shortly. So I'll move you to another breakout room just to speed things up, and then I'll be right there.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, you two.
These earphones feel a bit weird, so I'm hearing myself a little weirdly. But nice to meet you, Brett. Nice to meet you.
Nice
Sorry,
to meet you.
you know, I had to clutch up the end. You know, I can't let my team down. Sorry about that, but you know,
Okay.
game's the game.
Yeah, you know. We're here to win, not to make friends.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, Lomax.
Yeah, so actually a big part of this is I'm just going to give you two a chance to talk if there is anything else more you want to say to each other. And then there's a little more I have for you, but if there's anything you guys want to talk about, this is a chance to talk to someone on the other tribe for a bit. You can take advantage of that if you'd like.
Okay.
How's life on your end?
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Tribe's pretty happy about the win. You want to lock something in? If we both make an emerge, you want to have something together?
Maybe.
Because I mean, this is a pretty unique opportunity. We have the first.
It's
I guess.
unique, but I just met you.
I know, but exactly, people wouldn't expect.
So what? You want me to go by intuition? Is what you're saying?
Yeah. So look, because here's the thing, right? If we lock it in here, right? Let's just say that. Let's just say we lock it in here. Nobody's gonna be able to, like, when we get to merge and we're both there. Nobody figures that out. I think. Personally, we would have a distinct advantage.
Okay.
Like,
Right.
you know, you don't have to accept, and that's perfectly fine, right?
You know, it's pretty early on. You know.
Yeah.
I like your steez. I like your stash. But I can't say the same for this plan that we got, but only because there hasn't been enough.
Yeah. Makes sense.
All right, well, on that note, let me tell you about the other side of this, okay? Each of you are going to leave this summit with an advantage of a sort. One of you is going to leave with a clue for a hidden immunity idol on your tribe. And the other of you is going to leave with an advantage for your tribe in the next immunity challenge. Now, who gets which of those advantages is up to the two of you. You can decide who gets what. And what you tell your tribe when you get back is completely up to you as well. So they can know as much or as little about this as you want to tell them. So how you decide who gets the idol clue and who gets the challenge advantage is up to you two. So feel free to discuss.
Okay. Do you want the challenge win, or do you want the immunity idol clue?
Let's go for the idol clue.
You want the idol clue?
No, I want the other one.
You want the okay? So you because I'm thinking because I'm.
No, wait.
Here.
No, I want to go back to the first one.
Okay, so you want the idol clue? Because I'm good with either one.
Wait.
Hey, bro, take your time. This is a difficult.
Art
This is a
of
somewhat
war
difficult.
is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
War.
Confuse yourself. If you confuse yourself, you've confused your enemies. You know.
Yes,
Sun
exactly.
Sun Tzu.
No. We'll take the challenge win.
Okay.
So to be clear, let me know if this is correct. Fred, you're going to take an advantage for the challenge, and Soul, you're going to take a clue for an idol.
Yep.
You two good with that?
Yeah.
Yep. Sounds good.
All right, then the two of you can turn your cameras and mics off and leave the breakout room and rejoin your tribes, okay?
How do you leave a breakout room?
In the bottom right where it says leave room, if you click on that and click the blue button that says leave breakout
I
room,
see.
just make sure you don't leave the meeting. But yeah.
Okay. Cool. Gotcha.
Cool. And then our commentators, you guys want to take it away?
Yes, sir.
That was
right.
fascinating.
Yeah, Brett seems like quite the character. I look forward to
Yeah.
seeing how he continues.
I don't think he's long for this game, but
Hey, I'd keep him
I
in just
think
for the
he's gonna-
entertainment.
I think he's gonna be interesting. For sure.
I also feel like Soul gave him a little bit too much leeway, just letting him pick whatever he wanted. I think Soul should have.
Yeah. I think well the thing is we see that Soul is not really for his group. Because he's already
Yeah,
trying to
that's true.
he's already thinking about making, the merge and trying to reach out to the other side, which I think is good and bad, because I mean, you have to think that far, but you have to get that far, you know?
Right.
And so, yeah, he might, he might have, I don't know. I think, I really think that Brad might, sing that at the next, open forum. He might tell everyone what he tried to do.
Yeah, that could be a move.
Yeah,
But at the same time, you know what? Actually, I could see Brett doing it after just
Yeah.
hearing him. Brett could definitely just whip that out
Yeah.
and be like, "This guy doesn't even want to be. He's already talking about an alliance after the merge."
yeah, he's
And then
already,
Soul's
he's already,
gone,
yeah. And
along
then
with
he's
that
like,
immunity clue.
yeah. And that's the other thing. I mean, if Brett's smart, if Brett is smart, he would tell his tribe exactly what happened. Um, and I think, I don't know. I don't know how Soul, like, you know, because if I'm on Soul's tribe and I find out, one, he's already trying to make a deal with the other side, and two, he just easily accepts like an advantage for himself only and turns up the chance to help my tribe, that's not good for him.
Yeah, I agree. Although I'm kind of in the camp where an immunity or a challenge clue isn't that valuable to me. I think that a lot of the time, the winner of the challenge will probably, depending on how big the clue is, I guess. But every time I've seen clue hints, they're never like that valuable. And the immunity idol is, that's the cream of the crop.
No, I get that, but this isn't a challenge. It wasn't a clue for the challenge. It was an advantage in the challenge, and it was a clue for a personal idol.
Oh, okay, I
So
see.
yeah. So
Yeah, that is a little different.
yeah. So the next group, I mean, they just lost their first challenge, and they're gonna have an advantage going through. So I think Bread's probably safe at this tribal council, and I think Lola's probably safe.
Right.
I think
If
DJ
I
and
was
Hammy.
Soul, I think I would have made Bread be like, make them, if whatever you tell, just tell him I rock, paper, scissors you for it and I lost.
Yeah.
And then if that comes up later, he can be like, all right, well, I can trust Brett a little bit. He had my back there, and if he doesn't, then he knows the alliance is dead anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, like, Bread was not about that alliance. He was like, I just met you. I'm not solidifying anything with you, dude.
Right. I'm not sure if I like the way Brett played it. I think I would have been a little
I
bit
don't
more
either.
handshaky with it.
Yeah.
Let him think that I'm at least with him a little bit, and then decide later if I want to go through with it or not.
Yeah, because it
I'm
was
never a fan of burning the bridge.
right. Well, I am sometimes. But but I think it was a negotiation. Well, it was supposed. I think the intention was to be a negotiation, and I think Soul kind of gave in. I don't think he realized what he was giving up this early in the game. So
he was definitely just there to try and make an ally for later and not think about the now.
Yeah, not thinking about like getting to the next, like winning the next challenge. Like I think he probably feels confident that his group's just gonna like win. But I mean, Lola almost 1v5 them, so like
yeah. Lola had a good showing there. I was surprised with Crispy showing as well. Crispy made me more of a believer. And
very impressive.
One challenge.
You got another compliment in the chat from It's Levi. Noah looking dapper.
Thank you, It's Levi. I've been thinking about the wait, was Levi a previous winner? He was, right?
Did he win?
He was either one or runner up.
I don't think he won. I don't think Levi's ever has Levi won? Let's see, it was Colin. Forget who won season 2. Stormslide won at one point. Oh, Levi. Oh, that the person I couldn't remember.
Season 2.
Levi won season 2.
I'm sure there's going to be a challenge or a winner competition soon where all the winners come together and fight each other. Levi, I'm not saying we're pre-gaming, but you got my back, I got yours. That's you heard it here first.
Listen, if they do 1s and 2s again,
thank you for the happy birthday wishes.
It's your birthday today?
It's my birthday every day.
Well, happy birthday.
Thank you.
If no one was aware, following the leader is also known as I beg of thee, or I beg. Little known community fact.
She should
He
have
said,
played, but I guess she's
she'll
too
never
scared.
turn on her camera. She's scared.
A lot of people too scared
Um,
to play these days.
I know. Shut up, PT Bozo. Yeah, I'm not making any fans in this chat today. Levi said, "Bitch, I won." Okay, well, congrats, Levi. You're a winner in my heart. Yeah, I think DJ or Hammy are gonna be the ones to go.
Yeah,
Unfortunately.
I think there's probably a good chance for that. I think DJ is the most likely. He was just a fill-in, and but who knows?
He didn't live
DJ
up.
might be telling some people and getting on their good side and being like, "We got this. Me, you, final two alliance now," and might just squeak himself a couple more days.
He might. I'm not gonna count him out yet, but I think if this tribe knows each other a lot, then those two are for sure in danger, and it'll be interesting. I hope that we have a fiery first tribal council. I hope
Yeah,
some
I
stuff
doubt
pops
the first
off.
one will be too fiery. We don't have idols and stuff yet, really, but
Yeah.
I hope that it's not just someone gets ran over and that's the end of it. I hope there's a little bit of votes on two sides.
I hope chat's breaking down right now on the Discord. I hope people are exposing each other. It's too early for that, but I'm wishing. I want the drama.
If we don't get it here, I'm sure we'll get some of it eventually. And
I think the longer bread's in this game, I think we're definitely in for some drama later.
That's why I want him to stay in. And
yeah. From a viewer perspective, definitely want that guy to go far. Him, Crispy.
The thing is, no one on his team saw that. No one on his team knows how unhinged he is yet. They have no clue.
But unhinged, but good negotiator, because one, he didn't give too much promises to Soul, so Soul got nothing out of that. No agreement in the future, and he got the award for the team. So
to be fair, I think a literal piece of bread could have gotten whatever they wanted out of that.
True.
That summit.
Soul was just like, but he doesn't have. But see, since no one knows that, bread could be like, oh yeah, I strong armed him. He wanted to make all these agreements.
I almost got both of the rewards. I was this close.
Yeah, he was about to agree to it, but
I think if it was possible and I think if he just asked, there's a good chance he could have got it.
Yeah.
If it was legally allowed to be given.
Yeah, I think if he was like, "Hey, Soul, I'll work with you at the merge if you give me both of rewards," and Soul would be like, "You know what? Sure."
Yeah, you know what? If for the good word, I'll do it.
Yeah, I don't
immediately at the next thing he goes, yeah, he just gave me both. I didn't have to do anything, and the Soul's gone.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. I think if people check their notes with each other, I think Soul's in trouble the next time they lose, because I think he's gonna be doing the same type of thing within his tribe, like, oh hey, let's solidify something now. He's gonna be doing that with everyone. I think he's gonna be one of those people that's gonna have a final two with everyone.
Yeah, you got to be a little more passive than that.
Yeah, you can't
gotta
show
ease
your cards
into the alliances.
Exactly. Yeah, I think I'm excited to see where this goes. I really hope that the Hammy tribe wins the next one, because I want to see how the other team interact with pressure.
Yeah,
I don't want to see a sweep on either side.
It's never fun when you see the same side lose 3 in a row and you know who's going out. Just like on the regular show Survivor, it's like, well, you want to see all the tribes lose at least once and see who's really on the bottom and who's calling the shots.
Exactly. Well, and that's what I'll say, that this most recent season of the actual show Survivor has been really interesting, because you can't really predict from the beginning of the episode to the end kind of who's going home. Like, you'll have an idea sometimes, but this season has been very good with blindsides and
Yeah, I haven't
stuff.
watched this one yet, but I've heard it's one of the better ones in recent times. So
Yeah,
probably end up
it
giving it a
definitely
watch.
is. Everyone's there to play for sure. There's no one. I don't think anyone on this one is here for Instagram followers or TikTok fame. If that makes
Yeah,
sense.
no one's dropped out for
Yeah.
dumb reasons yet, and
No,
it's been a wash. That's
they're
good.
fighting for it. Yeah. Let's see what the chat is saying. Crispy on solid ground with his strong play to start. That is correct. Bad plants.
Crispy tossed dirt on Hammy's dreams. So maybe.
That is true. I will say, I think Hammy did not expect to lose to Crispy because he had a very shocked face when Crispy won that challenge.
Yeah, he probably thought he got it in really quick, and
Yeah,
Crispy probably just beat him by a second.
yeah, he probably thought Crispy couldn't count that high, and he was just very shocked.
I'm gonna start trying to get K2 in here for Tribal Council.
All right.
Can one of you maybe go into the main room just in case any of them need help with the breakout rooms?
Sure.
Yeah, I can do that.
Cool. I'm gonna message their tribe chat and tell them to get in here. Hello. Oh, they're not here yet. I'm rallying the troops for from K2 for Tribal Council. Come on, guys, get in here. Alright, I'm just gonna manually add them. Hello. Sorry, I guess I have to manually assign you guys. So I'm doing that
Yeah, I think
now.
the first time they joined.
Yeah. I feel
Yeah,
like I
and
didn't
then
have to
after
do
that
this
they should.
before, but that's... Oh well. It's fine. And DJ. Okay, I think everyone should be able to be here, so go ahead and wake up if you're here with me at Tribal Council. Just getting everyone in here. Is everyone in the room?
Just a quick newbie's perspective, there are so many moving pieces to this thing.
Yep, it's a complicated game, for sure.
I'm getting like messages left and right directing like, what?
Do we have everyone? It looks like we're missing one. I think we're missing Fred.
Yeah, Joseph, I wanted to
Everybody
ask.
likes the palm trees, apparently.
How do I
Background.
lock?
There's three of you guys with palm trees.
Sorry, can you ask that again? How do you lock what?
How do I lock your screen? Because during the challenge,
You
last
can pin
time,
it. I'll tell you. So if you right click on my video, there's an option that says pin.
on the top bar, right? Yeah. 'cause last
Literally
time
just
someone
right click on my
locked-
video, like on my.
Just right click and it says
and
pin.
there's a menu and one of them says pin.
Okay. Yeah, I did that and someone hot mic'd and I lost the whole screen like mid challenge. Like it was like.
You live and you
perfect
learn.
time. Yeah, yeah.
All right. I'm gonna try and keep the pace going a bit here, so I'm gonna try and go somewhat quickly through our first tribal council. We'll talk about a little bit of the game so far. First I just want to start with how's everyone liking the K2 tribe? How are y'all getting along?
It's good. We're
Very
vibing.
well.
Vibing.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good.
Certified.
I like my team. They're cool.
Nice. So unfortunately, no one wants to be the first one voted out of the game. Someone does have to have that unfortunate title. How has the early game been going for you? Like the strategizing, the socializing? How's everyone managing so far?
If this were Yelp, I'd give it like a 3.5 out of 5. It's
Okay.
solid, you know.
So
But I
Lombax,
gotta
we
go
did
on.
kind of run into one issue as a tribe. Brad hasn't accepted a lot of friend requests of a lot of
Ah.
players.
I see.
Yeah, it's been
I
tough.
think that might be why he'd be getting this a 3 out of 5 review.
Well, you can try and remedy
Okay,
that now if you want.
That bumps it
but-
up to at least 4 out of 5. You have at least
That might be the
300 reviews. All from
Are we missing
I'll
somebody
ask-
or am I?
No, everyone's here. There's 7 of you plus me, right?
Okay.
So
Okay.
I'll ask just a couple, like maybe 1 or 2 more questions before we get to the vote. Does anyone want to talk about? I always think it's interesting what you value at like a first vote. Like, are you already at the point where you're like, you've got your alliances and your loyalty, or is it like challenge strength is important, like keeping the tribe strong, or is it just people you vibe with? What are you basing your vote on? If anyone wants to speak to that.
I think it's good to have a combination of people that are good at challenges, but it's also very tough to say what challenges people are good at because we just did our first challenge. I know some people have played this game before, but obviously a lot of us are brand new to it, so it's kind of we're still figuring it out. And I think a big part for sure is a vibe check, Just want the vibe to be good, morale to be good. Even though we lost, we're gonna come back to the next challenge and kill it, right?
We plan on winning out from here.
I see.
Yeah,
I see.
starting now.
We're gonna try to win these challenges afterwards.
Yeah, Lola almost came back and brought it back for us, like single-handedly.
I'm so
Yeah, got a few in a
close.
row there.
I really, man, if I managed to get that, I would have been so proud of myself. I would have like popped off. I would have ran around my room.
I'll ask another question, maybe a little bit of a leading one. Are people already thinking about the possibility of idols or other advantages, or is that something we'll deal with that later?
Well, somebody's got one, but I'm assuming. But I don't think there's anything to deal with it right now. We're just kind of gonna hope that it's not gonna affect today.
Yeah, I think we're all still trying to get our bearings because, like, I don't know about everybody else, but I've just met like pretty much all these people, and so
Same.
I'm just trying to like talk to all of them, like manage like all the DMs that are just like coming and just like, whoa, this is a whole lot of stuff that I need to take in. So I don't know. I'll worry about idols when it just like when things develop more.
Fair enough. Well, unless anyone else has anything they want to throw in, you guys ready to vote? All right, so here's how it's going to work. Voting, I know this is a little annoying that I switched between Zoom and Discord, but voting is actually going to be done through Discord. So everyone can go ahead and privately message me, Lombax999, on Discord, the name of the player you want to vote out of your tribe. So you can go ahead and do that right now, and I will start tallying the votes. Still waiting on several votes. So go ahead and send me those when you can. Still waiting on, I think, 3 votes. So on Discord, message me the name of the player you would like to vote out. Through a private message.
Oh no. Oh no.
I think one person still hasn't voted. Yeah, I saw what happened there.
Brad, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Agree with
Who
Lola.
am I-
I'm someone new to Discord, new to all these different apps and stuff. This is a wild.
Who hasn't
experience.
sent me their vote? I'm trying to figure it out.
It's a win-win.
There we go. All right. I've received all the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now would be the time to do so. All right, I'm going to read the votes. Our first vote is for bread. Our second vote is for bread. Our third vote is for bread. The first player voted out of Survivor Summits, bread. That's 4 votes. That's enough. See you, bread. Thanks for playing. The rest of you can all turn your cameras off and mute yourselves and leave the breakout room. And I'll see you again soon.
How do I leave the breakout room?
In the bottom right where it says leave room, if you click on that and then click the blue button that says leave breakout room, it'll take you out, but make sure you don't accidentally click leave meeting.
Oh, okay. I definitely won't press the leave meeting button.
Yeah. So all of you go ahead and do that. Will and Joseph, can you two leave the breakout room? Or maybe I can...
How do I find it on the phone? I'm sorry.
Ooh, on mobile, that's a good question. I'm not sure. On PC, it's just in the bottom right. It says leave room. Is there something that says leave room on your screen anywhere, maybe?
I see it. I see on the top right. It says leave, but
It's probably that. Just make sure you don't leave the meeting.
Oh, I see it now. I'm sorry.
Cool.
Can I take this opportunity to confirm with you how to privately message someone on Discord?
Yeah, sure. So
I thought it says replying to Lombax, but then also
right, but
at
that's
everyone.
in the
Is
you're
that how
replying to me in the chat. Yeah. So I'll send you
how
a
do I
private
get a
message right now.
So I was giving you all my answers to the challenges.
No, you did it. You did that right through Zoom. But
That
did you
was
see the
Zoom,
message
yeah.
you just got from me on Discord?
Yeah, I did 100%.
So message me
Okay.
there in the future. Yeah.
Very
And you'll be good
yeah.
to go. All right. Do you know how to leave the breakout room? Will? Yes, he got it. All right, commentators, take it away.
Well,
Devastated. Absolutely devastated.
that was upsetting. But you know, I figured that's how that was going to go when Hammy opens up the meeting saying, "Brett has not accepted any friend requests."
Yeah, I also had the same feeling.
Yeah.
That's a pretty big sign that most people haven't even said a word to him.
Yeah.
Let alone try to vote with him. So.
And I guess he
That's
didn't
sad,
convey that he because it also seemed like Hammy was like, well, someone has something, but it seems like Fred did not convey that, hey, I just got you guys an award. Like I literally Also, I mean, this
And
is
now,
good for Soul, right?
Yes, Soul has. I mean, Soul's probably already, just the way he played that summit, he probably already told his tribe the entire thing, except
Yeah.
for that he offered him an alliance, obviously. But
Yeah, and he doesn't have to worry about that. I mean, oh, Soul's gonna definitely be in for a shock when he sees Bread's gone.
But it could be a good shock. He might not think it's good at the time, but it might end up being good for him.
I mean, he might be happy that he didn't accept that that alliance.
But now I guess there will be no way for Soul to get caught by the other team having the advantage for the. Oh wait, no, they still will, won't they? They'll still have the challenge.
They'll know that that the team has a advantage in the challenge, but they won't unless he tells them that he's gotten something too. He might have just said, "Oh, it was I lost the head-to-head battle or something."
Yeah, that's true. But as soon as there's another summit, I think that
then people will catch
whoever
on,
goes
yeah.
to that summit
Yeah.
will probably be like, something's up.
That's where Soul
I
has
don't think
to
we're
be,
getting
make
the
sure
whole story.
Yeah, that's where Soul has to go every time. He's got to keep his lies straight.
Yeah, I'll go again, guys.
Hemi worked out everything. He could show between
BJ
yeah.
was able to skate through a day.
Yep.
So
I think
Mafia
Hammy. I
people
think
are still
Hammy.
staying strong.
Yeah, I think Hammy orchestrated that bread vote. That's the sense I got from that.
I think there's
yeah.
a good chance.
I think Hammy's in the driving seat right now, and it'll be.
It seems like a lot of people are new to the Discord layout, so I think that it's probably a good time to take control.
Yeah,
and then maybe we'll see him give a little bit back to them later, so that they feel comfortable with the alliance.
I think he's gonna pump and dump them second he can.
Yeah, that's definitely a strategy. I think that I think there's a good chance people realize that, hey, this guy might be a threat, though, especially on the other tribe.
I think Lola's the best one to figure out. Oh yeah, on the other tribe for sure, but I think Lola's the only one I have faith in on this tribe to.
All right, I'm gonna get the next challenge started.
Alrighty.
All right.
Okay, everybody wake up. Everybody still in the game, go ahead and wake up. Should be a few more of you. Go ahead and wake up. One more. Who is it? Whoever has not woken up, go ahead and do so. Who is it, actually?
Deo.
Deo. Yeah, Deo, are you there? Let's see. Well, I'm trying to get them to join us, so bear with me for just a second. There we go. Cool. All right, so Everest tribe, you're getting a chance to take a look at the new K2 tribe. Bread was voted out at the first tribal council. And it is now time for your second immunity challenge. Before we begin, I just want to let you all know that just like last time, in addition to earning tribal immunity, the winning tribe is once again going to pick one player from each tribe to go to a tribe summit immediately after the challenge. All right? So same thing as last time. Only difference is you cannot pick someone who's already been to one. Okay? With that said, let's get into the second immunity challenge. This challenge is called Password. In this challenge, I'm going to put up an image on Zoom with 8 questions on it.
Hey, Joseph, sorry to cut you off. Your video isn't on.
Yeah, that's fine. It's not going to be right now. In the challenge, I'm going to put up an image that has 8 questions on it, and the answer to each question is going to be a single character. So what I mean by that is it'll either be a letter, a number, or a punctuation mark. And as a tribe, you're going to work together to answer those 8 questions, and then someone from your tribe will submit that 8-character string to me through Zoom. So I'm going to show you a simple example so that you can see what I mean, because I know that's probably sounded a little confusing. So it'll be something like this. So these are very simple questions. There'll be questions that are not particularly complicated, but you'll answer these questions, and then, like, if this was the example, someone on your tribe would directly message me, like, B2 question mark, right? And the first tribe to have someone submit the correct answer to me will win the challenge. For this challenge specifically, you can use your tribe chats on Discord to talk with each other. So once I put the actual puzzle up, you can, like, talk with each other to coordinate answering stuff. So there's a big teamwork element to this challenge as well as just answering the questions. And you want to submit the string of characters in the correct order. So like, if you put like 2B ? That would be wrong. Like the order matters. Does that make sense to everyone? Does anyone have any questions? Cool. And if you want to pin my camera, go ahead and do so now. I'm going to do that for the viewers as well. So you can right click on it and then click pin. Everybody ready? All right, as soon as I switch to the actual set of questions, the challenge is live. And again, you can use your tribe chats during this challenge to coordinate. And then have someone from your tribe send the correct string through Zoom to me, okay? Here you go. Good luck. I don't care about capitalization for the letters, by the way. That doesn't matter. Everest tribe, you're very close, but you have one symbol wrong. Yeah, you know which one it is, Soul. It's still wrong. Your answer to question 6 is wrong. Same thing with DJ. You guys still have the incorrect answer for question 6. Both of you. I think you are both right on everything else, though. There you go. Crispy got the correct answer to me. Z9N6Y semicolon K4 is correct. Crispy got that to me. So the Everest tribe has again won tribal immunity. So before you head off, just like last time, Everest tribe, you're going to choose 2 people to go to a tribe summit right now. You cannot choose Soul because they've already been to one. So go ahead and make your decisions for who is going to go to the summit. Looks like you've made one decision. Go ahead and finalize your other decision. Let's pick. Okay, I think what I'm hearing is that you've chosen Crispy and Hammy. Is that correct? You guys confirm that? Cool. All right, so everyone else can go to sleep. Crispy and Hammy, you two can go to the breakout room right now. Crispy, I'll assign you to it, and I'll see you there. right, let's get Hammy in here. All right, guys, welcome to your tribe summit. First thing I'm going to do is give you guys a chance to talk with each other for a bit, flex those social skills across the tribes.
Right.
So,
Crispy, you're the only person I really know in this game, so my plan was to work with you all along. So I'm glad
That's why
we're
I chose
here.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what's the pulse on your tribe really quick. How are you feeling in your position? Do you know anything?
I know Vandy. I've been talking to Vandy. I think he's cool. There's a couple guys that it seems like nobody is really talking to, from what I can tell, but everyone's confident that we're gonna win everything though.
Yeah,
They think
probably. Is there anybody on my tribe you want me to keep safe? DJ? Or do you care?
I could care less.
Okay.
DJ, I mean, I know DJ, so
Yeah.
it'd be good just for later in the game. I think if we were to work together, if you can survive till the end and DJ survives, I think we could work together. I think that's good. What about you? Do you know? Because you don't know anyone,
No,
do
I don't
you?
know anybody on your tribe, really.
Okay. Yeah.
I kind of want to jump ship when I get to the merge. I'm working
Yeah.
okay with Joseph a bit. I'm talking with him. I'm talking with everybody. The first vote was super easy. We were voting Brett because he didn't accept people's friend requests, so we couldn't talk to him. So we just got Brett out.
Yeah. Yeah. We chose
so
him
now
because we
we'll
thought
see what
he
happens.
wasn't.
We'll see
Yeah.
what happens this
Okay.
time. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
All right. So what is this about?
all right, well,
I think we're.
let me tell you. So, before you two head out, you're each going to get a chance to earn an advantage here. The two of you are going to play a game that's basically the prisoner's dilemma, if you're familiar with that. So the way it's going to work is you're each going to privately message me either the word cooperate or the word betray. And here's how this is going to play out. If you both cooperate, you're both going to receive an extra vote advantage. If one of you betrays and the other cooperates, the one who cooperated will get nothing, but the betrayer will get a steal a vote advantage, which is more powerful. But if you both betray, you're both going to get nothing. So you can talk to each other a bit. Yeah, you can talk to each other a bit.
I'm gonna hit cooperate, and it'll show what happens for the rest of the game. We might like we both get a vote. It's not like we get nothing if we cooperate. We might as well just get the vote.
Yeah. No, that was my plan. Too.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Sweet.
All right, if you two are ready, you can go ahead and message me on Discord, either cooperate or betray, and I will not announce the results here. I'll send you a message through Discord after the summit's over. All right, any parting words for each other?
Good luck, bro. Stay alive. Hopefully
Stay safe. Yeah.
All right, you two can turn your cameras off, mute yourselves, and leave the breakout room, and we'll see you later.
All right. Well, that alliance seemed to be a lot more fruitful than the previous one.
Yes.
But
that is exciting.
I was actually half expecting Hammy to ask if he could get the steal a vote for the one that's coming up, because it seems like this is going to be the make or break, I would say, for Hammy and DJ and their side of the tribe. But we'll have to see
But I don't
what
even
happens.
think
It seems like
Hammy's
he's got
working with
Joseph a little
DJ.
bit.
Yeah.
He might have just been keeping that close to the pocket.
Yeah,
but-
because I mean, well, yeah, you're right. He did float it. He said, "Hey, do you want me to keep anyone safe, DJ?" And then Crispy was like, "I don't give a fuck, bro."
Yeah.
Like
Crispy's response was good.
Crispy's like,
But,
"Yeah, I'm talking to Vandy. He's cool, but I don't really care about these fuckers."
Yeah, I'm happy that DJ didn't just give him the out for the steal vote, and he took the mutual vote. I think that's something a lot of players would have been like, "Well, you want the steal vote?" But
yeah, that I'm excited to see how the extra votes will impact the tribal.
Yeah, I think there's a chance we see one at this upcoming one. I think that.
Yeah. Did we ever find out what happened with the team advantage?
No,
or that hasn't come into play yet.
Might not be for this one, or if it might have been even a message or like a hint.
Actually, I'm just gonna tell you guys, since Bread got it. I don't think Bread told his tribe about it.
Oh no!
It was an advantage in that last challenge password. He just got some information about the challenge that would have made it easier for them.
Oh,
But
no,
I don't.
and he didn't say anything.
I don't know if he told them before the vote happened.
He did, I don't
so
think he did.
They probably just didn't
doesn't
get the
seem like it.
advantage. So yeah,
That's hilarious.
Brett is best first butte. Doesn't accept the freest post merge alliance ever. But gets an advantage for his team. Doesn't tell his team about it. Doesn't accept any friend requests, so he can't talk to his team, and then just gets voted out.
And didn't even use it for leverage at the tribal. After Hammy hit him with the Nix, like he couldn't be like, well, I got an advantage at the next.
Yeah,
thing
and
if
I'm
you
not
let
going to
me
tell
do
you
the-"
about it at
Right.
all.
But he went out with his ship close to his heart, and he hasn't looked back.
I think he was ready to go. I don't think when he signed up for it, I don't think he realized the time commitment, because when he moved to his kitchen at one point, if you noticed,
Yeah,
and
I did see
then
that.
when Will accidentally exposed his vote and said, "Sorry, Brad," he says, no worries, it's a win-win.
Yeah.
So I think he wanted out. So, but you know what? Thank you for showing up, Brad.
You
We
were a character.
appreciate.
I wish we got to see more.
I wish we got you longer, but I think Crispy's going to deliver. I think Crispy and Hammy are the duo no one's going to see coming.
Crispy does seem locked in. Even when
Yeah.
he came in, he looked locked in for this, and I think he might make the show. I think he might.
Yeah, I will say this:
down to go all the way.
Vandy is very slimy, so Crispy better watch out. That's all I have to say. All right.
All right.
All right. See you on the way. I did not mean to leave. Oh, yeah, I'll go. I'll go back.
They might be trying to figure out how to join the breakout room.
Hey, Lombax. You want to just make me? Yeah, you want to make me a co-host so I can just help with that? All right. Gotcha.
Got it.
Yeah. What?
Sorry.
Yeah, and I think Joseph is having trouble because he's on mobile. I think you can just right-click me and say make co-host. Oh, maybe because we're in the breakout room. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, yeah. Yeah, he was struggling because I think he's on mobile, so you might have to pull him in. Oh, okay. All right, let me see. All right, hold on. Let me see.
He made it.
He's
here.
Oh,
here.
he made it. He got it. Okay.
Honestly, I don't mind
Tough
answering.
one.
I think it's gonna be a lot more
Like
the
this,
the
this
first
is definitely
round.
tougher.
The first round we had like it was just Brett's name going out, but this round we got a lot more names going. I'm hearing a lot more drama around that camp, so it might be more split vote than last.
I've been muted to the stream for a bit, but I fixed it. But yeah, okay. So I guess I'll pose one of the same questions I asked last time. You know, again, because it to me seemed like there was a very clear consensus. So
But even that clear consensus was based on the poor guy didn't understand how to friend things and not friend
right.
things.
So this time
Yeah.
around, now it's you're down in
Now we
numbers,
got some
right?
personalities. Yeah, it's fine.
Well, now that you're down in numbers, you're going to be down 2 people. So this is where the things like, do you keep your strong competitors start to matter more, right? Versus,
And that we only have two. We have
Yes.
2 challenges to go off of, and it was like hastily thrown together efforts in those regards.
I think our last
Yeah.
challenge was a team loss because I think we had the strategy after the game was over on some people to work on the bottom half, the other work on the 1st half.
yeah.
So it's like hard to really like we all kind of got to the same place. We just
We
did it at
all
the same
got
time instead of
there.
divide and
Well,
conquer.
both
Yeah.
tribes
There's
had
just
a
one
shot
thing.
at winning. It was really just the semicolon question was
Yeah.
kind of the key to that
I hate the
challenge.
semicolon so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to start on doing the bottom half, and then that was the first question. I was like, yeah, I don't even know.
It's like I had a conversation with someone last week about semicolon, and if I had just read that question first.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Ugh, brutal. This is brutal. This is fun. This is really fun,
hard.
Joseph, but this is brutal. This is a brutal game.
It's a tough one. Yeah, there's a lot to manage here. How are you guys? I know, Will, you've had some trouble with like the Discord stuff. How are you managing that so far?
I'm talking now. I mean, the Discord's what it is. I'm talking now about the human drama. This
Yeah.
is brutal,
yes.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Got
you know
the-
you make those connections and you have to vote people out, and it's hard to manage.
Not easy. It's nobody likes to be the bad guy in general. That's just the bottom line. And
Well, and the tricky part too
think
is
we're
if you
all
make it to
doing
the
that.
end, you then have to convince the people you voted out to award you with the win, right? So you have to be very tactful about it at a certain point, at least. I guess these pre-jury, I guess you can just vote out whoever you want a little more indiscriminately, but it's a tricky game, that's for sure. Well, does anybody have any last words they want to get in before we go to the vote? Everyone's ready? All right, let's do it. So again, you're going to directly message me on Discord. Send a direct message to Lombax999 through Discord, and I'll tally some votes up. Okay. I have received all of the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now would be the time to do so. All right, I'll read the votes. Our first vote is for Joseph. Our second vote is for DJ. Our third vote is for Will. That's 1 vote each for for Joseph, DJ, and Will. The next vote is for DJ. The second player voted out of Survivor Summits is DJ. That's 3 votes. That's enough. All right, the rest of you can turn your cameras off and leave the breakout room. And I'll turn it over to the commentators.
All right. Well,
Okay.
I'm not
Well,
too surprised, but it looked
yeah.
like Lola was surprised with that vote. She had a little bit of a shocked face when that one went over. So it
Yeah.
makes me think that she was one of the people who didn't vote him, and
Yeah.
it would have been the other one. So that means Hammy didn't care too much about DJ by the looks of it.
Yeah. I mean, once Crispy gave him the go ahead, he said, "All right, cut him out."
Joseph
So-
kind of spilled a little bit of beans there at the start too, saying there's a lot
Yeah.
of names going around. If I wasn't hearing a lot of names, I would have been a little suspicious.
Exact, and that's how you always know. Just a note to any potential future players. If no one's talking to you in the night, it's not a good sign for you.
Yeah, so, sometimes you're like, is it just an easy vote? Is it really just this one
Yeah.
person, or is my
A little
name
too
also being
quiet.
thrown around? And
Yeah.
those are the things you got to think about.
But that was interesting. I'm trying to figure out how the votes went. So it was, what was it? It was Joseph, DJ, Will. So Will and Joseph got 2 votes. And then DJ got what? What was it? How many people were left?
3?
6, right?
Oh yeah, 6 people left.
6
so you
total,
got
yeah.
4.
So the remaining votes are implied. So I can just tell you, DJ got 4 votes, and Will and Joseph each got 1. The remaining votes are implied to be for DJ based on how I.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, so 4 people voted out DJ, but then the other 2 votes weren't even together. So it's like
Right.
that seems like
Not
whoever
really
DJ
sure
was
what
working.
happened there.
Yeah, so I think DJ was told one thing,
and
maybe Lola was
looks like
told
Lola
something
was told
else.
another.
Yeah.
And
So
I mean, Hammy could have changed his vote, and if you got them on the same page, you could have tied it up. And if you used the extra vote, you could have saved DJ. So I mean, he doesn't
Oh,
he didn't care
yeah,
about
he
DJ
didn't.
enough.
Yeah, I guess he didn't use his extra vote unless well, we don't know if he has an extra vote because Crispy could have snaked him, and Crispy could
true.
have a steal vote right now.
I didn't even think about that. Crispy could
Yeah.
have snaked him. That would
Yeah.
Yeah,
Crispy could be going for broke.
or
He
Hammy
be
could
like,
have the steal a vote. It could be on
Yeah.
either side, really. But Hammy seemed pretty truthful when he said, "Let's
Yeah.
cooperate." I trusted him when he said that.
yeah, I think he's in it. I think he's in it with Crispy. Crispy's the one that I would think would just be like, you know what? My team's gonna win. Like, I don't have anything to worry about until merge.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. That's crazy. I mean, DJ gone too soon,
Yeah, I'm not super shocked by the vote, especially after Hammy said that him and Joseph had a good alliance. I didn't think there's a high chance
Yeah.
Joseph was going.
Well, I thought that alliance was in danger when Joseph was the first vote. I was like, oh shit, like maybe Hammy's not running things, but then
Well, let's
even if he was, I doubt Hammy's gonna throw his game to
save Joseph. Yeah.
Let's head to the main room and see what Evers thinks about DJ being
Alrighty.
gone. Okay, everybody, you can wake back up. Looking for 12 of you.
Yeah.
2 more. Wake up. One more. Whoever it is. Cool. All right, Everest Tribe. As you can now see, DJ was voted out at the last Tribal Council. It is time for your third immunity challenge. Once again, the tribe that wins will pick one player from each tribe to go to a summit after the challenge is over. They cannot pick players who have already been to one. This challenge is called 3 Words. This is one I've done a few times before. It's a pretty simple one. We actually won't be using backgrounds for Zoom for this one. It's basically a word game. The way it works is in each round, I'm going to give you a letter and a number, and your goal is to come up with 3 words that start with the letter I gave you and are as long as the number I gave you. So, to clarify, say I typed A5. You would need to come up with 3 5-letter words that start with A. So this could be something like alarm, again, I don't know, what's apple, right? You could do something like that. You'd message me something like this, or you could send them in 3 separate messages. Either way is fine. And the way we're going to do this is also going to be played in 1 versus 1 face-offs. However, this time players will not be eliminated. The player who wins will score a point for their tribe, okay? The first tribe to score 6 will win the challenge. And even though the numbers are 7 to 5, no one's going to sit out because you'll have to cycle through your entire tribe before anyone can go again. Make sense? I'm going to type the letter number combination in Zoom chat, and then I will also say it out loud so that viewers can follow along. But as soon as I type it in Zoom, you can, like, that's when it starts, essentially. You can message me after that. So yeah, and if you haven't done so, go ahead and set your Zoom to message me directly again.
And spelling's going to count, so even if
Spelling
we rip off
does
something
count,
real fast.
yes. So if you misspell a word, that won't count, but you can, like, resubmit it, right? So don't... What'd you say?
I kind of zoned out. You're going to put it in the chat, the A5 or whatever?
Yeah, so I'll put something like A5,
Okay.
and then that, like, alarm again apple is what you would send me.
Yeah,
But you could also send them.
game.
You
I
can
just
also
wasn't
send
sure
them as
where it was
separate
coming.
messages. You could send them as like 3 separate messages if you want. Either way is fine. Just whichever player gets me all 3 words first wins the round. Don't, like, to kind of address what Will was saying. Don't give up if you, like, misspell a word. Like, you can just, if you notice quickly, you can retype it. Like, the round's not over until I say, like, so and so is won. You know. Does everyone understand? Any questions before we get going? Cool. So you guys are actually going to get to pick your matchups. So Everest Tribe, because you're up in numbers, you're going to pick first. Who's going to be the first player to try this out for your tribe? Who wants to go first?
I'll do it, sure. I'll be the guinea pig.
Vandy? All right. K2, who's going to go up against Vandy?
I'll go. Anyone else want to volunteer? I'll go.
All right. Will and Vandy are going to go up first. You guys ready?
Yep.
Here you go. L4. Oof. Yeah, so Will, some of your words are not 4 letters, but you got me a couple.
Oh, wait, they have to be 4 letters?
Yeah. Start with L, but they have to be 4 letters. That's what the number is for. But you were close. Vandy barely. It's funny, you got 2 that were the right length, but Vandy beat you out with loss, lose, and long. So Vandy scores the first point.
I thought it was just letters that start with L. My bad.
Yeah, that's what the number is for in there.
4 letters that start with L.
All right, so Everest, let me just make a quick note for myself, scores the first point. So Everest, since you won, you're going to pick another player to go up next, other than Vandy.
I'll take it. That's Jack.
All right. K2, who's going to go against Jack?
I'll go Hammy.
That was Hammy?
Yep.
Cool. Hammy and Jack. Here you go. P5. With pings, pants, parts, Hammy scores a point. So it's tied up 1-1. So K2, because you just won, now you're going to pick a player to go from those who have not gone yet on your tribe.
You can go.
Lola? All right, Everest, who's going against Lola?
I'll do it.
Hawk?
Yep.
All right, Lola and Hawk. Here you go. E4. With edge, eaves, even, Lola scores a point for K2. All right, so K2, you're going to pick again. You have two who haven't gone, right? So.
I'll go.
Oh, yeah, you can go.
Sorry, who's it going to be?
Ryan Gersh.
Okay. Everest, who's going against Ryan?
I'll go. Deo.
Cool. So Deo and Ryan. Here you go. F3. With fix fan far, Ryan was faster. So K2 scores again. So there's only one person from K2 who hasn't gone yet, right? That is...
That's me.
Joseph. Cool. So Everest, who's going to go against Joseph?
I'll go. I was muted for the last two. I tried to go.
All right, so we're going to get Crispy and Joseph. Here you go. H4. With Hawk, Hack, Hall, Joseph scores a point. So K2 is up to 4. We're playing a 6, so you're up 4-1. So because K2 has gone through everyone, you can now pick anyone from your tribe again for this next round.
I'll go again.
Let me redeem myself.
Oh yeah, okay, go Will.
You got it.
It's going to be Will?
Yeah.
All right. So Everest, I think you have 2 left. So who's going to go against Will?
Between who and who again?
Nico and Soul.
I can go. I can try this round. Not the greatest with word games.
Okay, so it's going to be Soul and Will. Here you go. A3. With ass, ask, and act, Will scores a point, bringing K2 up to 5. Guess you guys were just waiting for a word game, huh? This is like your challenge.
Come on.
Time.
Come on. Got to start to come back somewhere.
All right, so yeah, K2 is up 5-1. So Everest would have to win 5 in a row to steal this one. So K2, you can pick anyone other than Will. Who's going to go next?
I'll go Hammy.
All right, Hammy. And it's forced for Everest. It's going to be Nico. So it's going to be Nico and Hammy. Here you go. T5. Oh, that was so close. But with Tears, Taint, Tarps, Hammy just barely beat Nico. Meaning that the K2 tribe has won this challenge.
Let's go, guys.
So K2 is 1 immunity. So K2, this means in addition to being safe, the choice is also yours now for who will go to the summit right now. And again, you can't pick someone who's already gone. So you cannot pick Hammy, Crispy, or Soul. So go ahead and make your decisions. You can use your tribe chat to decide who you want to pick from each tribe. And then we'll get it going. Okay, I think your tribe has made your 2 choices. It looks like it's going to be Joseph and Deo. Is that right? Want to confirm that for me? That sound good, K2? Cool. All right, so everyone other than those 2 people can go to sleep, turn your cameras and microphones off. Joseph and Deo, you 2 can join me in the breakout room. See you there.
You might have to invite Deo.
Yeah, I'll look into that. They haven't been yet, so I'll assign them to it right now. I just did that. There we go.
Yo.
All right, what's up, you 2? Welcome to the Tribe Summit. So before anything else, a big part of this is you just get a chance to talk with someone from the other tribe. So if there's anything you 2 would like to say to each other, I'll give you a minute.
It's nice to meet you, Deo.
Nice to meet you, Joseph. Not really, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
All right, buddy. This guy doesn't know. I just convinced my whole tribe to take him, but that's okay.
W mans, bro. Yo, I think I'm gonna be first boot on this tribe, so I need a idol or something.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna ask the host something in private. Sorry. And then if this works, then I've got a little gift for you. Okay. So I'm just gonna confirm right now. I want to give my my lunar statue to Deo.
W mans.
So let's see how this works.
Yeah, you're both here at the summit, so you can do that if you want to do that.
I just confirmed it. I want to send him my lunar statue.
All right, I'll give it. So Deo, you now have a lunar statue. You can take Joseph's word for what that does, but you now possess a lunar statue.
It's an idol. It's essentially an idol, but it expires at the merge time. But if what you're saying is true, I expect it to be used now.
I bet. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm gonna play it this round. Yeah. Cool. Thanks, man.
All right. Yeah, you got it.
Is that all we do here? We just talk, or is there like an additional?
No, there's a
thing
little
we
more
do?
when you guys are ready.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I think we're good, man. I think we just locked some.
We're good
Cool.
to go.
So the other thing, actually, at this summit, actually, you're just both of you are going to be leaving with something. I guess in addition to this lunar statue, each of you are going to receive an amulet half. Okay. So this is an advantage that's sort of similar to an idol in that it can prevent votes, but it has a special caveat as to how it works. It's not played after the vote like a normal idol is. You submit it during voting. So if you want to play your amulet half, when you're submitting your vote to me on Discord, you will also say, I also play my amulet half, basically. You'll just let me know privately. And what the amulet half does, I'll announce it before the window to play idols. I'll say, an amulet half has been played for this person. If one amulet half is played for you, it prevents one vote against you. It just negates a single vote, which can matter, but is not super powerful. If both of you play your amulet halves at the same tribal council, they both negate 2 votes for each of you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Now, you do have to rely on each other to an extent because you submit them in private. So if one of you commits to using it during the vote, but the other doesn't, too bad. You know, they only get the power up if they're both played at the same time, and you won't know for certain that the other person is doing that since they're played during voting.
So if we play them both at the same time for the same person, it's just like
you can't play them for other people.
Oh,
if you play it, it prevents 1 vote against you. But if you both players at the same time, you each get 2 votes negated for both of you. But you can't play them for anyone else. They can only be used for you.
Are we allowed to like have one person hold on to both amulets, like, or are we both stuck with just the one?
These are non-transferable. Other advantages are, but the amulet halves are non-transferable.
And what happens if I get voted out with the amulet?
Then Joseph would have one that can prevent 1 vote on him.
Oh,
they can still be
Okay.
played and prevent a single vote, but if you both play them, they get powered up if you play them at the same time. Make sense? I'm also gonna send you a message that will like detail all the rules behind that, and then if you have questions, you can DM me. Okay?
All right.
Does that make sense how they work?
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. Do you guys have anything else you want to say to each other before the end of the summit?
No.
No, Deo's coming back to the game, so I don't know much to
Yo,
say.
bro. I'll see you in like if I make a swap or a merge, but the thing is, like, bro, here's the thing. I feel like I could flip. So it's a tribe of 7, right? And so we're gonna vote one person out, idle one person out. I feel like there's 2 people I could flip. So if that's the case, it's gonna be 3-3, and I might need to play the amulet to make it like so the vote doesn't tie.
Yeah,
But
play
I'll
it
let
if
you
you have
know.
to.
Yeah, I'll let you know whatever I have
And
to
I
do.
mean, my tribe, it's literally everyone against Will right here. Like, we already formed an alliance of 4. It's everyone on our tribe but Will. So they're loyal till they're not. So as soon as we get to the merge, we can link up, do whatever. But yeah, just focus on surviving right now and play that fucking statue this round.
Yeah, cool.
All right,
All right.
guys.
Thanks, Brody.
Sounds good. You two can turn your cameras off, mute your mics, and head out of the breakout room.
How do we leave, by the way?
If you're on a computer in the bottom right where it says leave room, click on that. Just don't click on leave meeting. Click on leave breakout room.
I bet.
Cool.
All right, another fruitful
my
summit.
God.
Looks like they're gonna have a strong alliance if they both make it out into the merge. I think that they're gonna be a hard duo to break up. Now, I think the question is, can they keep it secret? It seems like they're
it seems like
they
they're
might
friends.
be telling people that they're
Yeah.
friends and they're working together. So I think there's a chance that they become a target and people try to break them up.
Well, and it's interesting because Hammy alluded to knowing about the lunar statue, so you know, it'll be interesting if he knows. Oh, well, Joseph did say he convinced his whole tribe to take Will or Deo. I mean, sorry. So it looks like it looks like Joseph might have spilled the beans on that. Actually, you're right. So they probably know that Joseph's given him the idol, which could be dangerous if they decide to if they decide to keep Will,
Yeah.
get rid of Joseph.
I think that Hammy might see that as a potential threat to his partnership with Joseph.
Yeah.
And him and Crispy might want to break that up.
Yeah.
I think that Hammy will tend to keep stuff closer to his belt and not really let people know what his plans are. So we'll have to see if Joseph is the same way, or as soon as merge comes out, Joseph's like, no, I'm working with Deo. He's my number 1. So but
and it
it's
seems like
definitely a duo to look out for.
Yeah, and it seems like Deo doesn't have anything going on his side. So I am really excited for this tribal, especially if things are going the way he thinks they are, because someone's gonna be in for a rude awakening if they don't split the votes.
I'm trying to think of what the 2 sides are most likely. It seemed like Crispy didn't seem like that there were much alliances going on when he was talking to Hammy. It seemed like he thought that. So I wonder if Hammy's on the back end, or not Hammy. I wonder if Crispy's on the back foot too.
I feel like Crispy and Vandy have to be working together. So like whatever Vandy's doing is probably like pulling Crispy in. Unless, like I said before, Vandy is a little slimy, so I think that he will use Crispy, and probably until the merge. And I think right before, if they lose again, he's gonna cut him. Yeah.
That might have been the 2 people he thought he could flip, was Crispy and Vandy.
Those could be the 2. Yeah.
So that would be the other 3 or our other 4 are on the same side.
Yeah, and I was gonna say I feel like Will's a very nice guy, but I just felt like he wasn't long for his tribal. So for them to come in and say it's us against Will right now, I was like, that makes sense. He's struggling a little bit with the rules and the Discord, and so I figured he's probably the next one out. So
which makes his let me get this question and redeem myself even better, because if he didn't get it and they went to tribal, he was gone.
Like, see, yeah. I'm glad that they swept that challenge. I'm glad we're not losing another K2 member. I really am very intrigued to see how this Joseph, Deo, Hammy, Crispy, like relationship quadrilateral, like
Mhm.
you know how that ends up.
Yeah, Crispy didn't say much about his alliances when he was with Hammy, so I wonder
Yeah.
if Vandy's going to be in there too, or if Crispy will just throw him to the wind and
Well,
yourself.
Speaking of seeing how it's going to go, let's
Alrighty.
do that. If you want to start rallying them, I'll send a message, but I'm probably going to have to add some of them because they haven't been to tribal yet. Everest tribe. Yo, yo. They're making their way in. Oh, it looks like we have someone in the bathroom. So we'll just chill for a second.
Are they joining from the bathroom?
No.
This coffee has been on there for like 6 hours. And toss that.
Let's see.
It's matured.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Here,
Yeah.
So we're just waiting on. We're missing 3, right? Who are we missing? Crispy, Deo, Soul. There's Crispy.
Soul, yeah.
Soul's gonna be a little late. They'll be here
Hawk
soon. Hawk's in here.
Oh, Hawk's
Their
outside of the
videos-
camera.
Their video's
Yeah.
just not on yet. But yeah. What up? We're just waiting for a second. Deo's gonna be here in a second. Is everyone else
just got
here
my
now? Yeah, Soul's here.
Mhm.
We're just chilling for a minute, waiting for Deo. I'm not gonna start till they're here. So, how's life outside of Survivor? The 6 of you.
I have a question. If you had a song playing for your ambulance siren on your way to the ER, what would it be?
I don't know. Are you supposed to pick like a positive
I
or a
picked Staying
negative
Alive.
song?
I picked Staying Alive.
Okay, yeah, that makes
but, you know.
sense.
Yeah,
I also
everyone
thought about
else
it with
gave
the
super
state of
basic
America.
I mean,
answers.
is the assumption like I might die? Like,
Yeah.
okay.
I thought it was more like you're driving on the road and you see an ambulance pass you, and that's the song you want to hear.
Yeah, I want them to be like, man, that guy.
That's
got a
why I
sense of
said
humor."
Crazy Train. That shit's intense. If an ambulance
Or
is coming,
with the
and you
state
hear
of the
that
U.S.
shit,
healthcare system, it better be like, bitch, better have my money or something. That's an expensive cab ride.
Highway to hell.
So how does tribal council work? Like, run me through it one more time.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over that in just a second.
What? Did this fucking food though?
it's a nice plate right there.
Yep. It's a massive plate.
Usually no way they did that.
PTB, can you maybe help Deo?
Yeah, I'll go back.
Just tell them how to join. Yeah.
There's a button down here that says "Ask for help."
Yeah, once
Maybe
they're in
we
here,
need help with the
since this
typing
tribe has not
challenges.
been to tribal council yet, I'm gonna go over the order of operations for everyone real quick.
Excuse me.
Please excuse my dry ass salad.
All right, he should be joining.
Yo, so Deo, you can wake up. And I'll just, like I was saying for everyone else, I'm going to go over the order of operations for how all this works. So, just like on this show, I'm going to talk to you all a bit. We'll have some light conversation. And then when it's time to vote, I'll ask, is everyone ready to vote? And then if you're all ready, then you will all submit your votes to me through a private message on Discord. So I know we kind of switch between Zoom and Discord a lot, but for voting at tribals, you'll submit a private message to me through Discord. And then after I've got all the votes, I'll always say, like, I've received all the votes. If you want to play an idol, now's your window to do so. If no one does, I'll read the votes, and so on and so on. If anyone has any questions about the logistics, feel free to chime in. Otherwise, we can talk a bit about the Everest tribe and how you're all doing. So you haven't been to tribal yet, so let's just start, from the beginning. How is everyone liking their tribe mates? How are you all getting along?
Good. It's fun. It's a fun tribe chat.
It's going well.
Yeah, very lively.
Liking the vibe.
Be like tribe chat
I
TV.
think we may have had a little too much confidence in ourselves after winning the first 2 games.
We were talking some mad shit. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I was like,
Too short.
I think these guys are a little too confident, and we got put in our place last game.
Pretty
we got
rough.
Absolutely
I'll be honest.
smoked.
We could have absolutely got 6-0'd if Will had understood the rules, because I had Lombax messaged on Discord, but I had not changed it when he moved back in. So I messaged, and then it gives me a pop-up that says this person's no longer in the Zoom.
Yeah,
we absolutely could have gotten
being the
6-0.
one who goes first in a challenge is always a little
thank goodness.
dubious.
Yeah, and then I was like, thank God he didn't understand the rules, because I was pretty quick, but it, like, obviously when you message the wrong person, have to retype everything in, you lose.
I have made that mistake before.
And when he said I won, I was like, holy crap, okay, sick.
So yeah, well, that is interesting, because you did win the first 2. Seemed like things were going well, and then you mentioned, like, there was kind of a big reversal. Do you think it was just, like, word games aren't your thing, or do you think it was something
I think
more?
Hammy and Lola especially were both super confident in their word game. Hammy especially, like, Hammy multiple times was like, I got it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that we were like.
And Abby got me.
Yeah, yours, I thought that was wild how quick you went. Oh, I got an answer. On
Well,
yours.
I don't know if you guys know how close the second challenge was. It was pretty close. It basically just came down to who got the semicolon first.
Yeah. And
So-
we had talked about it in the chat for
Yeah.
so long. I was like, why is no one sending it? So I just copied and changed it and sent it in. I didn't think.
Sometimes
I was literally in the
sometimes
process
taking the
of typing
initiative
it.
is what you need
I
to
was
do,
in
right?
the process of
just
typing
keep
it to
slow.
Lombax too when he said Crispy got it to him, and I was like, oh, thank goodness someone took the initiative.
Yeah, I think 3 people
Beautiful.
said, "Oh no, it's semicolon." I was like, I would not have said that. I said colon.
But I
or,
knew
comma, so
the second he said that
switch it
challenge,
up.
I was like, well, I'm going to start from like basically the bottom, because I know everyone was going to start from the top.
Yeah,
So I was like, let
teamwork was a
someone
huge
else
part of
be-
that challenge. Coordinating.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna
And I
change
thought about like
gears real
giving
quick.
everyone a question, but I was like, no, that seems too much.
I'm gonna change gears just to keep things rolling a bit and just ask you all, since this is your first tribal. I always like to ask at the first tribal, what are your criteria for voting? Is it based on we want to keep doing well in challenges? Is it based on alliances, people you vibe with socially? How are you feeling that out?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
That's a
think
fair
that-
answer.
I don't think. Yeah.
I know.
I
It
think-
just depends.
I think we.
You never have
I'll
to
be
say
very
anything
honest.
that like blows up your game at these. I'm just, making content.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think vibe with is pretty strong too, because I think like, I want to have a fun time. It's a game, first of all, especially this early, and like,
Sure.
and because the people I was pretty high on our horse. I wasn't like looking at like we got to make sure our strong people stay in, because we weren't losing and we were winning pretty capably too. So I wasn't like finding weak links, quote unquote, in our challenges really.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's done like either separated themselves being like super good or bad. And last round we all sucked, so it's not like we can blame one person. Like you fucking lost us the game.
Well, it's interesting you bring that up.
We all did that.
Because that can be a good thing in that everyone's kind of on equal footing, but it can also be a bad thing in that there's no obvious vote,
Scapegoat,
right?
Yeah.
So that complicates things, I would imagine. You have to actually vote, maybe more based on your long-term strategy, I might guess.
Yeah.
All right.
What's up?
Well,
I've been eating all the whole day. I kind of like logged out of the conversation. Sorry, guys.
no worries. We've just been talking about the tribe and
Eating is good.
all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone want to get any last words in before you vote? Are you guys all ready? Okay, perfect. So then on Discord, you can all directly private message me the name of the player you would like to vote out. Okay?
A tier thing. Really good.
Okay. Just confirming that I have all the votes real quick. Okay. I have received all of the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now is the time to do so.
I'm playing my lunar statue.
All right, Deo has played a lunar statue. This is a hidden immunity idol. Any votes cast for Deo will not count. All right, I'm going to read the votes. First vote, Deo, does not count. Second vote, Deo, does not count. Third vote, Deo, does not count. Fourth vote, Deo, does not count. That's 4 votes for Deo. None of them count. 3 votes left. The next vote is for Vandy. The third player voted out of Survivor Summits, Vandy. That's 2 votes. And at this tribal council, that's enough. The rest of you can turn your cameras and microphones off and leave the breakout room. And I'll see you again shortly.
Just make sure you guys hit leave at the bottom and then hit leave breakout room.
Wow. Well, we thought that it would be an interesting vote, and
It
it was.
was.
It went
It was.
just as well as it could have. I guess the 2 people he was saying might flip was not.
I have
Vandy
a little
and
bit of a spice for you since we're on the
Oh.
commentary. Just one extra thing to note, by the way, is you know how the lunar statue idol was transferred, right?
Yeah.
So there was another idol on this tribe. You know who had it?
Vandy.
Yep.
That dude always goes out with idols. I told you. Listen, this is what I was saying on the first, our first commentary. I said he gets way too cocky. That's why I said I don't think he's gonna win it.
Yeah,
He thought he was running stuff.
It's hard to know that it's going to be idled and turned on you like that. Shocking.
I know.
I'm sure he's beating himself up. I
Yeah.
think it's a hard spot for him to play his idol there. The only
I
way I
don't
could see
know.
it if it was maybe a pre-merge only idol, maybe then I would have played it.
But you have to think,
Man.
like, if the guy that if we stacked 4 votes on, right, plays his idol, like, and you're not working with him. I don't know, maybe, but I don't know if he was having conversations with them trying to make him feel comfortable. So I don't know.
It's hard to say.
But I guess not, because if Deo thinks he has 2 people he has at least 1 person on the tribe that he's working with, because Vandy got a second vote. So
Yeah. I think we know we got 3, right? Vandy got 3 votes. It's just 2 is enough to get out of them. There was.
Oh yeah, Vandy got 2 or 3. Oh, so he did flip the 2.
He did get 3. Yeah. I mean, again, it's whenever I leave votes out, it's
Yeah, I
kind of
know.
implied that.
Yeah. The third.
Same thing they
Yeah.
do on the show. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, so Deo did get his too. So he was. So it looks like Deo, is a player that is very aware of what's going
Yeah,
on.
he'll. Well, we'll have to see what they do next time because
Yeah.
it'll still be 3-3. He has that other advantage that he can use and bring it down to 3-2 if they're all on him. Or maybe those
Oh,
other
yeah.
two people are going to be like, well, this guy already played an idol and got somebody out. He already has his list for if he makes it to the finals. He's got that going for him. Maybe they'll turn on him and be like, well, we know he doesn't have an idol now.
Right. But maybe he can work with those two people that he flipped and say, hey, listen, no one's working with me here. Like, I'm going to be, a shield. I'm the target. They're probably going to put the vote on me again. I have this other thing I can use. We have the majority votes.
Right, yeah,
So,
but it also goes down to, did he tell them he has that idol? Or were they completely as blindsided by it too? They might be like, why didn't you tell us about that idol you were going to play?
Well, I feel like he must have told them because if it's like a lost cause, then why would they vote for Vandy? You know what I mean? Why not just vote for him, vote him out? So he must have given them some information. I think I feel like from the little that I gathered from him with his interaction with Joseph and then just kind of idling Vandy out, I think he's aware, and I think he's got what it takes.
Right, I
Go pretty
agree.
far.
All I know
Yeah.
is I want to see another Everest tribal.
Me too.
Don't show me the K2 tribal.
Yeah.
I don't want to see poor Will go home. I want to be surprised about who's going home.
I know, but what if it's Crispy?
Yeah.
See, I
then
wasn't
Hammy's
rooting
game
for
gets blown
Vandy.
up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm rooting for Crispy and Hammy at this point, but I'm also rooting for Joseph and
well, let's see what happens.
Deo. Alrighty.
All right, everyone. Let's wake back up. I'm now looking for 11 of you. Give you all a minute to wake up. One more. Everybody wake up. There we go. All right, K2 tribe, as you can all now see, Vandy was voted out at the last tribal council for Everest. It's now time for your fourth immunity challenge. However, this one's going to be a bit special. This one's going to work differently from the other ones. In this challenge, you will not be competing for tribal immunity. You'll be competing for individual immunity. When the challenge is over, both tribes are going to go to tribal council one after the other, and both tribes will vote a player out. So one player from each tribe is going to win individual immunity, and they will be safe at their respective tribes' tribal council. A few more details worth mentioning. The two players who get voted out here are also going to become the first two members of our jury. The rest of you will form a merged tribe of 9 players after all is said and done. The results of the challenge are also going to determine the order of the tribal councils. So the tribe that fully outlasts the other tribe will go to tribal council second. So they'll have a bit more time to strategize and talk before their tribal council begins. Okay? Also, if the stakes were not high enough, one other thing. The two winners, the ones from each tribe who win individual immunity, will go to a tribe summit after the challenge. And this means that even if you've already been to one, in this case, you're actually eligible to go to another one. Because if you already went to one but you happen to win, lucky for you. Okay? Any questions about the structure that I just went over before I get into what the challenge itself actually is? Everyone good to go? Cool. Your fourth immunity challenge is called Quick Thinking. This is a brand new one on my Survivor series. It's a pretty simple concept. It's played in elimination rounds where the slowest player each round is going to be eliminated, and then the last one standing are going to win. So the way it works is I'm going to post a question with the Zoom background that you will all know the answer to. They're all kind of like common sense questions. You just might take a second or two to click, what they are, and then you'll message me the answer to that question on Zoom. It'll be pretty straightforward. It'll make sense when you see it. I actually do have an example for this one that I can show you real quick, but they're pretty self-explanatory. There'll be questions along the lines of this, right? I'll put up something like this. You'll all message me water. The slowest person to do that would be out. Make sense? To start, we're going to do like 2 rounds of each tribe individually, and then we'll continue as one group from there. So like I'll do a round of just Everest, then just K2, then just Everest, then just K2, and then everyone will compete together from that point on. Make sure your Zoom is set to message me directly now as well, so you don't have an issue with that when the challenge begins. Double check it even if it already says it is, because when I rejoin from the breakout room, sometimes that changes. Yeah, Soul, what's up?
Do these questions get harder over time, or will it be kind of like the same?
The idea is they're pretty straightforward. So it's meant to be like common sense, like questions you should know very quickly. So this is a pretty speed-based challenge, I would say.
Great.
So spelling does matter.
Spelling does matter. If there is a typo, your answer doesn't count. And of course, I have to enforce that because that could affect how quickly you type an answer. So any typo will mean your answer doesn't count. However, if you notice you made a typo and type it again and send it to me, that's fine. So it's just you got to get the correct answer to me spelled correctly. And I don't care about capitalization. I'll mention that. It's just spelling, okay? Any questions before we begin? Cool. Hold on, just making some notes for myself real quick. All right. So this first round is going to be just for Everest. All right, Everest. Here you go. Remember that spelling counts. So let's see. Hawk is good, Nico's good, Deo's good, Jack's good, Crispy's good. So Soul was the slowest. That typo killed you. So Soul is out. You can turn your camera off for now. The next question is going to be just for K2. Okay? K2, here you go. All right. Lola's good, Will's good, Joseph's good, Ryan's good. Hammy was the slowest. So Hammy, you're out. And those of you who are out, can you just turn your cameras off just so people can see who's still in, and then you can turn them back on after the challenge, just for following along with it. All right, this next one's going to be only for Everest again. Here you go. Ooh, interesting. I got a couple wrong answers. So Nico's good, Crispy's good, Jack's good. Nico, Crispy, Jack, Deo's good. So Hawk was the slowest. So Hawk, you're out.
If you can I ask a question?
Yeah.
If you put an answer, but then you want to change your answer, you can put another one real fast.
You can
or
submit
it's
more
one
answers to me, yeah. But you can submit multiple answers.
Was Mercury the right answer?
Yep. I got some non-Mercury answers, so.
I just guessed. I had no clue.
Well, everyone got there eventually. All right, K2. This one is just for you, or just for K2. Here you go. Lola's good, Ryan's good, Will's good, Joseph was the slowest, so Joe, you're out. And now the remaining 7 of you, I'm going to have you just compete as one group from this point on, okay? So you'll all be in every round from now on, and the slowest will be out. All right, here's the next question. Nico, Crispy, Jack, Ryan, Deo, Lola all got it? Oh, wait, just kidding. I missed... Will was actually first. Sorry, I missed Will. So Will, Nico, Crispy, Jack, Ryan, Deo. So Lola was last. So Lola is out. Sorry about the fake out there. All right, here's your next question. Good luck. All right, so I was looking for Zoom here. Will, Deo, Nico, Crispy, Ryan all got it. So Jack was the slowest. So Jack is out. So for Everest, we're down to Crispy, Nico, and Deo. And for K2, we're down to Will and Ryan. Here's your next question. I like this question. All right, so this would again be Zoom. Nico, Crispy, Deo, Will. Ryan was the slowest. So Ryan, you're out. So Will, this means you've earned individual immunity for your tribe's tribal council, and you'll be going to the summit after this is over. You're going to keep playing, though, because if you're now essentially playing for the order of the tribal councils. So if you manage to outlast the other three, then your tribe will get to go to tribal council second, so they'll have more time. Otherwise, you guys will go first. But you've secured immunity and your spot in the summit, so you're just playing for that now. You have a question, Nico?
Yeah. I think Crispy, Soul, and Deo all have gone to the summit.
Yeah, for
And
this
the-
one you can go again. It's just based on when this one repeats are allowed.
Thank you.
It's an exception because it's based on challenge performance rather than a choice. All right, y'all ready for the next one? Here you go. Deo, Nico, Crispy all got it. So Will, you're out. So that means you do still have immunity and you're going to the summit, but this means that the K2 tribe will be going to tribal council first. So yeah, down to Crispy, Nico, and Deo. Here's your next question. So the correct answer here is Century. The first two to get that to me were Crispy and Deo. So Nico is out. So Crispy and Deo, this final question is for immunity. Here you go. We'll see who remembers. The answer is water. Crispy got that to me first. So Crispy has secured immunity and a spot in the summit. So Crispy and Will, the two of you can both head to the breakout room with me now for the next tribe summit. And the rest of you go to sleep. Once Crispy and Will are done, they'll head back, and then K2 will be going to tribal council first. So I'll see you all in the breakout room in just a second.
All right. Well, you can join the breakout room by hitting more and then join breakout.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Whew.
I've
December.
about had a heart attack right there. Luckily, he didn't know it.
Congratulations to the two of you. You're both making the merge officially. You're both safe. Before, the proceedings, I always like to give the people at the summit a chance to talk to each other. You've been on different tribes all game, so this is your chance to
Crispy,
form
how you doing,
a
man?
connection across tribes.
Doing good.
Have you
about
played this
you?
before? I'm nervous. I'm schwitzing over here.
I played it one time in like season 6, and I fucked up and didn't go with my team. So now I feel like I've learned a lot from that. So how's your tribe feeling?
They're good, man. That's what's so brutal about this is
Yeah.
I everybody's cool. I like everybody. There's a sub chat. We're talking a lot about the prisoner's dilemma.
Yeah,
in our
me and
chat.
Hammy.
Yeah.
I assume you heard about that.
Well, yeah, he told us about it, but I mean,
Okay.
that's cool. I mean, I that's a sweet experiment, and
Yeah.
essentially cooperate till you're punched in the face, right? Then punch back.
Yeah. So, what did you hear about the first and third tribal councils? Because I was in the second one, and Soul told us one thing, but a couple people in our group weren't sure if he was telling the truth.
So okay, so I get them all confused. So the first tribal council was Hammy, was it not? And
No,
Soul.
Hemi was the second one.
Oh, so
Yeah,
the
Hemi
second.
was with me, and I was with the Prisoner's Dilemma with Hemi.
So who were in the first one? I don't even remember.
It was Soul and somebody else. I don't remember.
Oh, was it
Whoever
DJ?
you voted out first.
It was
Whoever
DJ.
No,
He
no,
didn't.
no, 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 no. It was whoever you vote. Bread. It was Bread.
Oh, it's
Who you
Brad. You're
voted
right.
out.
You're right. You're right. You're right. He didn't tell us anything. He came back
Okay.
and was like, "Art of War, Sun Tzu." I don't know.
Okay.
Didn't really tell us anything, to be honest.
Well, I don't know who.
forgot
In
about
our last tribal council, we all voted Deo, and he used immunity idol from last night. So
the amulet.
y'all saved his life, and he voted out Vandy, who I was actually really close with. So we'll see how that goes. I assume Deo is very scared now that he did not win. I assume he's probably shaking right now. I know he's formed an alliance with at least one person. But we'll see, because our team seems kind of split right now. I don't know about yours.
You guys sound a lot more split than us. That's a ton
Yeah.
of drama. No, we've been like, I love you. Don't vote anyone off.
We all were talking about voting Deo, all 6 of us.
And then
I talked to every single person individually, and one person split. So either way, Vandy would have been voted out, but I know for a fact one person split. I don't know if 2 people split, because the vote, it went Deo, 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 and then Vandy, Vandy. So the 7th vote didn't get counted because he already reached majority. So I don't know if 2 people split or if just one did. So we'll see. I don't know.
Brutal, man. But you guys both chose to cooperate, you and Hammy. So you each have a vote. You can negate a vote. Is that right? No, you have an extra vote. You have an extra vote.
It was the dilemma was if we wanted to split. If I wanted to steal it, I could have stole it, and I would have got remove a vote. And if he stole it, he would have got it. But we both cooperated.
And then the second vote was the second one. Tribunal was yours, and the third one was
mine.
the amulet. The third one was the amulet.
And and the first one was an amulet that Vandy had and didn't use. So we know me and Hammy are the only people with stuff left.
Right. I was gonna say, because other 2 are dead, right? Other 2 are gone.
Yeah. Vandy.
Okay.
Well, Vandy didn't use his, and the other one got used yesterday. So no one on your team should have one that we know of, unless there's some random secret thing.
Just Hammy, but I guess.
Oh wait,
amulet,
no,
right?
Vandy used his from a thing we got from Lombax. So day 1 is Soul. So Soul has something, but I don't know what it is. I think Soul has something, but he also told us he didn't.
From the first tribunal with Hammy, with Bread.
With Bread, yes.
And right, because Bread didn't tell us anything either.
Yeah, so Soul told us day 1 that he got a choice between giving us a tribal immunity, not tribal, a solo immunity that we'd find through a clue that Lombax gave us in our chat. It was like, reword this scramble or something. It was like, what's the highest mountain on the moon or on Mars or something?
Yeah.
So Lombax got it and didn't use it. So I don't know if Soul was telling the full truth or if Soul actually got us the immunity. He also said that he was the option was to give an advantage in the next game or an immunity for the team. So I think a lot of people didn't know if that was true.
I'm trying to look back right now to see what Bread told us from his first tribunal to see if I'm giving you all.
While you're doing that, there is a little extra component to this summit, and I'm going to get that started really quick. At this summit for the 2 of you, there is a game advantage available as well. Now, the way this one is going to work is the 2 of you are actually going to compete in a quick challenge against each other, and the winner will earn an advantage. You won't know what the advantage is. Only the winner will know what it is. They'll get a message about it from me after.
Because
okay?
we're combining right now
after these 2 tribals, you will all merge into a single tribe of 9.
Okay, so it'll be solo challenges. else.
From this point on, yeah.
Yes. Okay. Gotcha.
So yeah, on the two, you're going to compete 1 versus 1. The winner will get an advantage. Okay.
So can I just confer with Crispy here real quick? So Bread came back from the summit and said, I went to the summit, I confused the enemy because the art of war, and then I took a challenge advantage over the idle clue. And then
okay, so those were the options. So Soul was not lying. Okay.
Hopefully the advantage is something good. But then he doesn't tell us anything at all. So I have no idea what.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
what was your advantage?
Really quick, guys. In the interest of time, I gotta.
Yeah. Let's go.
I gotta run this little challenge for you two. So again, the winner's gonna get an advantage in the game.
Challenge, Lumbax.
Okay. I'm just gonna run it here in the breakout room. It's just for you two. This challenge is called Key Code. It's a quick one. Basically, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put up a set of directions that'll tell you to send me a message of some type. I know this is very vague, and then you'll send me that. So I have an example to clarify a bit. This is actually the last time I ran this. This is what the challenge was. It said to find the code, you have to order these numbers alphabetically, right? So you would order them and then send that to me, right? So it's going to be something like this, but not this exactly. And then you'll just message me that on Zoom, okay? You don't have to worry about this one. This is just an example. It's going to be some sort of it'll give you some directions, like to find the code, do this, and then you'll send that to me, okay?
Are we sending on Zoom?
Yeah, just message me on Zoom.
Okay.
You two ready?
As I ever will be, I guess.
You good to go, Will?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, here is your challenge. Here you go. No typos. You got to do this correctly. The first one you need to get it to me will... All right, Crispy got it to me. So Crispy has won the advantage. I'll message you about what that advantage is after the summit ends. Before I kick you guys out, any last words for each other?
Good luck.
Yeah.
All right. I'll see you two later, and in just a minute, we'll get ready for the K2 summit, or for the K2 Tribal Council, I mean. So you two can leave this.
So I don't get to know what the advantage is since he won?
You just know that he has an advantage. Yeah. You don't know what it is.
Got it.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
No problem.
All right. Well, Crispy is indeed locked in.
Yeah.
I'm also happy that Will took the W. It's going to make for an interesting K2 tribal as well.
Yeah.
And man, we're going to see two great tribals back to back. No idea who's coming out. We're probably going to see
excited.
Some type of advantage played for Everest.
Yeah, I think Dayo's definitely gonna play his I said Dayo, I meant Dayo. I think Dayo's gonna play his half of the shield. And it's just, and then if Crispy plays, it all depends on what Crispy's new advantage is. Because even if he plays his double, if he plays his double vote, it still ties. So
only if he doesn't know about the minus vote, so he would think it goes over. Oh,
yeah,
we know it's tied.
Yeah. Oh, I guess it depends on the order of operations. Like if he plays it first, because the shield gets announced before the idols get played.
But so, I think your extra vote would have to be played when you vote as well, right?
Yeah. So Dayo has to play it when he votes. And then I think the extra vote also gets they're played.
Since we're in the breakout room, I can clarify logistics for you if you have any questions about that.
So they're played at the same time, right? The extra vote.
So extra votes are played before the vote. So when I say are we all ready to vote? They would then have to be I'm going to use an extra vote, say it out loud.
Gotcha.
Okay.
And then
they get to vote. They get to vote twice at that tribal if they do that. Essentially, they submit 2 votes.
And then Dayo's shield is played when
the shields are played in secret, while you submit your vote, and then the idols are played after that. So they all have kind of different timing windows, but the amulets, they are announced before the window for playing idols. So I would say
exactly
an amulet has been played for this person, 1 vote against them doesn't count. Now, if anyone wants to play an idol, you can do so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then do you do it where, on the show, where if Dayo or if 2 people tie, they're both immune, and then everyone else has to draw rocks? Or
well, so there's multiple rounds of tiebreakers. I do my tiebreakers a little
Okay.
differently, but the first round is the same where if there's a tie, there's a revote, and you can only vote
Right.
for people who are in that vote, and any advantages used will carry
Oh,
over.
right.
So if someone like
Right.
has an extra vote and there's a tie, they get to vote twice in the revote as well.
But if they're the other vote, they would get no votes, right? So it's
Well, yeah, so it's kind of weird because if they were the recipient of a vote, they actually... Because the implication is that they
Don't
vote
get
for
to
each
vote.
other, because you have to vote for...
Right.
So if they use an extra vote, they would actually get to cast, like, an extra vote against the other person. I would handle that if it came up, but it would basically count as them just voting for the other person they were eligible to vote for.
Okay,
If
gotcha.
the tie
Also
is,
high ring a bell.
if the tie is not resolved, what the show does is they do the drawing rocks thing. I don't do drawing rocks. If the tie is not resolved, then the people in the tie just play a tiebreaker challenge, and whoever loses that is eliminated.
Oh,
That's
right,
what I do.
right.
Because I think drawing rocks is stupid. I know some people like it, but that's my opinion, so I don't do it.
The shield perk would carry over too, right?
Yeah, so any advantages that affect
Yeah.
the initial vote affect the revote.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like if one vote if you played an advantage that negated a vote against you, and then there was a tie on you, then the first vote in the tie on you would also be negated.
Yeah. So they'd have to convince someone to flip. It's
Or
gonna be
play a
very
game against each
interesting.
other.
Yeah. Yeah. It's going to be very interesting. Also, since we don't know what Crispy's new advantage is, he might have a steal vote too. He might just use
could
it
have
all, dump
literally
it all.
anything.
Yeah, he could just dump it all on Deo. Get his revenge for Vandy.
Yeah, I'm surprised he came out and told Will that they were close after, because he didn't say anything to Hammy.
Yeah. Well, and my favorite is he's telling Will that, and Will's like, "Yo, yeah, we're all kumbaya," and then they're like, "Yeah, we're getting out, Will." It's like,
Will's-
Will, you're in danger. Like,
You know, we're hearing some different stories. You always
Oh,
feel safe
yeah.
until you're not.
Well, it's good that Will's gonna make the merge because he's not in that much danger anymore. He has a chance to get picked up by someone. So,
And I mean, he
I'm
could
very-
even stay with the tribe he has now, and for all he does, they all love each other. They're all great. They're great. They've never been
and
better.
they're like they're all kicking themselves because he freaking won.
Yeah. I'm
You know?
happy to see it, especially after hearing.
I
kick it.
am, like you
It's
said,
an actual sitcom.
you hate watching everything go as planned. You know, you love the little hinky, hiccup. So I'm excited to see. I just hope it doesn't negatively impact Hammy. I hopefully Hammy gets to stay. Alrighty, let's do it. Will do. On my way. That's fine.
All right, let's get this tribal council going. Almost all here. I think we're just missing one. Should be 5 of you, right? Who are we missing? Who's not here? Hammy. Where's Hammy? There he is. All right, K2. How's it going?
Bad.
Not great.
Not great.
Vibes are at an all-time low.
Really? Okay.
Yes. Any sense of unity feels pretty distraught right now.
That's interesting.
But you know, if we can stay together past this, I think we're in a good spot. But we may not be able to.
Well, the merge is right around the corner, so the game's about to change.
That's terrifying.
And it's about to change,
This
I
is
guess,
the
in a...
worst.
Oh, go ahead.
This is the worst possible time for this sort of thing to be happening. I'm just gonna say it. Because not only is everything just to shit right now, but we're also about to go into like a whole new group of people we barely have gotten to talk to. I mean, I don't know how the people who've gone on those like little journeys have been talking to the other people, but I personally don't really know anybody on the other tribe. And so that's gonna be very scary for I think a lot of us. And I'm sure that what we're all looking for is to at least have comfort in the fact that like we have each other. But I don't know if we all have that confidence right now because things are just
So it sounds like this tribe is pretty fractured. Is the vibe
It's
I'm
harder
getting.
when there's less people. It's harder when
I don't know
it
how
gets
it
down.
Okay. It's funny because normally at tribals, even if that is the case, tribes try to pretend like, oh yeah, it's fine. I feel like this is the first time I've had a tribe be like, everything's wrong. Just like straightforwardly say, you know.
I wouldn't say everything's wrong. I have the people I feel like I can trust, and there have been people who have broken my trust who I no longer feel like I can trust. So that's where it just comes down for me personally. I still feel like there's people I can trust in this game that I'm willing to rock with. That I think we actually have a good chance of making a dent in the other tribe if we can stay together. But it's just if they think the same way as I.
Do the rest of you think that way?
Yeah, I think that sums it up pretty well. From someone new to all this again, I keep playing that card, but it's just true. I'm getting little bits of the strategy. Like I didn't gather that, okay, we have advantages on the team and we want to convey those further to when we all join up because we're still going to be kind of a clique trying to
I've been
compete
pretty
against this whole new
open.
team.
I have an extra vote, right? If I get the squeaky feeling I need to use it tonight, I will. I'd love to use that in a merge, right? We're already outnumbered. We need as many advantages as we can get. And all of us don't really know anybody on the other side. I know Crispy. That's it. He's only, and I played Mafia with Vandy, but I don't know him, you know? So we all are at a disadvantage going in. We could just get picked off one by one by one. With me and an advantage that Joseph has because he also went on a little thing, right?
Mhm.
We have a chance of making a dent into the other tribe, right? Especially if we can all stay together. If you vote out somebody with an advantage, what do we have to work for us to try to make a dent into the other tribe? Nothing.
So those are good points. Can we review those again? So you have an extra vote, Hammy, and
Correct.
Joseph, you have an amulet that does what again?
So I have an amulet that if it's that when I use it, it's half of an amulet, it negates one vote. But if I play it at the same tribal as Deo, and we both play together, negates 2 votes for the both of us.
Deo's gone though? Or Deo's still there?
Deo's still here.
We don't know.
So I've got intel about my summit with Crispy. He said that everyone had voted Deo off, and Deo used his amulet in order to avoid his vote, and then he picked Vandy. So they're all pissed at Deo.
Wow.
Oh.
So it's huge. So is that what? But so are you?
See, but
what
we
does your
can now
amulet
take
do
Deo
again?
and bring him in if we wanted to. Right?
I mean, I could still use my amulet, so it just works as half the amulet if Deo already uses, which doesn't make sense because it would have negated 2 votes, so he'd had to have gone more, or it was a split vote. Something like that. So.
Crispy said that his amulet functioned such that they all voted him, and he said no, I choose instead Vandy, and Vandy got kicked off. That's what Crispy told me. Is how his amulet works.
I feel like Crispy lied to you. I'm just
Probably.
gonna be flat out honest. I don't trust that that's what the amulet did. And I can talk with
'Cause it's-
Crispy if
Mhm.
I'm at if I'm at merge because you never fucking know. But I don't really know if I can trust the information that Crispy has about what that amulet did.
Why would he give me? Yeah, why would he give me any information about that amulet? I would trust Joseph
Yeah.
over him, for sure. But I'm just saying there's a discrepancy there. I want everyone to know it.
Yeah.
Okay, good to know.
But I agree. We need to keep our advantages forward.
Are we
Unfortunately.
sure that Deo played an amulet, or did he possibly play like another advantage or like an idol or something?
Well, that's what Crispy and I were trying to decide. So who had any advantages, right? So the first meeting was Bread and Soul, was it not?
Yeah, Bread's gone.
Bread's gone. And we don't know what Soul's...
Because you have to remember there was the advantage that was hidden with the question, so Deo could have used that and might have been hiding it as he played the amulet to have something secret. So you got to think about that too.
Wow, so much to keep straight.
Yeah, I feel like I don't need to say anything.
The vote's messy. The tribe's messy, but I think no matter what, we're all kind of thinking about merge unity, how we can stick together at the merge. But some people are more worried about if they're even going to make the merge. So it's a huge blend of like chaos, paranoia, stuff like that. So wouldn't be surprised.
It's unfortunate.
I think that sums up Survivor pretty
Max,
well.
Because if we really are truly in this state where we want to keep the tribe strong, Joseph, if I need to stay, Will is immune. It's between Ryan and Lola. It just depends on if everybody feels the same way, which it sounds like they do, but we'll see with their votes.
Well, I think that's as good a note as any to kind of lead into tribal, into the voting phase. So, is everyone ready to vote?
I need 1 second.
Okay. Yeah, just let me know when you're back and you're ready.
I have to set up this fucking. It's pissing me off. Okay, I think I'm ready.
Okay. All right, everyone's ready to vote. For real?
Ah, shit.
Cool.
Yep.
All right, you can all, through Discord, direct private message me the name of the player you would like to vote out. I have received all of the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now is the time to do so. All right, I'm going to read the votes. Our first vote is for Ryan. The next vote is for Hammy. Excuse me. The next vote is for Ryan. The next vote is for Hammy. It's 2 votes Ryan, 2 votes Hammy, 1 vote left. The 4th player voted out of Survivor Summits and the first member of our jury, Hammy. Everyone, you can go to sleep, turn your cameras and microphones off, leave the breakout room, and I'm going to call in the other tribe in just a moment. So note for the viewers and commentators, I'm actually going to do the other tribal council right now, back to back, so you'll get to talk about both of them after. So I'll just wait for them all to filter out, and then we can get Everest in here as well. So Ryan and Will and Hammy, can you leave the breakout room? And Hammy, just make sure you leave all your chats related to the game since you're on the jury now. So you shouldn't see anything beyond this point. Cool. Okay, and now let's call in Everest.
All right.
Yep. Okay, Everest. I'm looking for 6 of you, I believe. Let's see. We have everyone in here. Crispy, Jack, Hawk, Nico, Deo, and Soul. Cool. Deo and Soul, can you just wake up just so everyone can see who's here?
I'm here.
Deo, you good?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Sorry.
Oh, there we go. Cool. All right, so K2 just finished their tribal council. They voted the first player onto the jury. You're about to vote the second player onto the jury, and then for the 5 of you who are not that player, you'll join the remainder of the K2 tribe as a merged tribe. So the game is about to change pretty dramatically. Any thoughts as to what this tribe is looking for heading into the merge?
Holding numbers. We have the bigger tribe, so our alliances should be bigger than theirs.
Yeah, that's a straightforward answer. I mean, I think people like to say that. It rarely plays out where one tribe just completely wipes out the other tribe, but it could happen. So you, Crispy, it sounds like you feel like this tribe's pretty united, though. Like you can
More or
rock
less.
together.
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, for the most part.
Okay.
I agree with it.
I think I think my answer might change after this.
Oh,
but we'll see.
Right? Yeah, it's I'm terrible at these like social political games. I like hanging out in group chat, and
Like-
that's been happening as much as I'd like.
We're gonna unite on somebody because obviously we have to go to tribal.
So, I guess to follow up on what I said, are you looking to keep strong competitors then? Or what are you looking for with who you keep in the game, in the merge? Anyone can speak to that if they'd like.
I think honestly.
I feel like we have a bunch of people who are trying to keep themselves in the game.
That's fair. It's definitely a reasonable position.
Yeah.
Strong is relative to
All
the
power,
content,
all power
too.
to Deo. He almost got back-to-back immunity. That was
Close, man.
Yeah,
Close.
it was close. It was close.
Well, you know, I know some people
Scary
like
stuff.
to keep their, what's the saying? Keep your cards close to your whatever.
Keep your cards close to your chest.
There you
yeah.
go. Yeah, that seems to
Something
certainly
or
be the
other.
case on this tribe. So, unless anyone has anything they really want to say, if you guys are ready to vote, we can do that. Do you guys want to get to the vote, or do you want to
Voting
talk
right
a little
now.
more?
It's pretty tense right now. I don't know. Like everyone feels like everyone could like benefit from a nice massage. Honestly. Oh man, dude, my shoulders feel stiff. I need one.
I'll use my extra vote on back. So.
Okay, so Crispy, you're using an extra vote.
Yeah.
Okay, so Crispy's going to submit 2 votes at this tribal council. He's used an extra vote advantage. We good to go?
Yep.
All right, so you can vote for anyone except Crispy. Crispy has immunity. So go ahead and privately message me on Discord the name of the player you would like to vote out. You can't vote for Crispy.
What if I want to vote for Crispy? I'm just like, leave it all up to chance.
Hey, Hammy.
Okay, sorry. Tallying the votes now. Give me a second.
Wait a second. Hammy, can you?
Hammy can be here.
Oh, we can.
Yeah, just
Okay.
don't worry about it. It's a little bit of a spoiler, but yeah.
Yeah, I got that part. R.I.P.
Just make sure. Okay. Okay. Sorry for the delay. Just confirming some stuff. Okay, so I've received all of the votes. Also of note, an amulet has been played for Hawk, which will prevent 1 vote cast against Hawk. Okay? With that said, if anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now would be the time to do so.
I'd like to stand up really quickly. I don't actually have the immunity idol. I just wanted to say I'm out of water and I'm really thirsty.
Thank you for sharing that. All right, I will now read the votes. Our first vote is for Hawk, does not count. Our next vote is for Jack. The next vote is for Hawk. The next vote is for Jack. The next vote is for Hawk. So that's 2 votes for Jack, 2 votes for Hawk. There are 2 votes left, and 1 negated vote for Hawk as well. The next vote is for Jack. And the next vote is for Hawk. So we have a tie. 3 votes for Hawk, 3 votes for Jack, and there was the 1 negated vote for Hawk that also doesn't count, okay? So here's what's going to happen. Here's the tiebreaker process. We're going to revote, and everyone can only vote for Hawk or Jack. Jack and Hawk, your votes are implied to be for each other. However, so normally I wouldn't count them. However, because there's a negation effect on Hawk, your vote against him doesn't count, and his vote against you does count, if that makes sense, since you're the only ones eligible to be voted for. Everyone else is going to revote, and you can only vote for Jack or Hawk. Any advantages that affected voting, Crispy's extra vote, will apply to a revote. So Crispy will get to submit 2 votes. If this revote still does not resolve the tie, one thing I do differently from normal Survivor is I don't do going to rocks. If the tie is not resolved, then the 2 of them will play a challenge and the loser will be eliminated. So the rest of you are not suddenly made vulnerable. Okay? Is everyone clear on all of that?
No, so I vote twice.
Yeah, I'm also going to give you like 30 seconds or so to talk because I know this is like a lot of stuff happening. But yeah, so there's going to be a revote. Essentially, Jack essentially already has a vote against him because Hawk is implied to have voted for Jack and Jack is implied to have voted for Hawk. But the one against Hawk is negated because the amulet effect carries over. So essentially think of it as like Jack has a vote against him and Hawk has none. And then the other 4 of you are all going to vote, but you're going to vote twice again because you used your extra vote. Does that make sense? No?
So do I still vote twice?
You will submit 2 votes, yes.
And Hawks has essentially 0 votes.
Currently,
Jack
yes.
has
And
1
Jack has
already.
1.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
With that said, before you submit the votes, if you guys want to talk for like 30 seconds, you can do that, like out loud on Zoom right now. If you want to.
Yeah. Nico, I think you should flip. I thought we had a good conversation. And it's gonna go to a tie, so it's kind of pointless to not. Because I'm sticking and I'm voting for Jack. Because I do want to work I do want to work with you when merge comes in. Merge is next, anyways. So
It's a good. It's
Yeah,
also
I
a
thought
good-
about
it's
it.
Also
It
it's also a
does
good
make
time to
sense.
do it as well because I mean this is kind of a tell, but Hammy was voted out last round, so Crispy's not in the greatest position now, considering how Hammy was supposed to be the a teammate
It's actually,
on the other tribe.
I just
for
want to clarify
Crispy.
something. You guys should know, it's okay that you know that Hammy was voted out.
Okay, perfect.
Because,
Thank fuck.
like if you think about it on the actual show, like he'd be sitting on the bench or whatever, like just watching
I
your
see.
tribal. It's fine. So Hammy was the first member of the jury. That's fine. You can all know that.
I mean, Crispy's position in merge is not as strong. It would probably be better for your game in general if you did flip, because you'd have a much better you'd have a better merge position overall.
Except I still have an extra vote, and if Jack ends up winning the challenge, we kill Hawk, and we still have the advantage over these 2 lying scumbags. Soul told me he's voting for Hawk. Deo told me he's voting for Hawk. Deo didn't talk to anyone until day 3.
Well,
How
yeah,
can you
this
trust
is-
him no matter what you
this
say
is-
now?
This is Survivor. I told Nico.
No,
I
I
already
know.
told Nico I was planning on voting Jack, and that I had doubts about your position. I
Okay.
didn't
I
lie.
also
I didn't
told
lie to
Nico
Nico.
I was voting for Jack.
Yeah, like we didn't lie. We aren't telling you, Crispy, that we're
Yeah.
gonna vote we're gonna vote for Jack because that aligns with your interests.
Yeah,
It
that's
is
fine.
Survivor after all.
No, no, I understand that.
And
The
all I'm
game-
saying, Nico, is that we can probably snap up a few people on the other side as well, and we have a majority. And all I'm saying is, I think you probably want to be a part of that instead of whatever Crispy has going.
Yeah, I have to consider it because I mean, as the facts laid before the vote, we had an extra vote as well as a potential for a hammy ally, right? Obviously, things are weighing different now that we've had some cards play out. So let me consider it.
Take your time. I think you'll come to the right decision anyways. So.
Well, you're gonna have to make that decision soon because we need to get to the extra vote. So does anyone need to say anything else before you vote again? Last chance.
Nice knowing you.
Okay, so again, just to be very clear about the state of the game, there's currently 1 vote against Jack and 0 against Hawk. Okay? Because of the amulet, how that played out. The other 4 of you are all going to vote again. Crispy will submit 2 votes again. You can only vote for Jack or Hawk. If this doesn't resolve the tie, they'll play a tiebreaker challenge. So go ahead and vote on Discord again now. I think I'm still waiting on a vote. Am I wrong? Oh. No, I got it. Sorry. Just making sure of everything. Okay. Yep, I've received all the votes. I will read the revote. The first vote is for Hawk. The second vote is for Jack. The next vote is for Hawk. The next vote is for Jack. So keep in mind this actually means there's currently 3 votes against Jack and 2 against Hawk. And the 5th player voted out, and the 2nd member of our jury is Jack. All right.
Sorry, man.
So Jack, you're going to be on the jury, and the rest of you can all go to sleep and head to the main room. And I'll be out there to meet you all shortly for the merge. I'll give our commentators a second before we head out.
Deo and Jack, we need you guys to leave. All right.
Wow. Well, the whole game's changed.
It has.
Pretty wild 2 tribals. I kind of saw the hammy one coming during the tribal, but I thought he convinced them by the end, and I guess not. I'd like to know who I think Will voted him, and Will made it seem like he switched during it. It seemed like him and Joseph had a good connection going.
Yeah, I wonder. I don't. If I listen, I think Hammy maybe should have played his advantage. You know.
Yeah,
at least get it to a tie. Then
hindsight's obviously 20/20. He should have played it.
If he felt that unconfident, because he was kind of begging for his life a little bit.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And I was surprised Crispy played his extra vote to try and save Jack there. I thought he was gonna hold it. I'd be interested to know what kind of alliance he has going on. It seems like he's pretty much out of all options. It's Crispy versus the world right now.
And it's like, and it was interesting that they didn't go for Deo again. Like,
right,
that was, it looked like Crispy tried a strategy of pulling Deo in, but it's like, And then Crispy's like, he's a lying scumbag, and he's all mad. It's like, you literally just piled 4 votes on him. Like, you really think he's just gonna work with you? Like, so now we know that it's Soul, Deo, and Hawk are the 3, with now Nico being pulled in. So it's just Jack. It looks like Jack and Crispy, which I did not think that Crispy and Jack would be working together. That was interesting to me.
Yeah,
I feel like their personalities.
I was also surprised they played the other idol or defense thing onto Hawk there.
Yeah, because I guess he got the sense of, well, it sounds like Crispy was pretty open what was going to happen. So
right, but why did Deo care? Why it feels like Deo was hoping to just meet up with Joseph, and they would have the double play there.
I think, from what I'm gathering, I think Soul, Deo, Hawk, and Joseph are probably like friends from whatever community they come from, and they probably have like an unspoken thing.
Maybe.
Yeah, so I think, or at least they just want to work together.
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm gonna go have them merge, and then we'll come back here. So it'll just be really quick, and then you can keep going.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, everybody, wake back up.
Good morning. Good morning, Merge Tribe. How we doing today?
It's about that time. Let's see if we can get 9 of you here.
Can't wait to drop my buffs.
So as the rest of you are waking up, I'll just go ahead and mention for the 9 of you. As the Everest tribe already learned, Hammy was voted out of K2 and became the first member of the jury. For K2, Jack was voted out of Everest and became the second member of the jury. As for the 9 of you, congratulations, you've all made it to the merge. You can now leave the K2 and Everest tribe chats on Discord. You don't need those anymore. I'm going to go ahead and add the 9 of you to a new merge tribe chat in a second. That'll be for all of you. And sorry, I just got a funny message. Yes, you can all leave those tribes. You don't need them anymore. Everest and K2 are no more. You're going to be merged as one tribe. So from this point on, you'll be competing for individual immunity, and you'll all be able to talk with everyone. Also, for tribal councils anymore, you won't have to go to the breakout room. We'll just do them here since you're all one tribe. There's no, like, you can't see the other tribe's tribal council. That doesn't matter. So you won't have to worry about going in the breakout room. Last little fun note is I like to let the merged tribe, the final tribe of the game, pick a name for themselves. So you can choose whatever name you want for the merged tribe. It can be on theme if you want it to be with the summit mountain stuff, or it doesn't have to be. It can be whatever you want. So give me a name and then I'll get that set up for you.
McKinley's the tallest mountain in North America.
Can we have the entire B-movie script?
No, it has to be like 3 words maximum, okay? It needs to be reasonable.
Big Hill.
I could care less.
Yeah, it's just for fun. Just if anyone has a strong inclination towards anything, let me know.
United Healthcare CEO.
Topical.
Very topical.
What are we going with?
I like Mariana's Trench.
I was thinking the same thing. Pretty
That
low.
was hard.
Okay. I'm assuming that's how you spell it. I don't actually know, so I'll just go with the spelling I see in Zoom. Mariana's Trench. And in just a moment, I'm going to add the 9 of you to the merged tribe chat. As soon as I add you there, you can start talking with everyone in the game now, since you're all in the same tribe. And keep an eye on the tribe chat for some stuff I might be sharing with you soon. With that said, you can all go to sleep, and me and the commentators are going to go back to the breakout room just so they can do a little more commentary, okay? I'll see you guys soon.
Wait, we're supposed to join the breakout room?
No, just me and the commentators are going to go there so they can like talk about the game without you hearing it. But you can all just like go to sleep on Zoom, like, you know, just close your
sounds
stuff,
good.
and then as soon as I add you to the chat on Discord with everyone, you can start talking to everyone and strategizing and all that.
Sounds good.
Cool.
Me?
All right, you guys can
No,
take it
Happy
away.
Happy Meal. Oh.
Take it away. I'm gonna do some stuff.
Oh wait,
All right.
Hammy, can you go back, Hammy? Trying to get all this extra information. Oh, the chat got it. It is interesting that they chose to go with an underwater theme for the final.
I think it was just something very deep,
Right.
as opposed to about
Something high, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Crispy's in trouble. So
Yeah, I mean, but at the same time, he's not a threat right now. So people might not
That's
want to be
true.
getting him out. People are probably going to want to break up other alliances. Crispy's alone. He's scared. He's on the back foot. He's probably every single vote he's going to think is this the one I go out on?
But
He's got
he's
an
won
uphill
some
battle to do.
things, so he might, you know, it might be like he's a wounded dog. Let's take him out, you know.
Right. It really
But-
does seem like it's Joseph and Deo's game right now. I think
Yeah.
those are the two that I'd be looking out for.
Yeah,
And
Crispy's the only Mafia player left, so
yeah.
yeah,
I
looks
think
like
the other people don't. Will said he doesn't really know anyone either. Will's alone. It's a lot of alone dogs. Maybe they'll make their own pack to take out the other pack, but they're gonna have to do a lot of teaming up to get there.
Yeah, just the way that like Crispy was going against Deo and them, I don't think I don't know, maybe he can reel it back in, but I think if Joseph, Nico, Soul, Deo, and
Will-
Hawk
Oh, yeah.
and Hawk,
Yeah.
that's 5, there's 9, that's a majority vote, you know?
I think he needs to pull Nico out of that group. I think he can do it.
Yeah.
Because right now
Nico's
Nico will probably be the first one from that group to be voted out if they ever get to it. He was the
Right.
last one to join it. He voted on the other side at the first. Sure, he saved himself some time, but the other people were there
Yeah.
from the start.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends. I mean, it depends on who wins immunity, right? Like, you know, if Nico wins immunity, then all of a sudden he doesn't have to vote with them anymore. He can kind
Right.
of just
Yeah.
shift the power over.
He might even want to get out of there sooner rather than later. He
Yeah.
might know he's not the core group.
Exactly.
He might
He's
want to
not the core
team up
4.
with Crispy and then pull some of the people from K2 and start
Yeah,
breaking that group apart.
It'll be interesting to see how they use the information that they have to either influence the game in their favor or, you know, just kind of bring everyone down as they're going out the door. Because I could also see Crispy going scorched earth, you know, just being like, well,
he could definitely do it.
He's like, you fuckers are voting me out, but these 5 are working together. So, like, if you have any advantages, like,
yeah,
and you never know. People could flip, like you
Yeah,
said, like Nico could flip at any point.
Yeah, I'm
Hawk could
surprised with the Hammy side of that tribe voting Hammy out. And
Yeah,
I'm confused how the alliance is over there. I'm not sure who all's working together.
Yeah.
Because Joseph's gonna leave them for Deo by the sounds of it, and maybe just
Yeah.
join Deo's alliance.
Well, and it was
Will
funny.
Seems pretty alone.
Yeah. Well, and it was funny because even Joseph was like, yeah, Will, everyone's against Will, and then Will won immunity, and then it was all of a sudden like Hammy and Joseph are supposedly running everything, and then Hammy, you know, got taken out, and then it was like,
Right.
and then it was interesting because then apparently Crispy was telling everyone that Hammy was, you know, his ride or die on the other side, because they even said, because that was one of the arguments they made was, you know, Hammy got voted out, so Crispy's actually not in this great position. He can't give us any protection. So like, fuck that guy. You know what I mean?
Right.
It would have
He's
been
got no
Crispy.
power here.
Yeah, he has no power. So, and Crispy seemed to have made an enemy out of Deo and Soul. So, I don't think they're going to be working together. So, Hawk, Deo, and Soul. Maybe they'll pull in Lola and Will as well if they lose Nico. But I think
seems like that's the
unfortunately,
power group right now.
yeah, I think unfortunately, I think unless Crispy wins out, I think our boys' days are numbered. I think things are going to be a little predictable. I hope I'm wrong, but I think
it just depends on who
group's
decides
solid.
to break it out first. Because at some point, they can't all win. Someone's got to go down.
Yeah, exactly. And if you see that Deo is running everything with Joseph, and you have an opportunity to take one of them out, I think Nico will. I don't know how loyal Hawk will be, because Deo didn't need to save Hawk. Like you said, he's like, he could have. It looked like Crispy and people were trying to work with him. He could have just thrown Hawk to the wind.
Right.
So, yeah, I think this has been a very good season. It's interesting because some seasons you kind of know from the gate how things are going to go. And this one, I think every tribal council we've been surprised.
Yeah, except for the first one where the guy didn't accept a single friend request. And
yeah.
That one, he kind of shot himself in the foot off the bat.
Come back,
a little
Brad.
bit of user error, but
yeah. I'm glad Will has kind of figured out the technology issues,
Yeah, the challenges have been good as well too. They've been entertaining to watch.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like the summit. I think the summit, like having them, it gives you more insight into what's going on, I think.
Right.
Behind
From the
closed doors.
commentator point of view, because we don't see any of the messages. We don't know what anyone's thinking.
Yeah.
But we get a little bit of insight every time we see those.
Mm-hmm. And they've used them to do that. It's not, other than the first one where it was like that awkward, like, hey man, how are you? Like, what's going on? Other than that, it's been like boom, 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 like information. I would have loved to see Vandy at a summit to kind of see where his head was at before he got voted out, because that would have been interesting. Because I guarantee he would have been like, oh, we got a solid alliance over here. We're running everything.
I feel so safe, and I'm
And then he gets voted out. Yeah, and then he'll come back at the end and he'll say, "Well, I knew I was in danger." And it's like, but you just said you were so safe. Like, so that would be interesting to see that. But
I know in the season I played, every single time I didn't have immunity, I was like, well, this is probably it. This is where I go home. But
it was funny because, well, yeah, so I played 3 times, and the first season I played, I felt safe the whole game, because I truly was in control the whole way through. And then the second time I played, I knew that Levi was going around trashing me to everyone, so I was like, well, I'm kind of screwed. And so I just couldn't, but I tried to rally some things, but it just didn't work out. And then this last time I was like, well, I'm not breaking up Noah, Urquois, Mint, and Nico. So I said, might as well just go out funny and just go out, entertaining.
I reached out to you. I was down.
But I didn't. But you have to understand, Yeah.
I get it. Yeah.
In hindsight, I would have worked with you, but I was just like, he's just gonna go with his friend.
I don't think we could have pulled anyone else though. I was trying, but
that's the thing. I mean, Mint had said that she was never gonna vote against me, so I don't know how true to her word that was, but she voted out my closest ally, which also, that's the thing. Don't go in anywhere as a duo. That's the biggest. Yeah. Don't announce in the pre-chat like, oh, I'm only here because X player's playing. It's like, well, great. They're gonna split us up.
We're not breaking them up. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, okay. I was trying to pretend like I didn't know the
I think
person.
that season also had Tanninitis, and I had the same thought about that. And I'm like, I'm
I
never
know.
going to be able to break their alliance up without getting rid of one of them.
Well, and that was the thing. If Tana, Nidus, and I, well, and it was funny because Tana could have picked me for her tribe, and she said after the fact that she should have picked me. And then if it was me, Tana, Nidus, and Alex, we would have ran that tribe that we were on, and we would have been good till merge. But you know, that's not how it worked out. But we were just talking about 2 seasons ago. But yeah, this okay. Well, I mean, yeah, that's fair, but it is what it is, you know. But yeah, this season it's really nice to not know these players because it's given us a lot of unexpected.
Yeah, there's like no metagaming really that we know that we can use.
Yeah.
But I'm sure, you know, some of the people know each other, and there is some form of metagaming. But from the outside looking in, it's really hard to see it.
For sure, definitely with Hawk and Joseph. Like it was funny when they went to that summit, and I forget what they were saying. They were saying something. They acted like they didn't know each other, and then they started like throwing jabs at each other, and I was like, oh, okay, these guys are buddies. And then Joseph's like, hey, I got this immunity idol. Are you safe? And he's like, no, actually, I'm in danger. And he's like, okay, here you go, save yourself. And he did.
That wasn't Hawk, right? That was Joseph and Deo.
That was Joseph and Deo, yeah.
Hawk was the one who he just used the other one on.
Yep. So that's why I think that at least those 3 probably have some kind of existing relationship, or at least Joseph and Deo do.
Yeah, I agree with that. Joseph and Deo definitely know each other.
And I think, yeah.
I'm gonna.
It honestly made for a good storyline from the switch around from the other side.
For sure.
I'm gonna get things going. So.
Alrighty.
All right. Back for the first challenge. All right, everyone. Sorry, I'm losing my voice a little bit. You can all wake up. It is time for your first individual immunity challenge as a merged tribe. Looking for 9 wonderful people to wake up. 2/3 of the way there. Come on, guys. Let's get it going. One more. You can do it. Who is it? Who are we waiting on?
Sorry, what are we trying to do? Break up room?
Yeah, just wake up. Just turn your camera on.
Oh. Dude, this is like, I feel like I'm at the United Nations here.
Yeah, just so I know you're there and for the challenge and stuff. All right. So as I said, it's time for your first individual immunity challenge as a merged tribe. This is the 5th the 5th challenge overall of the game. And just as a quick reminder, since I know some people aren't as experienced with Survivor, at this point, only one individual person is going to win immunity from now on, and that player will be safe at the next vote. So whoever wins this challenge can't be voted for at the next vote. Then we'll do another challenge. Whoever wins that one can't be voted for at the next vote after that, and then so on and so on. So it's just like a round of protection. This challenge is called Greed. This is one that's pretty simple in concept. We're not going to need to use any Zoom backgrounds or anything. It's sort of a push your luck style challenge. The way it works is in each round, you're each going to privately message me a number between 1 and 10. It has to be a whole number. It has to be between 1 and 10. No funny business with that, okay? If you submit the highest number out of anyone in the round, then you're eliminated. But once we get down to the final 2 people left, whoever has the highest score out of those 2 wins immunity. So you're trying to bid like high numbers, but not the highest each round, so that you don't get eliminated, but that you have the higher of the two at the end. Does that make sense to everyone?
Can you say the first part again? Can you just say all the rules one more time?
Yeah. So you'll submit privately through Zoom, like a private message. This one, it's very important you don't message everyone your number. Just a number between 1 and 10, right? So let's say all of you message me like 4s and 5s, but then like one person messages me an 8. I'll be like, so-and-so is out with a bid of 8. And you'll know like, okay, 8 was the highest number submitted that round and they're out, right? And we'll keep doing that until we're down to just 2 people. And then those final 2, whoever has the higher total of all the numbers they've submitted throughout the whole game will win. So you don't want to submit the highest one each round or you're out, but you want to submit high enough numbers so that if you get to the end, you can outscore the other person.
So
idea.
Total only matters if you're the final 2.
Well, yeah, you can only win if you're in the final 2.
I assume we can't use the same number again.
No, you can submit any number between 1 and 10 as many times as you want. Yeah, if you submit 8, you can submit 8 again. That's fine. You can repeat numbers.
And everybody could submit 8 in the round?
Sure, yeah. I mean, that's kind of a risky play, but you can do that if you want. One other note is if like 2 people tie for the highest number, so say like, a bunch of you submit 2, 3, 4, 5 or whatever, and then like 2 people both submit 7, then they would both be out. Okay? I would say like this person and this person both submitted 7, they're both out. Is everyone clear or any other questions before we begin? If you have questions, ask now, because once it gets started... All right. And this one might take a second just because I'm going to have to make some notes as we're going. But if you're all ready, you can go ahead and submit your first numbers to me now, privately through Zoom. Okay? And I'm just going to have to take some notes, like I said, so give me a second on this first round. Just making my notes here. And who have I not seen one from? Soul, I don't think I got him. Oh, you sent it on Discord. Okay, I got it. Cool. All right, Hawk and Ryan are both out. They both submitted 7. That was the highest number. So Hawk and Ryan, you 2 are out of the challenge. And now everyone can submit their second message, or their second number to me. Okay. Nico is out, submitting a 6. That was the highest this round. So the other 6 of you are still in. So Nico, can you turn your camera off just so we can see who's still in? And then the rest of you can all submit your third number to me. Oh, I'm sorry. I was muted. I just said a bunch of stuff and I didn't realize I was muted on Zoom. Sorry, Nico is out with a bid of 6. That was the highest this round. You can all send your third number to me now. Sorry about that. think I'm. Yeah, there we go. Okay. The highest number this round was 4. Both Will and Crispy submitted 4 this round, so both Will and Crispy are out. So we're down to Joseph, Lola, Deo, and Soul. All right, the 4 of you can send me your next number, your 4th number. All right, the highest bid here was 4 again. Lola is out with 4. So it's down to Joseph, Deo, and Soul. The 3 of you can submit your final number to me. Should be your 5th number. And then remember, whoever has the highest total of the final 2 will win immunity. Okay, some interesting decisions were made here, I see. Just to confirm, Joseph, it's the 2nd number you sent me there, right? Can you just answer that really quick?
I think I only sent you 1 number, but it should be the
I
most.
see. I think it was just 2 in a row. Okay, so it's the most recent number you've sent me is the correct one, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Joseph and Soul both bid 10. So they are both out, which means Deo has 1 immunity. So that was an interesting result there. So congratulations, Deo, I guess. You've won individual immunity. You can all go back to sleep and get ready for Tribal Council, which will be pretty soon.
All right. Do. Wait for Noah. A Spitfire here though. That was really interesting. I'm curious to see if if that was like an agreement, or I guess they wouldn't be able to agree in the moment, but it's interesting that they decided to bid 10. It almost seems like they were throwing that challenge for Deo. So yeah, I don't know. It seems fascinating that that they kind of let Deo have that. All right, let's see. Hi Tana in chat. Hello Bad Pants. Hi Happy Meal. I hope you guys are all doing well. Oh, it looks like Noah has joined.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm sure you've already talked about it, but an interesting throw there at the end.
I know. I was just saying that. I don't know if that seems planned, but when would they have time to? I wonder if they, kind of said in the night, like, we're gonna, ensure Deo gets immunity, because I guess they think he's the most in danger.
But they're also kind of just announcing to the whole world,
yeah,
hey,
like, hey, we're here, we're together,
we're here with Deo. Me, Joseph, or Joseph. Who was the other one? Soul.
Yeah.
We're with Deo.
We are with him. But it's interesting.
A pretty big target on him.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I mean, Joseph still has his amulet, so he can cancel out 1 vote. It'll just be interesting to see how that plays, and then whatever Crispy's final perk advantage he has is to see if that gets played.
Yeah, because he didn't play that at the last one, so he still got something.
Yeah, he has something. So I'm curious to see how that all goes.
Mhm.
And now that they're merged, there's gonna be an idol hidden in their merge chat. Probably.
Right, that's true.
Like, yeah, Lombax usually hides something there. So someone unexpected could pop out with
All I
a
know
merge
is
idol.
if I'm in this merge and I see that little play go down,
You're
I'm
sketched
immediately
out, yeah.
I'm calling in anyone except those three and being like, hey, we got to break this up.
Yeah,
Those three are strong. They're clearly willing to do anything for each other.
Yeah,
we
we
can't
gotta
let
throw
that
a
happen.
vote. Yeah, we have to throw a vote on Soul, like, because like if you think about it, like Deo has immunity, Joseph has the amulet, which it seems like on both sides they were pretty honest about that. So if I am on the outskirts of that, I'm piling votes on Joseph. If I'm Crispy, or not Joseph, on Soul. If I'm Crispy, I'm rallying the troops.
Yeah, even if I'm Nico at this point, I'm like, man,
Yeah.
maybe I'm
Yeah.
I'm on the wrong side of history.
Yeah.
Because
It's them,
I'm not
me.
feeling safe.
Yeah. Or they could, put pile votes on Hawk, because I forgot Hawk is like a part of that. He's the fourth. Now I almost wonder if maybe Soul does have an idol. Because we know Vandy had the first. Well, I don't know. It could be that Soul has some. It just feels like they were way too confident with that. Maybe, yeah. I don't know. I'm very excited to see. Cause I think this one's gonna be spicy. And it's interesting because Lola and Will, Ryan, they're all kind of like free agents at this point.
Right. There's a lot of stray dogs outside the pack, as you might say, but
yeah,
I'd like to see if Crispy or somebody else can round them up and
give them
another
direction.
good group. Get a group to go against the strong pack that we see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm very excited to see who goes next. I don't want it to be a Will or a Lola or Orion. I want blood for blood. I want like, someone from the two forces. Yeah.
Fighting back going on.
Yeah.
Don't just take out someone in the middle. Those are numbers you're gonna need towards the end at this point.
Exactly. Yeah, and people have to be aware, like, this is the mistake I made the first time I played, was you have to kind of console people as you're getting rid of them when you're in jury. Where I unfortunately the first time left two bitter jury members, and they ultimately decided not to give me their vote. Even though I played the more dominant game, they decided to reward the person that was, a little more honest to them, like, hey, it's your turn. You know what I mean? So, whoever's in the driver's seat, if you see yourself in those, final two or three chairs, you gotta
all right.
go about
I'm all
things the
for the
right way.
bloodthirsty play style.
Yeah.
You don't need to tell someone you're executing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Right. I mean, I guess it's just knowing who you're playing with. If you're playing with a bunch of game players, then it's fine. Like, they respect the move. But if you're playing with people that, care more about their ego and how they're treated and coddled, then you kind of have to, give them what they need.
All right. Well,
definitely a
I'm
person
gonna
by person.
get this next
Exactly.
tribal going, and it's gonna just be in the
Alrighty.
main room since they're all one tribe now.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, everybody, you can wake up in here for tribal council. We can just do it here since we are all one group now. And yeah, since we started a bit late, I know we're a bit behind. I'm gonna do my best to make sure this game still ends as close to the stated end time as possible. The post merge is definitely going to be a lot faster paced, so I'll keep things moving pretty quickly here, just a note for everyone. I'll do my best to, at least. So let's get everyone to turn their cameras on. Let's awaken. A couple more of you. Who are we waiting on? Will plus Soul. Soul. Cool.
Oh, sorry.
All good, yeah.
Bottle of water real quick.
So this is one of my favorite moments of the game. The first vote after the merge, it really like sets the tone for what I would consider the second half of the game, right? The post-merge. Things can change pretty dramatically. And it's interesting to see where people's like loyalty really lies at this point in the game now that you've gotten to talk with so many new people. So I'm interested to see how this plays out. I think it would be... I think I have to at least mention that the results of that challenge were a bit interesting. I don't know if anyone has any thoughts about that. I mean...
How so? What do you mean?
What are you talking about?
Well, the way it ended was might be indicative of something. I guess I won't really give anything away, but
I'm gonna be honest. The only reason I submitted 10 in the last round was because you said final round, so I thought it was like that's when we submit the highest. So that's why I went 10.
So you misunderstood the rules, is what you're
So
saying.
I was confused that whole time, man. I was just like, I'm gonna just spam the lowest and then go high at the end, try and win. But you know, that's on me for not reading that.
Okay, that makes a little more sense then.
Yeah, great minds think alike at this point, honestly, because
well, that's certainly one way to end up with immunity,
error.
you know?
Slight
just
error.
understanding the rules better than anyone else, so...
Slight miscalculation.
So yeah, I mean, how's everyone feeling? Are people nervous, excited, confident,
Very nervous this
scared?
tribal, yeah. Very, very nervous this tribal. Things are radio silent.
Really? Right after the merge?
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? Who would have thought? That's crazy. Radio silence.
I would expect a lot of talking right now.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it picked up along the end, but...
Okay. Anyone else want to weigh in here on...
Yeah, the Team Mariana's trench is awfully quiet. You know,
Yeah,
I'll say that much.
that's what I'm saying.
Not too much discussion in that chat.
It's a deep trench, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'm not surprised to hear there's not much conversation in the tribe chat. That kind of makes sense because everyone's off in their side chats, right? Trying to find your allies for the post-merge, I imagine. Or maybe they're the same allies you already had. I don't know. Do you guys think this vote is going to be along tribal lines? Like, is it still Everest versus K2, or has the game changed?
Fucking no. This is so goddamn confusing. Oh my god. Why is it like this? It's oh my god. Jesus Christ. Well, we'll have an answer at some point, but I doubt it's gonna be clear cut.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What happens again, Joseph, if it's tied? Like you have a couple votes for someone, a couple votes for someone else?
Sure, yeah, I can go over the tie-breaking procedure. So I actually do one thing slightly different from the show, which is I don't do going to rocks, if anyone knows what that is. But basically what'll happen is, let's say you vote, and 2 people are tied for receiving the most votes. What will happen is everyone else will then revote, and you can only vote for one of those 2 people. Technically, those 2 people also revote, but they have to vote for each other, because it's just implied they vote for each other, generally speaking. So there'll be a revote to try and resolve the tie where you can only vote for those people. And any like advantages that were used will carry over into the revote. If that vote fails to resolve the tie, I mean, if it does resolve it, then whoever gets more is out. But if it still is tied after that, then those 2 people in the tie will play like a quick tiebreaker challenge, and the loser will be eliminated. In the show, there's this thing they do where like they call it going to rocks, and everyone else becomes vulnerable, and it's kind of this weird flip. I don't do that, so
I mean, it
Yeah.
does create like tension in the show. The point is that it creates like uncertainty in the revote to like get people to either. Flip
I
or,
understand
like,
the motivations
really
for it,
commit.
but I don't do that. So just so everyone's aware of that.
Okay.
The people who are in the tie, one of them will still go home.
Okay.
That's like the one difference I would say from the way I run it to the actual show, other than being on Zoom and all that. Yeah. Hopefully that cleared things up for you, Will.
Yes, it did. Thank you very much.
For sure. Any other questions, comments, concerns from anyone?
I'll use my extra vote. I don't know if that has anything. If we're about to vote, so.
Okay. Yeah. All right, so Crispy has used an extra vote. So Crispy's going to submit an extra vote at this tribal. Anyone else got anything to say before we get to the vote? All right, well, Deo has immunity, so you cannot vote for Deo. You can vote for anyone else. So go ahead and privately message me on Discord the name of the player you would like to vote out. Okay. I've received all of the votes. As you all know, because an extra vote was cast, despite the fact that there are 9 of you, 10 votes have been cast. With that said, if anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now would be the time to do so.
Okay. Well, I want to stand up and say, I want to get some water, so I'm no longer thirsty. But I will be playing my Emerald Stone on myself.
Okay. The Emerald Stone is a hidden immunity idol, so any votes cast for Soul will not count. All right, I'll read the votes. Our first vote is for Crispy. Our next vote is for Hawk. Our next vote is for Crispy. Our next vote is for Crispy. That's 3 Crispy, 1 Hawk. The next vote is for Hawk. The next vote is for Hawk. So that's 3 Crispy, 3 Hawk. The next vote is for Crispy. The 6th player voted out, and the 3rd member of our jury is Crispy. Yeah. All of you can go to sleep. I'll see you again soon for the next challenge.
Well, he wasn't able to pull it together for him.
No.
Seems like he got one person.
Yeah. I
Looking
wonder.
pretty scary.
Yeah.
Might just be a blowout into the merge.
Yeah.
They have to break it up eventually.
They got 5. They got 5 votes on the Crispy, so we know where 4 of those came from. Oh, they could have had more, right? Because he stopped counting, right?
Yeah, Crispy only got one other person to vote because Crispy used his double vote.
Yep, exactly.
So
it was 6 votes on the Crispy. That's crazy. That yeah. So they were that core group of 4 were able to convince. So probably Nico, right? And then one other person.
Yeah,
Right?
someone from the
Yeah.
other tribe, I guess. Like, I'm not sure. Well, I mean,
Wait, no,
pretty much
it was
everybody.
7. It was 7,
Yeah.
right?
They convinced
Oh,
everybody
it's
except
everyone.
one person.
Yeah. 7 votes on
Looked like
Crispy.
one person
Yikes.
was shaking his head. I
Yeah.
thought Will shook his head, so he might have
Yeah,
been the
I
one
think
person
Will
to vote
was
on the other side.
Yeah, I think Will was I think Will has no idea what's going on.
But
And I think Will has never known what was going on.
hey, I still agree with this vote. I think you should try and split it up.
Yeah,
So
because they're gonna run it till the end. Yeah.
And it's gonna only be harder and harder to break it up once numbers get lower.
I don't know why Soul played that Emerald Stone. Was he like really not that confident? Like they got it was a
Seems like he
7.
wasn't.
It was a 7-2 split. Like
I mean, he might have been scared Crispy was gonna play one of his own, and then
Yeah.
blow it all up.
Yeah. His name must have been floated out there or something because but then it all went on Hawk. So
Yeah.
it
Well,
was
it was only
interesting
one
to
other
see.
person, to be fair.
Yeah.
So only.
And yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it was interesting that they had everyone other than one person and Crispy vote for the target, and then maybe that was like maybe they made some kind of deal like, hey, Soul as a vouch of good faith will burn his immunity idol.
Could be.
Maybe
Or
he
maybe
had to use it.
they might have even just baited it out of him. They might have been like, well, they're wanting to
Yeah.
vote you out, so we might.
Yeah. Maybe he didn't know. Maybe Crispy was like, well, I have people voting you out, and maybe he didn't know which side to trust. It could have been that he had to use it.
Yeah,
This was
just
the
as
last one he had time to use it.
No, true.
Yeah. I don't know. It was an interesting play, so I expected him to at least get 1 vote. And then only being for Hawk, I was like, wait, why didn't you play it for Hawk? So I guess it'll be interesting to find out at the end why he played it there. If he ever reveals it.
Yeah, I'm interested to see who the one person who didn't vote Crispy was.
I think we're gonna find out the next tribal, and I think it's gonna be Will. Like I agree
Yeah,
with you.
I think that is probably going to be the case.
Yeah. Because I think, like I said, I think Lola's pretty like in tune to what's going on. I think Deo and Joseph have just had like the pulse of this game since they were on the other tribes. I think Hawk is, obviously being protected by them, and then I think Nico is just kind of at this point like, these are where the numbers are. You know what I mean?
Right.
Maybe I can win immunity at 5. Like. Maybe that's where he's like.
It's going to be interesting, but
it is, yeah.
It's good. We'll have to see if anyone can break up the Joseph and Deo team. But right now, it's not looking likely. It looks like they've got them all right under their wing, and they're just going to keep chipping away at whoever's on the outside.
Well, let's. Let's find out.
Yeah. All right.
All right, everyone. You can wake back up. Time for the next immunity challenge. Let's get all 8 of you back in action. Who are we missing? Will plus Deo? Yeah. If you guys are able to wake up. Cool. All right. It is time For your 6th immunity challenge, this challenge is a pretty simple one. It's called Vowelless. I actually got this from the British TV show Only Connect, if any of you have ever heard of that. But essentially what it is I'm going to put up an image of a word with all of the vowels missing, and you have to figure out what the word is. All of the words that I've done in this one are based on this season's theme. So for example, it's going to look something like this, right? So if it was this, you would type summits to me, right? Because that would be the word if you filled in the vowels.
Is this supposed to? Oh, so wait. Okay, there's no vowels.
Yeah,
So
I've
you're
taken
only
the
giving us
vowels out. You
cons-
have to message me the word with the vowels in. Like you have to message me the word that it should be.
Got it.
This one's gonna be played in like a little elimination bracket since there are 8 of you. So you're gonna do 1 versus 1 face-offs and advance through a little randomized bracket I made, and whoever wins the final round will win immunity. Yeah, pretty straightforward. Anyone have any questions before we begin?
So we're just completing the word out of
Yeah,
words without
it's
vowels.
just a word that has the vowels missing, and all of the words are like on the theme of this season, you know? So I'm not gonna...
But they're gonna be in order, right? Like just missing words, not
Yeah, it's
jumbled
not
up 11.
scrambled. It's the letters are in the correct order, just the vowels are missing. And one thing I will mention is I count Y as a vowel, so any Ys in words will be missing, so you would have to add those back in.
Okay.
Everyone good?
Not that there's gonna be Y's in the game.
We'll see. There may or may not. First up is going to be Ryan and Soul. You guys ready? Make
Yep.
sure you're set to message me directly on Zoom, just because of the breakout room thing. And I will pull up the first question in just a second. Here you go. This is hiking. It was really close, but Soul was faster, so Ryan's out. Soul advances. Next is going to be Will and Deo. Here you go. Nope, you added an extra consonant. Think about the theme of the season. It's related to that sort of stuff. Summit. It's a word similar to that. Haven't gotten the correct answer yet. There we go. The correct answer is peak. P-E-A-K. Will got that to me first. So Deo is out. Will advances. Next is going to be Lola and Joe. Yeah, Lola and Joe. Here you go. Bit more straightforward one this time. This one is Mountain, and Lola got that to me first.
You're so lucky I couldn't send it. It wouldn't work on the phone.
Yeah, it looked like you might have been having a little tech issue there. Unfortunate, but the game is the game, so Lola advances and Joe is out. And that means our last pairing is going to be Nico and Hawk. All right, Nico and Hawk. Here you go. Nico got Climber to me very fast, so Nico has advanced and Hawk is out. So our next matchup is going to be Soul and Will. X-Soul and Will. Here you go. Fix your typo, but yeah, there you go. This one is Valley. This one did have a Y, so it's funny you were the one who asked me about that. Tricky one, but Soul got it. So Soul is going to move on to the final round, where he will play the winner of Lola and Nico. All right, Lola and Nico, here you go. The word is trail, and Nico got that to me first. So Lola is out, and the final is going to be Soul and Nico for immunity. Alrighty. This one's a little trickier. We'll see how you guys do with this one. Here is the final word for immunity. Here you go. Now you added some letters in there. All you have to add are vowels. Think about the theme with summits and mountains and stuff like that. It's related to that theme. There you go. This is elevation is the word. Nico got that. So Nico has won immunity. Congratulations, Nico. You can all go to sleep and get ready for Tribal Council in a few minutes.
Interesting
Yeah.
one. I'm
If
happy
I'm
that someone somewhat on the outside won it. No,
Yeah. If I'm Nico, I'm flipping. I'm rallying the
yeah, but
troops.
Nico might feel safe. They might have Nico feeling safe in there. Basically, they might be saying, Nico, you're guaranteed like final 3, maybe even final 2. Me
Oh,
and
he
you,
knows
and
he's not final 3. There's 4 people ahead of him. He has to take someone that's like consensus out. Like I think I have a controversial. I was just thinking about this in the last tribal meeting. It's a bit of a conspiracy theory. If you look at Deo and you look at Joseph, they look very similar. I think that they might be brothers. Just saying.
you might be onto something. I didn't think of
Because
that.
I was looking at them
They
and I
do
was
look
like,
similar.
wow, they look very, even like their even the way they talk sounds very similar. So I was like, and because the quickness that he handed over that immunity idol, they're either really good friends or
Blood
I think they
related.
might.
Yeah.
I think this might be a family affair. So
You're
if
here for the
I
wrong season. They were supposed to be the blood versus water season. And
yeah, they should have been there for that one. Yeah. If I'm Nico, I'm pushing to get Hawk out. I think
Definitely.
If he wants to stay with that group, but just weaken them a little bit. If I'm Nico and I kind of want to make a big move and go for broke, I think he has to go for Deo or Joseph.
I think I'd be going for broke at this point. I think I would be breaking up one of the possible brothers.
Yeah.
But definitely the 2 I see as the ringleaders of the operation.
Even
But
Soul,
he could also
even
think
Soul.
that he could also just think that, hey, this is the team that I
I'm
feel
riding with
I want to
5.
go
Yeah.
with. Yeah. Riding with
I
5.
mean, and they could
I'll
be
just play
telling
for
him
immunity after that.
Yeah. I mean, but he has to know that he's like on that because he voted wrong the first time, right? Like he was voting with Crispy's side, and then they had to convince him. And Deo and Soul were just like, "Listen, bro, just vote with us," you know. And so, I don't know. I think if I'm him, I'm taking one of them out just to kind of like no, because he is 5th. You know what I mean? If he goes along with everything, and he doesn't win immunity at Final 5, then he's 5th. You know, and if he wants to win, then he's kind of got to go with the people that are easy to be picked up, you know.
Yeah, but even
Joseph,
at 5, he might think at that point they might want to start going at each other. He might think that he can slip through at that point, not be seen as the biggest threat.
he could, but I don't know. We'll see. But you know, Joseph still does have his half of the amulet. So now it's kind of confirmed that Soul did find his idol from the first summit. And there's potentially another idol out there.
Right.
So it will be interesting. It could be Will going. If you know this new coalition of 7 is gonna stay together.
Right. If
But-
if he even was the one on the outside, we don't know for sure. It could still be a couple people.
Who, Lola or Ryan?
Lola,
maybe.
Yeah. Either one of them.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. I mean, it'll be interesting. I'm personally rooting for Joseph and Deo, but it's a little harder now that they're kind of the the apex predators in the
Right.
in the game.
I like to see an underdog story. I'd like to see it Will bring it back up, or Lola even. I think that those are the 2 underdog stories I'm rooting for. But if Deo or Joseph win it, I mean, I'm not going to fault them. They played it about as well as they could.
Will winning would be like it would be so great.
It really would be.
He was at like the point of no return and won this immunity, and just kind of like the game just opened up for him. Like it will be amazing if he's able to pull it out.
Well, let's find out.
All right.
Okay, everyone, you can wake up and let's get tribal started. Waiting on one more now, I think. Final 8. Cool. So congratulations, Nico, on winning immunity. How are you feeling?
Big relief, really. It's after the post-merge, you never know what's going on, so I'm glad I could take a breath here.
Were you able to leverage that in any way? Like, did it open some doors for you as far as conversations go?
I mean, even if I did, I wouldn't really want to say it out here.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, so we saw Crispy leave and become the 3rd member of the jury. I'm curious, again, I kind of alluded to this earlier. Are things going to fall more along those tribal lines, or is that not the case? Am I looking at the game wrong if I think that? It did seem fairly united against Crispy.
I think over in the Everest side, heard talk of there being like a lot of civil war, a lot of conflict amongst everybody over there, even from the first tribal council. So there seems like there's a lot of discourse over there, but maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, I couldn't tell you. You could ask them though. I don't know if they would want to give that away.
I don't know. Do they?
Got a quiet group here.
Yeah, it's very quiet.
Yeah, it's the theme around the Mariana Trenches. Everyone,
yeah, it's just dead silent, right? No noise.
Can't let your position be known. Lots of predators.
Okay, well, I don't have a ton more to ask. Normally I would talk a little more before tribal, but it seems like this group is pretty reserved. So unless anyone really, wants to get a word in, we can go to the vote if you're all ready. You guys ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it. Go ahead and message me on Discord the name of the player you would like to vote out. You cannot vote for Nico. Anyone else is fair game. I think I'm still waiting on some votes. Maybe I am wrong. Yeah, I have not received a vote from Deo yet. And I have not received a vote from Hawk yet. So if you two could submit your votes to me on Discord, or if you already did, just send me again. Deo and Hawk, you two need to submit your votes to me now. You should not be...
I submit.
Yeah. Can't be talking with other people on Discord right now. Submit your votes. confirming a couple things. Okay. All right, I've received all the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now would be the time to do so.
I would like to stand up, and I'm just going to keep it simple. I'm going to play my Amethyst Stone.
For yourself?
Yep.
All right. Soul has played the Amethyst
I see
Stone
that shocked face on you, Lola.
for himself. Any votes cast for Soul will not count. I'll read the votes. First vote is for Soul, does not count. The second vote is for Soul, does not count. Next vote is for Soul, does not count. That's 3 votes for Soul, none of them count. 5 votes left. Our next vote is for Will. Our next vote is for Ryan. 1 vote each for Will and Ryan. The next vote is for Ryan. 7th player voted out, and the 4th member of our jury is Ryan. That's 3 votes, and that is enough this time. You can all go to sleep, and I will see you again soon.
What? Strange vote.
What is happening?
Yeah. Another idol played by Soul. This time he did have votes on it. So this time he did.
Yeah, this one was
That was
good.
coming his way. He would have made it through even without it, but
yeah,
now he knows for sure. He knows the people he trusted, he can trust, and he knows that there were
Yeah.
3 people that didn't. And there was a random vote on Will. Not sure where that one came from. Maybe that was just a for safety.
Yeah.
If there's an idol played
Brian
or something.
had something. Yeah.
Yeah. But
that's intriguing. So Lola. Lola probably voted for Soul, right?
yeah, seemed that way. She
Will
had no idea he was
probably-
playing that at least.
Yeah, Will probably. Ryan probably, right?
Or Ryan was the Will vote, maybe. But
Yeah. Yeah, because Ryan seemed like he was not included in anything.
yeah,
going
Ryan
on.
Ryan was a weird vote there. I will say that. Didn't expect that one.
Yeah, so we know that Hawk. What was it? Hawk, Joseph, Deo, and we're
Soul.
assuming Nika. Oh yeah, Soul. They voted for Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Well,
we're assuming Nico stuck with them. Maybe.
yeah, or one of them was the side vote onto, because that's 6 names
Yeah.
we just said, right? Onto Will.
We have Lola, Will, Ryan, with 7 names, so we're only missing Nico's the only one we don't know. So we know that Lola and Will probably voted for Soul, and then we know at least 4 people that voted for Ryan, and then we just don't know where Ryan and Nico's votes went. So
Right. Yeah, I mean, if it keeps going down this way, it's looking like
yeah, it looks like that 5 is just gonna stay together.
right.
Yeah.
I feel like if they were gonna do it, now would have been the time
Now
to
would
break
have
it
been
up
the
early.
yeah, because none of them had any power. Like the fact that Deo, other than when he played that idol, has had nothing on him, and the fact that Joseph hasn't even felt the need to play his amulet, it just
They're
tells
running
me
the
like
ship.
yeah, there's they're controlling all the levers of power here.
And they have no doubt in the people with them. So I mean, it
Yeah.
might be a clean sweep merge, where they just keep knocking people on the
Yeah.
outside, and then eventually they got to break it up, and it'll be interesting to see when and who they decide to go on.
Yeah, do we think that Soul has another idol?
No way, right? He's
Because
like
there's
just
like I don't know, it's like
ripped off
stone,
cube.
it's like stone themed. Like it was emerald stone, amethyst stone, Like I feel like there's at least a third, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't necessarily mean he has to have it. It could be someone else having it.
They could be giving it to him. He could.
Yeah.
He might not be having these. These could just be like, trade it from other people. Because there is 5 of them.
Yeah, that's true.
So they could just be, just piling all on Soul for some reason. It is funny because if you're a Marvel fan, his name is Soul and he's using stones of
Yeah,
power.
all the emeralds, yeah.
yeah. Yeah. Levi said, "Rip, they wiped out the Mafia crew." Yeah, in pretty surprising fashion.
Yeah, pretty quick too.
Pretty quick.
In the
DJ and
six
Vandy went
votes
boom,
or
boom.
something.
Yeah. Yeah.
6 votes for Mafia. I mean,
yep.
Most Mafia have ever been wiped out in 5 days. Town's never done that. I can tell you that.
Yeah, we should get these people to play Mafia. Maybe they'll be able to actually win a game for Town. Not that anyone plays Mafia anymore, but if they did. Yeah, it's interesting that Happy Meal has branched out to all these different communities. I'd be interested to see how a Sequester game goes.
I don't even know what that is.
It's sort of like a Big Brother at home. It's kind of like
similar to like Big Brother Survivor, but it's just slightly different. It has like slightly different rounds and stuff. Some of the eliminations work differently, but it's the same vibe of like social strategy where people get eliminated.
Yeah,
makes sense.
So these guys are all this is the good thing because these guys all come from a different community, but they all know what's going on. I think that's why this is like interesting. Well, other than poor Will, who I think is from the Lombax IRL friend group, who is here for a good time, not a long time. But
hey, he's making his way through that.
He's surviving. He's surviving.
Standing strong. And he's got I'm rooting for him. I'm rooting for the Will game.
I am rooting for him. I would be very pleasant if Will was in the final and won. I don't think that he would know how to make a pitch at the end for himself. I think he'd just be like,
I think
I'm
he
here.
seems like a smart guy. I think he could do it.
No, I don't think he's not a smart guy. I just think he's just like, I'm here. I was vibing. Didn't really know what was going on, but I made it here to the end. Like, I think that'd be his vibe at the end.
Yeah, and also just not knowing anyone coming in that's already a big thing to have on your resume when you get to the finals. I didn't have any of the pregame. I didn't have any relationships coming in.
Yeah,
I did it all on my own merits.
I didn't have my brother who gave me an idol. I'm asking them after the game's over. I'm gonna say, "Are you two brothers?" You can just tell us.
All right.
No nepo play here.
I'm gonna jump back over.
All right.
All right, let's wake back up. Let's keep it rolling. Down to 7. Go ahead and wake up, please, when you are able to, everybody. Just waiting on Will. Cool. It's time for your 7th immunity challenge. This is going to be another quick one, I think. This is a new one I'm trying out. Again, very simple concept. This challenge is called Don't Quote Me. In each round, I'm going to put up an image of a pretty famous quote with a word removed, and your goal is to message me the missing word. Pretty simple idea. So there'll be stuff like this.
One more time?
For example, you would all message me problem, right? All 7 of you are going to play together. The slowest person each round is going to be eliminated. Last one standing wins. Pretty simple. Any questions?
So we just put the word in and then last person's eliminated.
Yeah, it's just fill in the blank in the
Okay.
in the quote, right? So it's kind of like a what is it, like a cultural knowledge check in a way, you know, if you know these famous quotes or not. And yeah, go ahead and make sure your Discord's set to message me again. I know it's annoying to do this, but every time I go to the breakout room, Zoom can get a little weird, so just make sure you set that up so that you don't have an issue in the first round of the game.
You said Discord. Did you mean Zoom?
I did, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I meant just make sure your Zoom is set to message me directly. Sorry about that.
It's so bright. It's so bright.
Yeah, I know, the white background. Maybe I'll do dark mode quotes in the future. All right, everyone's ready? Yeah? You're all good to go? Cool, I think this will be a fast challenge, so hope you're ready to go. Here is the first question. Interesting, I got a couple wrong answers. So who's got it? So Nico's got it, Will's got it, Lola's got it. That's actually it. It's a body part, I'll give you that hint. That's on your head. Deo, you got it. Nico, Will, Lola, Deo. Joseph, you got it. And Sol, you got it. So Hawk was the last. This is "Friends, Roman countrymen, lend me your ears." It's a Shakespeare quote. So Hawk, you're out. I know I hit you with the Shakespeare in round 1. All right. Here's round 2. Nico's got it, Deo's got it, Lolo's got it, Will's got it. Looking for one more. If you're not sure, you can submit guesses. You can submit unlimited answers. Joseph, you got it. Kindness is the correct answer. The kindness of strangers. Oh, sorry, Sol, you did submit an answer. I just didn't read it. Sorry, so Joseph, you were actually last. Sorry about that. Sometimes Zoom latency is a little weird and I get it like updates kind of in a weird order. So yeah, it was Nico, Sol, Deo, Lola, Will, Joseph. So yeah, Joseph is out there. Sorry about that. All right, here's your next question. Nico's good, Sol's good, Lola's good, Will's good. Deo was the slowest. You all got the correct answer as itself, but Deo was slowest, so Deo is out. Here's your next question. This will be a fast one. Will's good, Lola's good, Nico's good. Deer is the word. So Sol is out. Down to our top 3, Lola, Nico, and Will. One of you will win immunity. Here's the next question. This famous Gandhi quote. The answer here is change. Will got it, and Lola got it. Nico was the slowest, so Nico is out. So it comes down to Lola and Will for individual immunity. For your final question, here you go. The answer here is I. You're both very quick, but Will got it to me first, so Will has won individual immunity. Everybody go to sleep and get ready for Tribal Council. I'll be back soon.
Will keeps on coming. We love to see it.
I love to see
I was
it.
happy with the final 2. I'm like, well, at least one of them is not going to be going home. My 2 that I'm rooting for the story.
Nico, Nico, you can't hear me, but I'm begging you, please. Think of yourself. Now is the time to flip.
It's only a matter of time, but we'll have to see who does end up going home. I have a feeling it's going to be someone else on the outside.
I was looking at the votes again.
Winning these challenges.
So I was looking at the votes again, and Sol got 3, and Ryan got 4, and Will got 1. So of that 5, Nico had to have not voted with them. Or another one.
How many people were left? Because that's 8 votes.
Was 8.
Was it 10?
It was 8
Was there only 8 people left?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because I was
So
thinking about it. I was like, wait, what's happening? Yeah, but he said, is it 8 people? Oh, maybe I counted wrong.
I don't know the numbers.
But yeah,
It was 8.
it
Okay.
was
So
8.
wow.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, Soul had 3, and then Ryan got 4 to get voted out, and Will had 1 hinky vote. So either the group of 5 decided collectively to split it, like you said, if Ryan had an idol, or
Right.
Ryan didn't realize where he should be voting, which seems like a mistake. If Nico's going with Lola and Will, and you want to tie it, right? You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
just to ensure. So I don't know. I don't know what's happening. So the 5 or the 4, whatever their actual number is, they're vulnerable. You know,
Yeah.
but
Well, I mean, they're a little less vulnerable now. They got a little more leeway, but
yeah. Oh wait,
I
do they
mean,
even
all
have?
it
Even
takes
if
is
Nico flips,
one
no, they
immunity
don't.
idol.
Yeah, actually, they don't. They don't. Yeah, they need. Well, no, and actually, Joseph still has his cancel a vote.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I actually think it's done and dusted. I think we're gonna see Lola go here, or
She has an
if
idol of some kind. She could make it,
I
or
don't know the
steal a
way
vote.
she said fuck when she got eliminated. I think she needed that. I don't think she has anything.
Yeah, I don't
I
think so
think
either.
yeah, I think Lola is gonna be joining the jury soon, and we know Will's not, so that's good.
Right.
Well, Will's at least getting 6.
I mean, he really is doing well in all the
Yeah,
challenges. Like
he is.
he could make a break. He's even the ones he's lost, he's had a good showing.
Hmm.
Just hasn't been able to close it out. So if he can keep it up, there's a chance he could just run the rest of the game, and maybe then.
That is how Storm won. Yeah, and that was crazy. He won 1,000,000 immunities. Yeah, and you know what's crazy? Season 1, we were talking earlier in the pre-game. DJ gave away his immunity to Miku, and he got voted out. But Colin could have been voted out at that point, or at least tied if DJ had voted correctly. And then after that, Colin went on an immunity sprint to the end game.
Yeah.
And that's ultimately
Once
how
you're
he
in the
ended up.
driver's seat, if you don't get the immunities,
Yeah.
like that's how DJ lost the season I was in. He was
Yep.
making a name for himself. He lost one challenge and he's gone. That's all it takes.
And that's why, like, it's crazy that Deo has not gotten a single vote since he played that idol and saved himself.
Yeah,
So
people just aren't looking at him for the vote for some reason. I don't
they
know
forgot.
if he's
Yeah, they just forgot all about him. So it's interesting. If everything goes according to how we think it is, I would like to see Deo win because I feel like he's in the driver's seat. But I am rooting for like a Lola Will kind of like come from behind, like, pull something out of their pocket.
Yeah, me too. But I think Deo's a hard guy to beat right now by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Unless
It's a transition, yeah.
Sorry. Okay. So freaking good, but also scary. You know, I mean, it's what's tough is I'm immune, but I have to vote. That's actually very tough. But also scary. You know, I mean, it's Yeah, like I'd be more relaxed if I was just out of it completely, but because I have to vote, pucker level is still pretty high. And we're down to people. I mean, I've been in this with everybody. These are all my friends. This is like it's like hot pot. The longer you go, the worse it gets. Hot pot. It all just keeps diluting or
Yeah, Will's a good guy.
Will's a good guy.
Will's
I
cool.
Dude, Will's got such a great vibe, and so does
Yeah,
everyone else.
he has the best hair too.
Oh yeah,
gosh, I love you guys. My goodness.
That's true.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. Too much niceness.
I get what you're saying, but like honestly, at some point in the game, there's times where I feel like so uneasy and on edge about what's gonna happen that like I don't even get the chance to think about who I'm sitting next to. I'm more thinking about, okay, who am I voting to get through this round? As yeah, but like when no one says anything and it's like quiet all of a sudden, you start to wonder like if it's just quiet on your end or if people are talking, like, do I need to be worrying about am I sitting next to at the end, or am I just going to be one in a million to even make it there?
Oh, I've been muted to the stream for like this tribal council, but that's fine. They got the idea. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, obviously the top priority is staying in the game, right? And I guess it's kind of a luxury to get to plan for who you could be at the end with, right?
It's a happy balance, though. If you talk too much, like you said, Joseph, you were worried about not saying anything so that you were behind or at disadvantage. Like, I play a game similar to this. You guys ever played Secret Hitler? And I'm always the one teaching it. So I always end up having to talk a lot to tell the rules. And I'm always the first one that gets voted off just because they're like, he talks a lot. I don't like him. I don't like the cut of his jib. So I know there's a happy medium. You don't want to talk too much.
Yeah,
we got to recruit you for Mafia sometime, Will.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, Mafia too.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think what I've come to expect from this bunch here is not too much talking. So, unless anyone else wants to throw something in, are we ready to vote?
2:15 a.m. for me.
I'll try and speed it up. I'm doing my best, man. Hope it's worth it at least.
Oh, don't worry. You're good. I stay up for these games like 7, 8 a.m.
Oh, okay,
so
cool, cool.
This is low end of the spectrum.
Okay, good to know. Are we good to vote then? You guys ready? All right, let's do it. Send me the name on Discord of the player you'd like to vote out. Okay, I've received all the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now would be the time to do so. Okay, I will read the votes. The first vote is for Lola. The next vote is for Joseph. The next vote is for Lola. That's 2 votes Lola, 1 vote Joseph. The next vote is for Lola. That's 3 votes Lola, 1 vote Joseph. Next vote is for Joseph. The next vote is for Joseph. That's 3 votes Lola, 3 votes Joseph, 1 vote left. The 8th player voted out, and the 5th member of our jury is Joseph. It's 4 votes. That is enough. So Joseph, you're the 5th member of the jury. For the 6 of you who remain in the game, one last piece of information I have for you. 3 more of you are going to be added to the jury. The other 3 of you will be at the final tribal council, because this season there will be a final 3, not a final 2. With that said, you can all go to sleep.
All right. That's
Well,
what I like to see.
Yeah.
Now we're getting interesting.
I am a little disappointed though.
That it was
He
Joseph?
Well, no, he had the amulet. And I'm just like,
Oh.
come on, man.
Yeah.
At least,
Yeah, the amulet makes it a tie there at least.
Yeah, and then he
So-
can, kind of be like, hey, listen, like, whoever voted against me, like, come along,
Yeah.
At worst, it gives him a 50-50 because he does a competition against her.
Right. Yeah, definitely at least you play it there, to say
Yeah,
the least. But
yeah,
I'd like
because-
to know who switched. It was probably what, Lola,
Yeah.
Will, Nico, and
Yep.
Soul, maybe.
Yeah, or Hawk.
Yeah, but I feel like Hawk would probably feel pretty loyal after being saved previously, but
But he was
maybe
saved by
not.
Deo,
That's
and
true.
Soul. He could be
true.
thinking, hey, if I want to keep Deo, in my pocket, I have to get rid of Joseph. Is probably his number 1.
Yeah,
So
could definitely be it, and it definitely had to happen for anyone besides Deo or Joseph to make it to 2. But now we know it's a 3.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
that's even more interesting because right now it looks like it's a 3-on-3 kinda, but Soul's kinda in
Yeah.
the middle right now. I don't know if he's.
Soul could have flipped too. Yeah.
It'll be
Yeah.
interesting to see what happens from here. Obviously, Will's been doing well at challenges, so maybe if he loses one of these next 2, people are going to be
They
like,
take him out. Yeah.
now's our chance to get rid of Will.
But here's my thing though. If I'm Joseph, right, and he said, like, he even said, like, hey, I'm concerned. Like, he voluntarily spoke up and said, my DMs have gone quiet. Like,
Right.
no one's talking to me in the night. If I'm him, I'm playing that amulet. I'm like,
Yeah,
no one's talking
I
to
agree.
me. Yeah, like,
Especially getting this close to the end.
yeah,
You're running out of
Yeah.
days to use it.
exactly. So as a misplay. So far we've seen an idol not get played with Vandy. We saw an idol get played on 0 votes. We've seen an idol get played that saved someone, and then we saw an idol get played that he got 3 votes, but he wasn't really in danger. So, and we saw an amulet that reduced the votes on Hawk, which saved Hawk. So we've seen some of the power actually get used effectively, and then we've
Crispy's
seen at
extra
least
votes have been pretty good too. But
neither
one didn't-
have got his
yeah.
agenda across. Yeah.
Yeah, but they were
Hammy,
both
yeah,
necessary in a way.
exactly.
Had
And
to
then
pray a
Hammy got
bit.
voted out with a vote that he didn't use.
Yeah.
So at least 3
There's
powers.
been a lot of power in
pockets.
this game, though.
There has been a lot of power in this pocket. In this
About
game.
half of it's been good and half of it hasn't done much.
Yeah.
But Hey,
But when
makes each tribal interesting. I'll tell you that.
yeah, exactly. And when it worked out, it worked out. You know, Lombax for the next one should consider bringing shots in the dark into play. Everyone gets a shot in the dark. For those who aren't familiar with that, it's where you don't vote and you kind of roll a dice to see if you get immunity or not. But yeah, I think this has been pretty good. I'm excited to see the end game. I'm glad it's not going to be a 5-person alliance stomp.
Yeah.
I'm glad that at least probably Nico has flipped, maybe Soul, maybe even Hawk. We don't know, but Deo is again. He is, you know,
On the back foot now a bit.
Yeah,
It's a
exactly.
little scared.
Yeah.
If I was Day, I'd be like, well, I'm probably next.
Exactly.
We'll have to see what people think.
Yeah,
I don't
so
know what the alliances even really are right now. On the other
I
side,
know.
it's like, are they actually strong, or were they just like, well, we need to break this up and go from there?
Well, we know at least 3 of the 5 are still together. We think, because Lola got 3 votes.
Right.
So, and then if we assume Lola will, Nico, and then one of Soul or Hawk. Well,
Right.
unless Deo did it, and Deo's just blood,
Yeah.
cold blooded.
Could be.
Maybe
Could
he's
be.
not. Maybe he's not that dangerous. Maybe he made
Thanks
it.
for the idol. Goodbye.
Yeah.
You know?
And he's like, oh, this guy's got an amulet. Let's get rid of him. Try like, mom needs you to go clean, go do your chores. Gonna get rid of you. I did hear something. There was like a weird feedback. It sounded like the game was coming through someone's audio. So I hope no one's listening that's not supposed to be.
Do you still hear it right now?
No.
I'm wondering if it's on my end.
I think that was Lombax.
Oh, okay. I just heard it one time.
I should have been fully muted, but if you still hear it in a second, just let me know and I'll look into it.
Okay. All right.
He means during the tribal.
Yeah, during the tribal we heard it.
But I thought it was coming from your mic. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so then I was like, oh, has someone been listening when they weren't supposed to? So if you are a player in the game, you should not have been listening to commentary. But yeah. Probably should have said that before we started yapping, but oh well.
Yep.
We don't know anything. I mean, we really don't know anything.
Yeah,
but...
we really do. It's all speculation.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much everything we're talking about now has already been like confirmed in the game anyway. So,
it is definitely interesting to see what will happen, and I'm happy that it did turn out not to be just complete steamroll. It makes for it to be way more interesting. And now the rest of the game really is just no one knows.
Yeah, exactly. And Deo might be in trouble. Hawk might be in trouble. Soul might be in trouble. Lola might still be in trouble.
Yeah. Everyone's kind of in trouble from this point on. You just never know. The only person that's safe is the person with immunity. That's all I know. And we'll have to see who can get it.
And all power should be gone at this point.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Hopefully. I know typically in the show,
Final 5
is the last time they use anything. So
I do that as well. With extremely rare exception, Final 5 is the last time you can use any idol or advantage. The only exception I ever made to that was I had a super idol on Noah's season, but that could be used until F4. But the person who got it just used it immediately, so it didn't matter.
Jesus.
Anyways,
it was burning a hole in their pocket.
Well, it kind of made sense because it was Nidus and he thought he was going to be targeted the merge. Anyways.
Oh, right.
I'm going to start the next challenge. So see you soon. All right, final 6. Let's wake up.
Morning.
Hope y'all had a good sleep.
Quite literally morning for me.
Well, we're waiting for the last member of the tribe to wake up, I'll go ahead and start and mention that it's time now for your 8th immunity challenge. This is another new one I'm trying. This is called When in Rome. Again, very simple in concept. What I'm going to do each round is put up an image of a number, and your goal is to send that number to me in Roman numerals. If you do not know Roman numerals, I can give you a quick crash course on how they work. If anyone needs that, let me know in a second. But essentially, it's going to look like this. So it's just the number, right? And you would send me that number in Roman numerals. I've gave you a little key in the background for anyone who doesn't know, like the digits I, V, X, L, C, D, M. You're not going to need anything bigger than M. I don't even know what's next. But yeah, go ahead and make sure your Zoom is set to message me privately. I'm going to talk really quickly about the structure of this challenge too, because I'm doing it in kind of an interesting way. What's essentially going to happen is we're going to play 3 elimination rounds where the slowest person is out each time, okay? And that'll get us down to 3 players. From that point on, those 3 players will continue to be the first to score 3 points. Okay? So 3 elimination rounds where the slowest is out, and then the remaining 3 will continue playing until one of them wins 3 rounds.
Can you for this example, can you tell us what the correct answer is?
Yeah.
It's DCCCLXXIV.
That is correct. I'll type it up for you. It would look like this, except I put an O instead of an I. But yeah.
Basically, it goes for Roman numerals, right? Up, you can go put 1 3 times after, like, let's say 5. So like you're trying to type in 8, it's going to be VIII, but then when it gets to 9, it'll actually be IX. That's like, so it's basically saying
1 less
than
than
10.
Say that again. It'll be IX if it's 9 and 1
Yeah.
less than, and that rule applies only when it's 1 less than.
Yeah,
something?
so when you're getting up to like a 10 or a 50 or something, the way you do 9, or the way you would do like 90,
Let's say,
like 90 would be like 10 less than 100.
so it would be XC.
Yeah.
Or if it's 40, then it's going to be
Use just subtractive
XL.
notation.
Right.
Maybe I'll just sign myself out of this one.
Yeah, so
You'll be fine. You got this. You got
for
this.
like 1, 2, and 3, you use I, or III. And for 4, it would be like IV, which means like 1 less than 5. 5 would be a V. 6 would be VI. Right? So it's 5 plus 1, essentially. Then you would build up again. Basically, what they avoid in Roman numerals is you having 4 of the same character in a row. So instead of 9 being like VIII, because that would be 5 plus 4, it's 1 less than 10, so it'd be IX. And it's on the left side to indicate that it's subtracted.
Very interesting.
So it'd be
it's a very
VIX
interesting
would be
way
that.
for
So
encoding it.
VIX wouldn't make sense. Just IX would be 9. There would be no V.
IX would be 9.
Because X is 10. So putting the I, which represents a 1, on the left side of it is like it's 1 less than 10.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're completely unfamiliar with Roman numerals, this probably isn't going to be the challenge for you, unfortunately. But sometimes that's just how it goes. Anyone else got any pressing questions about how this works? Yeah.
Is the difficulty like going to be like going to be 3-digit numbers, or
It could go up
you
to
wanna-
4. That's why I included M.
But the minimum is 3 digits.
There might be some that are 2. I mean, yeah, I'm not going to give anything away, but there won't be 1-digit numbers, I'll tell you that.
Okay. Absolute cinema.
You guys all ready? Speak now, or what's the saying? Forever hold your peace. Make sure your Zoom is set to message me privately so you don't have the Zoom issue on round 1. And I'll get question 1
Wait,
ready.
is I and V the only ones that go like backwards?
No, it actually does that for all of them. So if you were going to say like 90, 90 would be XC, because that's like 10 less than 100. So it does that for every time when it can. I don't know how to say that right, but
Unlucky.
I
All right.
need Roman
Yeah.
numerals.
I'm gonna give up.
Just quickly, just to really quickly explain. Just split your number into the hundreds, into the tens, into the
Yeah.
ones, right? Then for each one, type it out. you can have a sign. So let's say you have your main sign, let's say 5. You can have up to, like, let's say you can have 3 eyes, right? And that's the maximum. So that's going to be either VI is 6, VII is 7, VIII is 8. And then when you get to 9, it's actually going to go to whatever is right after that. So X, that'll be IX, and then X. Right? And that follows that principle follows the same way for every single number, including 500s, including the 50s, including 1000, right? So let's say you want to say 900, it'll actually be CM, right? Because that's 100 less than 1000 for 900. Or if you want to do 800, it's going to be DCCC, because that's 500 plus 300, because 3 C's is 3 times 100.
Yeah. Really quick, each digit you can essentially treat as its own thing. So you can do like 800, and then you can do the 70, and then you can do the 4. Like Roman numerals, you can essentially do each one in isolation and then just stick them together. Yeah. All right, you guys ready to give it a shot? All right, the first one's not too crazy, okay? So remember, the slowest one in the first 3 rounds will be out, okay? Everybody ready? All right, here is question 1. Okay, Soul's good, Nico's good, Lola's good, Deo's good, and Will is good. I think who did I not say? Soul, Nico,
Me.
Lola, Deo, Will. Yeah, so Hawk is out. And yeah, here comes question 2. Here you go. Nico's good. Lola's good. Deo's good. So between the other 2, I haven't gotten a correct answer yet. There you go, Soul. Yeah, XCII is correct. So who did I not say? Will, I believe. Yeah. So Will is out. All right. Here's question 3. Nico's good. Lola's good, and Deo's good. You put 2 C's, Soul. It's DCI. But you put DCCI. So Soul is out. So Nico, Deo, and Lola, now you're each going to compete to be the first to score 3 points. And whichever of you scores 3 points will win immunity. Make sense? Cool. Let me get the next question ready. I'm going to start getting a little harder now. So here you go. Yes, you all got the correct answer to me, which is MMCXI. Nico got it to me first, so Nico scores the first point. I'm getting the next question ready. This is a fun one. Here you go. This one is MMMCCCXXXIII. Again, you all got that, but again, Nico was the fastest, so Nico has scored a second point and is 1 away from immunity. All right, this is another quick one. Here you go. The correct answer here would be XLIV. Lola got that to me first, so Lola's on the board with a point. So Deo's yet to score, Lola on 1, Nico on 2, and you're playing a 3. Here's your next question. The correct answer here is DCCLIX. You all, again, got that to me. But once again, Nico was the fastest, meaning that Nico has scored a 3rd point and 1 individual immunity. So you can all go to sleep and get ready for the next Tribal Council.
All right, that was
Alrighty.
a good run.
Yeah.
So Nico's gonna be safe. We got a lot of people that are probably feeling pretty scared right about now.
Yeah.
I think just about everyone without immunity I could see going home and not be shocked.
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting. Well, kind of funny that the only person that kind of understood the rules didn't win.
Yeah. Well,
That was
by the looks
satisfying.
of it, I think Nico definitely knew Roman
He just
numerals
was,
before coming
yeah,
into it. He,
yeah.
a silent bystander.
Yeah, he was just like, I'm not telling everybody else.
Yeah, so I'll just threw in an extra C, so
yeah,
didn't realize
which
it.
happens when you're typing really fast.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I'm interested. I think this is the last Day-O that we're gonna see Day-O.
That's what you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I could really see it going anywhere. I wouldn't even be surprised if. I think the most surprising person for me would be Lola, but I think Deo or Soul is probably who I think's going.
They could hawk to a hawk out, you know.
Yeah, they could. Yeah.
So we'll see. I mean, I think those two are the two most in danger. But Soul could be. I think Will, Nico, and Lola are definitely going to vote together. We might have a tie.
Yeah, it could definitely be a tie.
Yeah.
We might even see an idol today. Probably the last day. Most of them are going to use.
Yeah. Today
or
could be
maybe an extra vote. Who knows? Or a steal a vote. We haven't seen a steal a vote yet.
We have not seen a steal vote. I am interested to see if any powers are left.
Today would be the last day for it, most likely.
Yeah.
So we'll see if any are used, and if not,
technically the next tribal would be because this is final 6.
Oh, is this 6? Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Not to call you out or whatever, just to let you know. Yeah.
Not to say you don't know how to math.
Yeah, count to 5's hard.
Yeah, I understand. I get it. But I think you're right, though. I think today is even though technically they have until 5 to use it, I think today would be the last.
Yeah, because it's
day
even
someone
number.
Feel yeah, I think today would be the last day someone would feel comfortable. I think today would be the
unless it's Nico. Nico could hold it and feel pretty fine about it.
Yeah, Nico's like, oh, I'm gonna guarantee my Final Four spot. You know. Yeah, I do think, without knowing anything, obviously, I think just because Joseph went out last, I think Deo's probably gonna go.
But at the same time, he's got his strongest alliance is gone, so maybe people aren't that scared of him now.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think people are just kind of like.
But also, he is probably a likely Deo voter from the Caps, so you have to think about that too now.
And that's the thing.
Who's
you're
the jury gonna vote for?
Yeah, exactly. You have to think about who the jury. You know, who the person that you're going to be sitting next to, what their relationship with it on the people in the jury is.
Well, speaking of the jury, let's go ahead and add another person to it.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Okay, everybody, go ahead and wake up. Let's start our next tribal council. So last tribal, I'll kind of start talking as people are filtering in. But last tribal I talked a bit about how you had to start preparing for endgame. I think now this really, you're in endgame at this point. See if we can get Will, Deo, and who am I missing?
Soul.
Soul, yes. Soul, can you wake up?
Hello.
Cool. Thank you. So yeah, last tribal, like I was saying, I talked a bit about preparing for endgame. Now you're really in endgame. So I've revealed to you guys, it's going to be a final 3, which means half of you are going to be at final tribal, right? Like half of you will be there, half of you will be on the jury. So got to make some big decisions at this point about who you can beat, who you might want on the jury is someone who you think would vote for you, or who you might think would be a bitter juror. All that sort of stuff weighs in now as well. Does anyone want to speak to how you might approach that and how you make the decision for who you're going to vote out here?
Trying to ask myself that. What is even the strategy here? Everyone getting a lot of like, hey, what's up? How's it going from people? Nobody's really offering much info though.
Good conversation. Slight conversation about mushrooms.
About mushrooms. Okay. Well, I hope that's a productive conversation. What were you going to say, Hawk?
Oh, me.
Oh, Lola, sorry.
I was going to say something. No, you're good. So, as you know, I got 3 votes last round. And I wasn't really expecting, like, any of that, to be honest. Like, once I got a vote, I was like, oh, I'm gone. And I'm here now, which is cool. I like being here. But at the same time, I needed to focus on, like, who was on my side and who was trying to get me out. And I feel like I feel like a lot of my end game has been trying to like figure out who exactly was on my side there and who would be more than happy to see me go. Because if they want to see me go at that final 7, they don't want me in the end.
That makes a lot of sense to me. Sounds like a pretty logical approach.
Try my best.
Everyone else seems very locked in on their conversations, so I don't know. Anyone want to weigh in a bit?
Just a point. While we're all here talking, we can't be talking to people. Right?
Yeah, you shouldn't really be using Discord at this point. You should be more in the Zoom live here.
Yeah. Yeah. It's true. You get a vote. I second Lola. You hear your name called, and it makes you all of a sudden question everything. Wait a minute. Is these people I'm with me?
Mm-hmm.
We just don't know. But I think also you're wondering who's got the advantages, who's got everything to lose, and who's got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Who's got power? Who's got power to save themselves? We saw Soul do a pretty epic reversal there. I mean, deflection, which was awesome. People like me, I've got nothing, so I kind of feel like I'm out there with my pants off.
So yeah,
you're well endowed, my friend.
So you're talking about the possibility of like playing around idols or other advantages.
Idols and advantages, yeah. I think, man, when I play this a second time, I'll be really keyed into those opportunities.
I like the confidence there, the when, not the if.
Yeah. Well, I hope. Should I get invited back?
Oh no, I'd be happy to. I didn't mean it like that. Like, I'm glad you're enjoying it.
I don't want to get presumptuous.
Cool. Well, I'm gonna open the floor a bit for like Hawk or Deo, and you two haven't been super vocal at tribal councils, and you don't have to be. I just want to, if either of you want to say anything, shout out to the fans watching or anything, or about the game.
That's why they're doing so well, man. They got exactly the right strategy.
Let's just say I'm gathering intel.
Okay.
That's all I gotta say.
You two struck like the same pose right when I talked to both of you. That was funny. You both did the like hands behind the head.
That's the confidence pose. That's they're feeling good.
Oh, is that what that means?
Taking up space, yeah.
Cool. Well, I think unless I'm missing anything, it sounds like everyone's ready to vote. Anyone want to chime in before we do that? I guess not. So let's get to the vote. As always, you know the drill by this point. Go ahead and send me the name on Discord of the player you would like to vote out of the game. I'm waiting on 2 more votes. Excuse me. Okay, I've received all the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now is the time to do so. All right, I will read the votes. The first vote is for Deo. The next vote is for Lola. The next vote is for Hawk. 1 vote each for Deo, Lola, and Hawk. The next vote is for Lola. The next vote is for Hawk. So 1 vote Deo, 2 votes Lola, 2 votes Hawk. I'm gonna have to check what number we're on. The 9th player voted out, and the 6th member of our jury with 3 votes is Hawk. Everybody go to sleep. I'll see you again soon.
Wow, crazy. I mean,
yeah.
I'm not shocked, but Hawk looked stressed during that presentation. He was, even before the votes were being cast, when we were going to vote, he was scratching his face, doing everything, wiping sweat off. He was stressed, and for good reason. I guess he felt it coming.
Yeah, I think we have our answer. Soul flipped.
Yeah, it does look that way.
Nico and Soul
the
have
random vote on
abandoned.
Deo kind of caught me off guard.
Yeah. So, yeah. So I think I don't know who did that. I don't know who's throwing these hinky votes out. But yeah. So we know that Nico and Soul are playing their own game. For sure. And we can just assume that Hawk and Deo voted on Lola. So Deo is probably not winning this game.
If he makes it to the finals, he still could.
He has to win out. He has to win this Final 5 immunity.
And Final 4 immunity.
And then Final 4, yeah.
He's gotta win some immunities to make it through it, unless someone else gets voted out for some reason. But
yeah, but
then
we'll see. We'll see at this next tribal if there is a power. I mean, he could have a power that he was holding on to.
That's true.
He could be lowering his threat level, and then if he gets wind of it after the if he doesn't win immunity, and he gets wind of something, or feels weird, he can get himself to Final 4. But yeah,
there's still plenty of game to be played. Two immunities is all it takes to get to the finals.
Yeah. I want to know. I'm so interested in who voted on Deo. It was either Nico or Soul, right? Like, maybe Will. Maybe Nico, Soul, and Lola all voted Hawk, and Will just threw it on Deo.
Yeah, it's possible.
Maybe Will is just the ultimate agent of chaos. Yeah.
Because there was a weird random vote on Will a couple meetings too, and I don't know.
I feel like Soul
Someone
would
seems
be the
like they're
person to
kind
do
of
that.
in the loop, but not quite in the loop.
Yeah, they're just inventing. Yeah, because like that definitely was like I don't know, because the 2 votes on Lola, I mean, I was gonna say it's a way to like dodge an idol, but only one vote on Deo is not gonna do it. So
Right. It could
Um,
be something where they're like, we're telling someone we don't fully trust who we're voting on in case they do
Yeah.
have an idol. So that
And
if
they're
they
just
play the idol, they play it on the wrong guy.
yeah, and they're just voting. Yeah, yeah. Like, oh, we're all voting Deo, but we're actually voting Hawk, and then so they end up voting Deo.
And that way,
Oh.
if they put their vote on, he was with you guys. And if they play the idol, he's definitely not with you guys. So, I mean,
Yeah.
whoever it is, they're probably not in the core group, but they're adjacent.
Right.
But yeah, looked like Lola was surprised to make it through there. She was shocked at making it out of that vote. So
she could have been being told that she was next,
Right.
But yeah, it'll be interesting. I think it's funny because Deo said, "Oh, I'm trying to gather intel," so I think he was trying to figure out who exactly flipped on him in the previous votes.
Mm-hmm.
And I
think the answer's been had.
Yeah, it's very apparent. You've lost Soul and Hawk. Unless Hawk randomly threw a vote onto Deo.
I was thinking that too, but there's 2 on Lola. It just doesn't seem that likely.
Yeah, it's like, get the tie. You know what I mean? Don't throw yourself on the sword. So it is funny that Deo seems to be skating by. I mean, what if Soul and Hawk voted on Lola, and Deo's the one that flipped.
All right, I'm gonna keep things rolling.
Alrighty.
All right.
All right, let's wake up. Final 5. Will, Deo, Lola, when you're ready. Oh, actually, sorry. You can go back to sleep for a second. I miscalculated something. Go ahead and go back to sleep. It's not a big deal. You're fine. We can actually go back to commentary for a second. Yeah, sorry about that. I actually I just forgot Lola was AFK for something.
Oh, okay. Jeez, what kind of show is this guy running?
I know
here?
it's not like I have a million things to do during every night phase, and
I know. Yeah, can't you keep on? I've lost my co-host.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Noah.
He probably went AFK. He's like,
yeah. Well, you
good
can fill for a bit.
Oh, there he is.
Something?
Sorry, yeah, I forgot that one of the players was like AFK, so I can't start the next day yet. I just forgot.
Yeah, he threw it. He threw it back to us unexpectedly.
Yeah, you guys are
I
back on
fill
for a
my
few
water
minutes.
and came back and you were gone.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah.
So you can keep going.
All right. Well, where were we?
Deo's fucked. That's maybe.
It does seem like he's probably the next out, but
or he's masterminding the downfall of his own power alliance.
Yeah, that's less likely, but it is.
It is, but it's an option.
I mean, Nico and Will both have a pretty good resume right now. I think I'm almost as scared of them as I am Deo going into the final 3. They both won a good amount of challenges. They've both been on alliance. Not even Will hasn't been on like any alliances from what I know, and he's mustered his way through.
Yeah,
Nico joined when he needed to, and then cut the ties, and has been eating them alive from the outside.
Well, and that's the thing about Nico.
Good games.
Nico's taking like the calculated risks, right? Like he's like, I'm with Crispy because Crispy has the power. I'm gonna be safe in the merge. And then the second Crispy didn't have the power anymore, he was like, wait, never mind. Let me let me cut bait, and then he was like, oh shit, this power alliance, I'm at the bottom, like, let me, get rid of those guys. And so he's flipped. And
He
he's
held on to it a
probably,
little longer than I would have liked, but he did eventually cut it.
and I think, but it could have been that it was taking him that long to convince Soul to join him, because because really him flipping at one point really doesn't do much. He needs them to be down to 3 so they have no power.
That's true.
Yeah. So I think, and obviously we don't know if this is actually what's happening, but it's just most likely at this point that, Nika is the one that's flipping. It would be very interesting if Deo just cannibalized his whole power structure
Yeah,
and
if
left
that's the
himself
case,
alone.
then Deo in Final 3 looks pretty unstoppable.
Right?
If he's completely had his own alliance, ate him alive, started a new one.
Yeah.
Just it's like money laundering, but with alliances. He's just throwing it one way and going another way.
Filled the jury with all his friends. I was like, sorry, buds. I do the same. You guys do the same thing.
Right.
Vote for me. But who knows? Who knows if the people in the jury are bitter or not?
Even if Soul's the one that flipped, he was originally part of that alliance. Now he's on the other side, on the side that's looks like it's coming out on top. So Soul has a pretty good resume going for himself too.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see who's in Final 3 and what all they can say they did and how they got there. Because from the outside looking in, it looks like anyone could be running this game right now.
I am excited to see if any powers that we didn't know about got flushed. And I'm just really curious to see who was behind the decimation of that mega 5-person alliance.
Well, speaking of the advantage stuff, I in post game I always go over that. So for anyone watching right now, stick around.
We'll get our answer.
Yeah, you'll get your answer. I always go over all the idols and advantages and all that. But I am actually ready to start now. So.
All right. If you guys got any Twitch primes, throw them our way.
Yeah. It never hurts. Okay. Let's try waking up again for real this time.
Did I just say Noah in a suit?
Yeah, you did.
Holy shit.
All right, this is a good looking final 5 here. Are you ready for your 9th immunity challenge? Let's get into it. This is a challenge I really like. We'll see what you guys think about it. I've run this one once before. It's called Rhyming Synonyms. The concept is I'm going to show you 2 words, and you have to come up with 2 words that mean the same thing, but rhyme with each other. So I'm going to give you some examples of what I'm talking about to clarify. So for example, say I showed you something like the words on the left. Your goal would be to come up with a pair of words that are synonymous, but rhyme. So if I typed like quick explosion, well, I won't type it, it'll be on Zoom. But if I put quick explosion, you'd put fast blast. Because that means the same thing as quick explosion, but it rhymes. Sugary snack, sweet treat, overweight feline, fat cat. So they're synonymous. I'm going to give you the pair that doesn't rhyme. You have to come up with synonyms that rhyme. There are specific words I'm looking for, but I guess if you come up with a different pair of rhyming synonyms, I will accept it. But I think that's going to be unlikely. But yeah, that's the goal of the challenge. Does that make sense to everyone? Sweet. For this one, there's no eliminations or anything. It's just the fastest to get the answer to me will score a point, and the first one to score 4 points will win the challenge. Make sense? And then also just with games like this, sometimes they can go a bit long if like I didn't calibrate it right or whatever. So if an individual round is taking too long, I'll just like give hints and stuff to kind of speed it up. But yeah, that's the idea of the challenge. Go ahead and set your Zoom to message me as always, and then we will get started in just a second.
My keyboard's a bit wonky. Give me a sec.
Yeah, let me know when you're ready.
Okay, cool. We're good.
All right, is everybody ready to go? No questions? Sweet, let's do it. Here's your first one. I think this will be a quick one. Yeah, Nico got it. The words here are small ball. Would be a little sphere. So Nico scores the first point. And here's question 2. This would be a mad dad. Will was the fastest this round, so Will is on the board with a point. Everyone got that one pretty quickly. That was intuitive, I think. Here is question 3. This would be a big pig. Will was the fastest again, so Will scored a second point. Will on 2, Nico on 1. Playing to 4. I really like this next one. Here is question 4. This would be Clown Town. Lola was the fastest, so Lola has scored a point. So Lola and Nico are on 1, and Will is on 2. Okay, here is question 5. So this would be Tire Fire. The first person to get that to me was Will again. No, sorry, wait. Yes, it was Will. Sorry. Just had to confirm something on Zoom. So Will has scored a third point. Sorry for the little fake out there. Sometimes Zoom confuses me a bit. So Will's on 3. Lola and Nico are on 1. It's unintentional. Sorry, I don't mean to do that.
We can even hear typing too. It's like.
Yeah. All right, so Will is 1 away from winning. We're just playing to 4. So Will's on 3, Lola and Nico on 1. Here is question 6. This would be a dark park. Nico was the fastest, so Nico has scored a second point. Here's question 7. This is Spa Law. Lola was the fastest. So Will on 3, Lola and Nico both on 2. Here's question 8. It's so funny you mentioned Hot Pot earlier, because Hot Pot is the correct answer. The first one to get that to me was Lola, so Lola has scored a third point.
Nice.
Lola and Will both on 3, game point. Nico on 2. And let me get the next question ready for you. All right, here is question 9. I know these phrases don't always make sense, by the way. This one's a little weird. Nico, that's not what I'm looking for. The correct answer, what I was looking for here, was car scar, and Will got that to me the fastest. So Will has earned a 4th point and 1 individual immunity. Congratulations, Will. Everybody go ahead and go to sleep, and I will be back again soon for Tribal Council.
That was
another immunity win for Will. He's
that
really
was
racking
not
them up.
Soul or Deo's cup of
No.
tea.
They were not having it with the rhyme game.
Struggled, yeah.
It looked like Deo might have got a phone call halfway through, so he might have been a little distracted. So
yeah, I think he realized.
Don't they know he's on Survivor?
Right.
He's playing for $1 million over here. Like,
They
come on, don't
take
call
your
him in the middle of the
phones
game.
for a reason, sir.
He
but
smuggled
yeah,
that in.
Yeah, I think he's realized that he wasn't gonna win, and his time is short, so he took his phone call.
Well, we'll have to see if he makes it through this tribal.
I don't think
this
he
is 5,
is.
right? So we
Yeah.
still have the idol play possible.
I think if Nico, maybe Soul and Nico turn on each other, and they try to pull Deo in as a vote with either Will or Lola.
I really think anyone can really go here. I think it's unlikely to be Lola, but the other 3 I could easily see going.
Yeah, I just really think it's gonna be Deo. But it could be Soul. Deo could be selling to the other people. It's like you're playing for yourselves. Soul has turned on so many people. He had idols. He was part of a large line. He has a very big resume. You know what I mean? And if you're Lola
Right.
or Will, all you really have is like, hey, I really didn't work with anybody. I, voted, where I could, you know.
I think Will's built his up pretty well. I think he's got a lot to say. He's had what 3 or 4 individual immunities now.
The thing is, though, I mean, at least on the major show, and I think this was like the commentary about like one of the players in this past season who was like a major comp beast. One of the things like people that are win out typically not don't always end up winning in the end because it's like it they didn't like they got the outlast part, but they didn't like outwit. You know what I mean? Like some people are looking for more of like the trifecta.
Yeah,
Outwit,
I mean, it definitely just
outlast,
depends on your
outplay. Yeah.
jury. But
Yeah, it depends on your jury and how well you sell your. I had to win, but like I also feel like Will's been flying under the radar, so like he could also sell that. Like my social game was like, I was just like the guy who really didn't know what was going on.
happy-go-lucky.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's like, I knew what was going on the whole time. I play Secret Hitler.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He seems like he's on everyone's good side. Everyone's complimenting him. Everyone likes him.
That's what I'm
He's
saying.
very
So
likable guy, but
his final 3 speech would would have to convince me. Yeah, it was just it's just really it's funny to see Will's growth. Throughout this game, he started out as a guy who struggled with the technology, accidentally sent everyone his bread vote, and is out here winning immunity, guaranteed final 5. Just a couple challenges away from being in the final tribal. So
this has been a great season. The only thing we missed out on was some more bread content. We just
I
need a
know.
couple more days of bread.
You have to get bread back. We need a bread DJ duo. They looked like twins almost. I thought it was really funny when Bread turned his camera on. I was like, wow.
Yeah, there's definitely some
another DJ
similarities
brother?
going on
Yeah,
there.
definitely some similarities. Yeah. I would love. So Lombax did. This is before you won or anything. He did a what's it, Heroes versus Zeros season where it was like
champs versus
winners.
chumps.
Oh yeah, that's what it was. And it was like a bunch of like first 3 outs, and people placed first or second. And I thought that was really interesting. I think you've run almost enough of these where you could do a season of all, first couple vote outs of, by themselves. That'd be a pretty interesting season to bring all those.
There's got to be a
back.
winner among those jumps then.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like an all
well,
chump
in
season.
the chumps season, one of the people from the chumps tribe was the runner up. Like they got second.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Went from a chump to a champ.
Well, nearly.
Nearly, yeah.
Who was that?
It was Pyro. You probably don't know him. He was on season 1 and then played on season 5. And
yeah,
he was from.
Pyro.
I knew him through Among Us stuff. So it was a long time ago. Yeah.
He was friends with Miku.
Yeah, he was part of Miku's Among Us group. Yeah.
Yeah, he was unfortunately on.
Actually, I'm gonna start the next
tribe.
tribal. So
let's get to it.
Let's do it. All right, let's wake up for our next tribal. Soul's already ready to go.
Yeah, I see the host notification.
Yeah, there you go.
I know what to expect now.
Down to final 5. This is a big vote. One of the most important ones of the season. On any season, for a number of reasons. Deo, you there? Just checking. before I get too into it? Cool. So yeah, I mean, there's a number of things going on here, right? First of all, only 2 more of you are going to be voted out. We've kind of we're past the turning point where now, like, there's more of you here who will be at Final Tribal than who won't be, you know? So, very selective with these last couple eliminations. Get the big threats out, that kind of thing. Really get the end game you want. Also of note, the Final 5, it's typically the last time that advantages can be used. So, I imagine, given that there was some concern about that previously, that there's been a lot of discussion about that heading in today, if anyone still has any or anything like that. Was that discussed?
Actually, we had someone like just straight up admit that they had an idol and that they were gonna play it, which like
okay,
that's cool. I appreciate at the very least that they put it out there because nobody wants to be idled out at the final 5.
Yeah, that's fair. It's always interesting because do you just take their word for it, right? Like that they have an idol? Because that can be a strategy as well, right? To just say like you have one.
Yeah, I'm usually of the belief that like whatever's the easiest for me to like think. Like I just like taking people's word for it because I like trusting people. I think trusting people is very fun.
Occam's razor.
Okay.
Simplest solution is probably it.
But from whose perspective?
I mean, bluffing an idol at this point is kind of risky. No.
Certainly.
Well, it would make it so. I mean, I wouldn't want to vote. Is that what you meant, Lola, when you said idled out? You wouldn't want to be idled out. You mean you wouldn't want your vote to be on someone who uses an idol for immunity? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, that's Survivor terminology.
Got it.
Oh yeah. By the way, I haven't spoken, but I just admitted to it because, like, there's no real point in like you don't wanna bad blood someone for no reason when you could just be like, hey, I'm gonna be safe. Don't even try voting me because it's kind of useless, No need to make more problems than there are in Survivor in general. So.
Okay. I guess we'll find out soon enough.
Yep.
All right. Well, should we get the show going, or any last words from anyone before we do? All right. So Will.
Let it rock.
Will has individual immunity. You cannot vote for Will. You can vote for any of the other 4. Go ahead and send me the name on Discord of the player you would like to vote for. Give me just a second. Okay. Let me just make sure real quick. Okay. I've received all the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now is your final opportunity to do so.
I'm going to stand up real quick, and I'm going to play my 4th immunity idol of the season, the Emerald Pebble. Yeah, it was really fun answering those ones. I got the first one stolen from me, but I was determined not to let any of them get stolen from me from that time.
Okay, so you're playing the Emerald Pebble for who?
Me.
Cool. All right. Soul has played.
I'm playing my idol.
For who?
Myself.
Okay. Soul and Deo have both played hidden immunity idols. Any votes cast for Soul or
You had
Deo
one?
will not count.
That's awesome.
All right, I'll read the votes. First vote is for Nico. Our next vote is for Lola. Our next vote is for Lola. Our next vote is for Nico. It's 2 votes Lola, 2 votes Nico, 1 vote left. The 10th player voted out, and the 7th member of our jury is Lola.
Fucking finally, Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
All right, for the 4 of you remaining, one more challenge, one more tribal council, and then time to plead your case in front of the jury. So go to sleep and get ready.
Wow.
I
Double
to-
idol in final 5.
I told you that Soul Man had a freaking other idol up his sleeve.
Yeah, he really did. And so did Deo. I thought Deo was
So did
bluffing
Deo.
when he was saying at the beginning of the day, I'm like, man, I'm not buying it. I'm not thinking he actually has one.
Oh,
I
man.
didn't get the play of saying it openly in chat. I definitely, the way he talked about it at the start of the tribal, I was like, nah, he's full of it.
Final
But-
5, 3 people immune. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's so funny. And it's just this season has kind of been like a little bit like ironic as well. Like Lola saying nobody wants to be idled out of Final 5 and then got idled out. Well, she got voted out, but
yeah.
And none of them were idol. None of the people that played their idols were voted. So
Yeah,
that's interesting. I mean, that's really interesting that neither of them caught any votes.
Right.
Um,
My guess is it was Will who voted on Nico with Lola, and then the other
Right.
3 voted Lola out. Is
Mhm.
the way I'm taking it.
yeah. So are Soul, Nico, and Deo just like working together again?
Yeah,
Like-
I mean that's what it looks like. But
Or-
there it didn't seem like he had much of a choice. Nico only had one person to vote.
Yeah.
He was probably trying to find anyone he could to work with.
Were they just like, hey, listen, we worked together in the past. Will keeps winning shit. We have idols. Let's give ourselves a better chance to get to final 3. Like,
Yeah.
it's they're like up. Poor Joseph and Hawk were the fat they had to trim, I guess.
Yeah, that you can only take one more out of the group at this point.
Yeah.
It's fine going into final 3. Will might be the one out if he doesn't win another immunity. It's starting to look that way.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Soul, Nico, and Deo. I mean, they have great odds,
Yeah. All they have to do is
Uh,
vote together one more time and they're the final 3.
and they're the final 3. And all they have to do is convince.
But at the same time, they have to think, do I win against these other 2 people? What 2
but
people
they
do I have
might
the best
also
chance to win against?
They might also be thinking, well, Will has won a lot, and he hasn't really burned as many bridges as them because they pissed off Crispy, they turned on Hammy at one point. I'm sure, like they're probably thinking like oh they probably at least 2 of them flipped on Joseph. They're probably thinking like we're the best 3 to go against.
All right.
Right? Yeah. If they think that. Oh,
I'm gonna
go
get into
ahead,
the
Alex.
final challenge. I just want to keep it
Alrighty.
rolling since we're
You're good.
running late. Yeah. All right, final 4. It is time.
Let's get this shit.
Go ahead and wake up. It is time for the final immunity challenge of the season. Player who wins this challenge will be guaranteed a spot at the end of the game. Guaranteed at least $25, So, yeah. Huge stakes, really, there. And for the other 3, one of you will become the final member of the jury. Your final immunity challenge is called Alphabet Code. I've run this one a couple times before. This is a good wordy logic one that requires some thinking. It's a fun final immunity. I think it'll be a good one for this season. I'm going to explain how it works and just go over a couple things with it really quick. For this challenge, you can't use like the internet or like word unscramblers or anything like that. You can take notes and stuff if you want, which you might want to do, because what I'm going to do in each round of the challenge is post an image that looks something like this, where it has all the letters in the alphabet, but some of them are replaced by numbers. What those numbers are telling you is how many times that letter appears in a word. So your goal is to find all the letters in the word and then unscramble it to make a word. Does that make sense?
So the letters before the word,
So like
the number before the letter means that letter.
So for example, like there's no A here. There's a 1 in place of the A. That means this word has 1 A in it. It has 2 E's in it. It has an L and an M and a P and an X. So the answer to this one is just example if you unscrambled it. It has 1 A, 2 E's, 1 L, 1 M, 1 P, and 1 X. And if you unscramble those letters, it makes the word example. The words in this one are not...
sending our answers?
Sorry, say that again?
Where are we sending our answers?
Do it through Zoom again. Just set your Zoom to message me directly, and yeah. So you know, like anagram solvers or anything on your computer, obviously. You have to unscramble it yourself. But if you want to like take notes on a piece of paper or on like a notepad on your computer, that's fine. Just to like write out the letters, you know, you can do stuff like that. Just know like nothing that would be against the spirit of the challenge, you know, like they would do it for you. Does this make sense to everyone? Any questions before we get it going? Cool. The way this one's going to work in terms of structure is a little weird. So basically, the slowest person to send the word to me each round will get a strike. And if you get 2 strikes, you're out. So basically, if you're the slowest twice, you're out. Last one standing wins. Make sense? I will take that as a yes. Cool. You guys all ready for the first one? Oh, and just one other thing. I didn't finish saying this, but there's no theme for these. They're not on the summit mountain theme. I just picked words that would be like challenging, you know? So there's no theme at all. So you shouldn't be thinking along those lines when you're unscrambling. Yep, it's just, it could be any word. Ready to go?
Good.
All right, here is question 1. Good luck. Okay, Soul got it. So Soul's good this round. Looking for 2 more. Nico got it. Looking for 1 more between Will and Deo. Deo got it. The word was pivot. P-I-V-O-T. So Will gets a strike. First strike. If you get a second one, you're out. One other thing I'll warn you about is just a little courtesy is the 1 and the I can look a little similar. So just be careful with I's in the future. And there not being extra I's. Okay? Everyone ready to go to the next one? Yes? No? Okay, I'll assume that's a yes unless anyone speaks up.
If our answer is correct.
Yeah, so Sol, Nico, and Deo all got it. So Will got a strike because he was the slowest. You guys ready for question 2? All right, I will assume so. Here is question 2. It's a new set of letters, so go ahead and get going on these. Have my eyes on the Zoom chat.
Are we on question 2?
Yep.
You're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I
you're
was
muted.
muted. I was not muted to stream, but I was muted to you. This is question 2. We're
Oh.
live. Just run it. Go. Sorry about that. A little rough, but yep. Will got a strike for question 1 in case you guys didn't hear that part.
Does that mean I'm out?
No. You have 1 strike. If you get a second one, you're out. Just focus on this round and then I'll clarify. Sorry about the rocky transition there, but yeah, just focus on this round and then I'll get everyone caught up. Nico got it. So Nico's good for this round. Soul got it. Looking for one more. And Deo got it. The word is frowning. So yeah, Will, so now you're out. If you get 2 strikes, you're out. So because you were the slowest in 2 rounds, now you're out. So then we're going to keep going, and now, the last one standing will win, okay?
What was the first one?
The first one was pivot, P-I-V-O-T. Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't realize I was muted for Zoom only. My bad. Okay. Let me pull up the next question. Give me just a second. All right, here's question 3. Good luck. Soul got it, and Nico got it. So Deo is the slowest. Deo gets a strike. The word here is pepper, P-E-P-P-E-R. And here is question 4. Go ahead. Soul got it. Looking for one more. Nico got it. The word was vividly. Oh, Teo, you got it like right after Nico. You were very close, but he just beat you. Vividly is the word, so that's a second strike for Deo. So it'll be between Nico and Soul for final immunity.
Good luck.
Here's question 5. Go for it. The word is avocado. Nico got that. So Soul gets a strike. So you're going to have to win 2 in a row if you want to get it, Soul. All right, here's question 6. The word is stitch. Soul got that to me. So we are tied up. Nico and Soul each have a strike, which means this next challenge is for immunity. This next round, rather. So whoever wins this one wins immunity. You guys ready? Good luck. Here you go. The word is doubted. Soul has won this round and won final immunity. Congratulations, Soul. The 4 of you can go to sleep and get ready to decide who you're going to vote out, who will be the final member of the jury. Won't be Soul. I'll see you guys soon.
A clutch victory coming in for Soul there. It's all guaranteed to be in the final 3. I wonder who he thinks his best matchup is going in. I'm still scared of Deo. Deo's got a lot of friends on the jury, but Will's played a very honest, friendly game. So also quite the contender. And Nika's been pretty good too. Honestly, it's really anyone's game to win.
It really is. And it's going to be a very interesting tribal council right before the final. Yeah. So we're done challenges. We're done everything. Now it's completely up to the players. They're going to vote one more person out, and then I think they're going to prepare for their final speeches, and the jury's going to assemble, and then that's it. They're going to pick a winner, and this
Yeah.
whole thing is done.
I'm excited to hear the game from everyone's point of view and to see what they did, what they caused, and
yeah,
I bet there's going to be a lot of fighting for who did what in the final three when we get there.
Yeah, I think if Deo, Nico, and Soul are there together, I think it's going to be a lot of like, well, I did this and I did that. No, I did this. No, I was running this.
Right.
No, I controlled it, you know? Whereas I think if Will's there, he's going to be like, well, you know, I was just here to, you know, be friends with everybody. Won a couple challenges, and you know, I threw all those random votes on random people. You know,
even the one on myself. Yeah,
I voted for myself.
I was trying to cause commotion.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really excited to see who our final three is, what everyone's done. I don't like Will's chances to get there, but Nico and Soul do have flip-flopped a lot this game, unless it was Deo flipping. We don't know.
Yeah,
we actually don't
really
know because
he
had an idol. He had an idol, so he could have just felt secure this whole time. He's like, you know, I have this emergency, you know, ripcord that if I feel like I'm in danger, I can just play my idol and get someone else out. So he could have gotten rid of Joseph and Hawk. But we don't know. I'm excited to get those answers in a few minutes.
Yeah, we'll be there before we know it. At this point,
let's do it now because
let's do it now.
Let's see who that final jury member is going to be. All right, final four, soon to be final three. One of you is going to become our final jury member. You can all wake up now. We're at the point of the game where idols, advantages are no longer really in play. We got one pretty pure vote here to decide who your last jury member is going to be. The other three of you will get to make a case in front of that jury as to why they should vote for you as the winner. Will, you there? You able to join us? Awesome.
100%.
So congratulations again, Soul, on winning Final Immunity. You have guaranteed yourself a spot at Final Tribal. Since you're safe, I'll start, by talking to you. Do you have a really strong idea of who you want to get out right now, like who you want to be sitting next to?
I'm pretty sure I have a good conviction on who I think I have the best chances of winning against. I think everyone here has played a different playstyle, but at the end of the day, I think there is a certain playstyle right now that wins over the jury better than everyone else, and it's a hard vote because I like every single one of y'all here. Y'all are phenomenal players. Y'all deserve FTC as much as I do, as much as like everyone else here. But at the end of the day, it is Survivor. It is a vote to eliminate game, and someone has to get fourth.
Yeah, I mean those are the facts. Certainly true. Do any of the other three of you want to speak to that? I mean, obviously none of you have immunity, but you still have, with only 4 people, you're a fourth of the vote here. That's very influential. You still have a big decision to make with who you're going to vote for, and if you were able to get anyone on your side as far as coordinating who you want to be at the end with. How did that go for the other 3 of you?
I think the game went surprising directions at times, and I thoroughly enjoyed playing with everybody here. The games were interesting. It's been an honor playing with everybody, and just so much fun.
Yeah, Will or Deo, you want to say anything before we vote?
I mean, I agree completely. It's actually been a really fun game. I've never done one of these, like sort of Zoom kind of things. So it's been fun, and you kind of just got to vote off who you think you can win against, who you don't, and you move from there.
Deo, it's your first time also?
First time on a Zoom game. I play more of the Discord ones, but I've never done Zoom things.
Oh, okay, cool. So Nico and I, we were the completely new to this kind of thing, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
the dynamic for the ones me and Deo play are much different because everything is VC, and it's just a lot of like moving around in rooms and whatnot. So it tends to become even a lot more hectic, a lot more chaotic than even what we had here. So yeah, it's a very fun experience. I would recommend anyone to try it out, especially sequesters, because that's the bread and butter of social strategy, at least in my opinion. But yeah, no, that's at least from our side. You guys
Cool.
did phenomenally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I second all that. It's been a great experience. Super fun.
I'm glad everyone has had a good time with it. I'm glad to hear that. You guys ready to vote, or anyone want to get anything else in? Is it time? All right, let's do it. Gonna cast your final votes of the season. I guess maybe one of you, that won't be true because you'll be voting for a winner. But for the four of you, go ahead and send me the name on Discord of the player you would like to vote out and become the final jury member. All right. I've received all the votes. Nothing to play at this point, so I will read the votes. Our first vote is for Nico. Our next vote is for Will. Our next vote is for Will. The 11th player voted out, and the 8th and final member of our jury is Will. So you can all go to sleep. I'm going to give you just a couple minutes really quick. Think about what you might want to say to the jury. And then this is going to be really quick, like 2-3 minutes at most. And then we'll get final tribal council started. So I'll see you again soon.
I know we're supposed to be sleeping, but congrats, y'all, making to the end. It's been a cool game.
Congrats, everyone. Congrats.
All right, well.
Sad to see Will go, but
yeah,
it's going to be one heck of a final three, I think.
It is.
They all played similar games. They all were on the same side of a lot of votes and just very slight differences. So,
and
yeah, I'm excited to see it.
And I think ultimately what it came down was is Will was just too nice of a guy and won too many challenges, and they knew that would win. So
yeah,
they burned a couple bridges, and now they get to
Will was on
swim
everyone's
across
good side.
together. Yeah.
So I think they made the right choice with the person to take out. I think Will definitely could have gotten some I like this guy votes and taken it home.
Yeah. I think it's a 33 and a third chance for each of them. I think, Will probably had the edge on whatever other two were going to be there. So, like you said, it was the right vote. I am excited to see who is driving the alliance and all the votes.
I'm sure all three of them were is what we're going to hear.
Exactly. That's that I can't
Let's
wait.
See who can convince the
can't
jury.
wait. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, it's been a pleasure commentating with you, Noah. This has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, I had a good time. I really didn't think I was gonna stick through the whole thing, but I was having such a blast. It was just like, well, I'll stay.
Yeah.
So
there you go.
Laura missed out.
She did miss out. That would have been a fun trio. But
well, in the interest of time, I think let's get final tribal going.
All right,
and then
let's go.
We'll have a fun long post game, I'm sure. All right, everybody can wake up, and by everybody I mean our final three and all 8 of our jurors, if you would all like to wake up. And I'll go over the structure once everyone's here. I'm going to put our final 3 up at the top so everyone can see them. Deo, you here? Cool. Just make sure the final 3 are there. I got 4 jury members, hopefully 4 more on their way. Will, Hammy, Jack. Okay, that's 6. Who are we missing? Crispy, you here?
Yes, I am here.
Cool, cool. And who's the last one we don't have? There they are. Ryan. Awesome. Man, that was so fast. You have no, like, most seasons, like, the jury, like, half of them have left the Zoom and stuff. You know, you gotta call people back. You guys are on it. Cool. So I'll go over the structure of how this is going to work. And, yeah. So basically, the way this is going to go is our final three are each going to get 1 minute to make an opening statement to each of you. It's going to be in a random order. Okay? After that, each jury member will have a chance to, like, address the final three, which means you can either say something to them or you can ask a question or two. If there's anything you want to clear up that will help you make your decision. And then after each jury member has gotten a chance to talk, the final three will each get 1 minute to make a closing statement, which will again be in a random order. Okay? After that's all done, the 8 jurors will each vote for a winner. You're not voting someone out. You're voting for the person you want to win the game. Whoever gets the most votes will win. So, as I said, the order's been determined randomly. Deo, you're up first. Your 1 minute for an opening statement starts right now.
What's up, guys? It's really been a blast. I feel like I played a really good game, and I feel like my fellow finalists also played a really good game. I honestly feel like I was a pivotal part for a lot of this merge. I think I only voted incorrectly once this game. I'll definitely be able to go like round by round and explain all the moves I made in the questioning portion. But to keep it brief, I think I was a really good social player. For the people that made the merge, I was working with pretty much everyone at some point besides Crispy. I think Crispy was the only person who I maybe didn't work with that made the merge. But I try to keep good conversations going, and I think I use my advantages correctly all the time, even at the final 5, which I'll be able to explain that more. And I didn't need challenge wins, but the one challenge win I did win was essentially a social competition because I knew that I was going to be able to go high originally and then just go, or I guess more strategic than social, but I was able to go high originally and then just go low at the end. And that's what worked out for me, and I ended up getting that win. So there was even some strategy in my one comp win. So I think all around I played a pretty good social and strategic game,
Right.
and I bounced.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to cut you off there. I'm going to be strict about the 1 minute time limit. Soul, you're up next. You got a minute starting now.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for being here. I know that I made some enemies of you guys. Some of you, I know, probably are not happy at the way that you guys went out because I was probably at the forefront of it. That was part of the strategy. It was to create some kind of controlled chaos so that I would be somewhere in the middle, not too much at the forefront, not too much at the back, right? Not too likable, but also not make too many enemies. At the end of the day, I feel like while Deo represented the social game, I played the strategic game. I had always been maneuvering my way into positions that were advantageous to me all the time. I can answer your questions when you guys have the questions, but in general, there were about 4, 5, 6 alliances throughout the game that were just controlling the votes, and I was in pretty much every single one of them. Regardless, those advantages as well were controlled by me almost the entire game, because if you control the supply, you know where the votes are going.
Thank you for that. That was pretty good. You were like right around a minute. Nico, you're up next.
Hi everyone, it was great playing with everyone. I'm new to Survivor, but I'm not new to social deduction games. And from like the first vote on Everest, I recognized that I was playing with really great players there, so I didn't need to change my game. And what surprised me was there was a lot of kind of honesty that you can actually weave within the game. And in a lot of sense, I survived that way. And at the end, I've been trying to play to win. I won 2 challenges and tried really close at the end there.
Awesome, thank you. All right, so I'll hand it over to the jury now. So first up, I'm gonna give it to Hawk. Floor is yours.
Okay. So based on the jury, I was kind of getting conflicting stories about what happened at Final 7. So I wanted to, because Tribal Council is about honesty, Final Tribal specifically. So I want to see if you guys can be honest about what you did versus didn't do, instead of just saying, yeah, I did everything. So I would like to know if you 3 had anything to do with Final 7 going down. We'll start with Deo.
Cool. I definitely wanted to mention this. So, like I said before, I only misvoted once this season. The Joseph vote was the vote that I misvoted. Essentially, Joseph was my #1 ally this entire game, along with Sola, obviously. But Joseph was the other person. Joseph was the person who gave me the first idol that I used in the first pre-merge tribal council. And so I was never in any way going to be voting for Joseph. Not ever, maybe not even at the Final Four. So I'll admit to that. The plan was to get out Lola because I really saw Lola as, a dominant player at that time. Mainly in the comps, but also she was playing a very good game, voting correctly. And I was able the next round to successfully convince Lola that I didn't vote for her. At least I think so, because it got me in a final 3 with myself and Sol. And so I did vote wrong, but I was able to bounce back. So I'll admit to that. I just was never going to vote for Joseph there.
I'll chime in here. I think that I'd like to say I played a part in that final 7, because I think I was the one who swung the vote away from Lola. I recognized at that point that there was a Sol, Deo, and potentially a Joseph thing that's going to happen. So I needed to really stop that, and I think that was a very big pivotal part in surviving for me.
I'm gonna admit I'm also one of the misvotes on Joseph there. However, it wasn't as bad. Regardless of the outcome, it was going to be good for me regardless. If Lola went, I would still have Joseph as an ally, and we can cut him somewhere around Final 6, Final 5. Even though that sounds far-fetched, it was the line was there. If Joseph went, then that means that Deo's #1 is gone, and his #1 then becomes me, which means that we both now have a dependency on each other. And while a dependency on someone else might not sound the greatest, if both of you have a dependency on each other, that means that both of you have to trust each other. And with the way that the game was shaping up, we were in control of pretty much all the votes. We had visibility across the board, so it made sense to for Joseph to go or Loda to go, and it wouldn't make a difference because either way, it was a positive outcome for me.
Awesome.
But I did misvote. I did misvote.
No further questions.
Great. Next up, let's go to Jack.
Hey y'all, good game. Was a little shocked that I was the first target but like, I don't know, I guess it also made sense. My question is sort of to Sol and Dale, or whoever of you would like to chime in. Less about this game, more about what I could do better in the next game.
I can go first. I really think your vote out, it was just a happen of circumstance. I can explain further. This is getting apart from the question. I'll explain that later. But I think your vote was really just unlucky because had Crispy not been immune, Crispy would 100% been voted out there over you. And we thought that Nico was the one person that we might be able to flip. And so that only led you because I was working with Sol and Hawk at the time. So you were like kind of the only person there. So I don't think you really did anything wrong. And honestly, if it wasn't for my, idle play in the beginning, I feel like you would have actually been in a pretty decent spot.
Yeah, that I can't really say anything else. It really just was an unlucky vote for you. So don't take the vote here too hard because I mean there was not too much that could have happened. Like what if it did happen differently? If Crispy, like you said, didn't get immunity, he probably would have been fine. But yeah, no fault to your game. Fault to the universe trying to fuck you over here.
I'd like to jump in there as well, because I feel like I was the swing vote there. I flipped sides on the vote on Jack. And I feel like at that time it would have been like a 50-50 on like a challenge win if I just tied it. And I wanted to play it such that I could be in some kind of graces with the Day of Soul Alliance at the time and hopefully take some information going into the merged tribe. So that was kind of my mindset there. So it's not like I voted you from random as well.
You good, Jack? Cool. I'm going to give it to Hammy now.
All right, congratulations, everyone. I was not able to be in any chats with any of you, but I was able to spectate the game the whole time. Nico, I think it was a really good point you brought up about the swing vote from Joseph. I think that was a big move. But I'd like to hear from you and Deo on two like of your what you think your biggest moves that you made in the game to really sway the game. And Nico, aside from that one.
Am I included in that question as well?
No, I have another question for you after.
Oh shit! Oh god, I'm cooked.
I can go first.
Yep.
My first move, it was kind of what I wanted to allude to before, but I didn't want to jump into it too much. I think I single-handedly crafted my alliance for this game. So what do I mean by that? I was a little bit busy in the beginning of the game, which is why I was the first target. I wasn't able to get back to messages too fast. So I went to the island with Joseph, and I told Joseph, "Hey Joseph, I'm on the bottom." Joseph then gave me his pre-merge idol, I guess because he felt he didn't need it at all because he'd be safe, throughout. So I knew Joseph was a number for me there. I come back, I tell Soul and I tell Hawk that I have this pre-merge idol. Now what that does is, now I have Soul and Hawk with me. We had a 3-person alliance, and I had Joseph as an ally as well. And so I used the first vote to get rid of Vandy, was it? Because Vandy was someone who I just didn't talk to, and he was very vocal at the first tribal council, seemed like he was really confident, and I kind of felt like if he stayed in the game, he would have had a lot of power. And then I used my amulet advantage, which negated 1 vote from a player, but I didn't get the votes in the second round. Hawk did. The issue was Crispy used an extra vote, so it was going to be a 4-3 vote. But since I used my advantage on Hawk, that made it a 3-3 vote. And then Nico flipped, which honestly, I don't know if that was the best move for his game because it kind of feel like he wasn't really in the best spot and he wasn't driving a lot of the votes during the merge. He did make a good move at Final 7, I will admit, but I don't know if that was the best for him. So I'll say that's one. Crafting my merge alliance pre-merge and forming it and then using it later in the game. The other move I'll use is the Final 6 round, which I think is more pivotal than the Final 7 because it's later, obviously. And that round essentially, I had lied to Lola, told Lola that I voted Joseph when in reality I voted for her. I formed a 3-person alliance with myself, Lola, and Soul, and we flipped the game and made it a 3-2-1 vote. And Will, I don't know what Will did that round, but I'm pretty sure Will said that he voted for who is it? He voted for Hawk that round. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if Will actually voted for Hawk because I think Soul, Lola, and I probably stuck to that 3 there. But essentially, those are my 2 biggest moves that I would say. The Final 6 round where I really took control, and essentially, it wasn't pettiness, but I felt like I needed to get out Hawk because he just made a big move on me at 7 since Hawk also flipped. And then obviously crafting my alliance pretty much. So those are my 2 big moves.
Am I allowed to add something onto what Deo said about the Lola alliance?
After.
Okay.
I want to hear Nico.
So aside from the Lola situation at like Final 7, most of my moves were pre-merge, where I think in the beginning I crafted a 4-3 alliance against Deo and Soul. Granted, they maneuvered their way out of that one. And then later on, I recognized the situation I'm in because they were driving the game in a lot of sense. But it takes a lot also to recognize the position that you're in and try to pivot and make something out of that. I think that's when I ended up trying to pair up with Hawk and tried to make a move on Deo. So not that they were successful, but I think recognizing it and then kind of using it to my advantage to get further for my own game as well.
Okay, one other quick question for Nico and Deo, just out of curiosity. If you were to have won the final immunity, who would you have voted out?
Personally, I would have stuck with voting out Will. I think Soul and I played very comparable games. We essentially, voted the same way every time, but I feel like I have stuff that I can explain later that I did better. And Nico was someone who I felt, wasn't in control for a lot of the merge. And I felt like Will, it's his first game, and at least to me, he was insanely likable. And I know if I was on the jury, I'd probably vote for Will, so I would have done the same thing to him.
Good.
I needed to vote Will out as well, even if I was immune. And the reason is because because Soul and Deo were both playing the same game from where I was sitting. And I think in that way, it was best for me to split them up in that sense.
Okay. And then, sorry, Lombax, I know this is long. Soul,
Yeah,
I just
last
want to say,
question.
I thought you made the play of the season, playing the idol. You should have gone home. You saved yourself. You also had a lot of riches, right? But I want to just hear what aside from having all the advantages, did you think that you maybe played a more strategic game than Deo, for instance?
So in general, right, Deo was kind of the more front runner of the business, right? and I was the one kind of in proxy. Okay, so I feel like the dynamic between me and Deo, both of us are integral parts to our game, and I'm not gonna understate the fact that Deo did not play a phenomenal game. He did, and he was a very big part of my game. What I think that I did differently than Deo is the fact that the moves that were made were more so attributed to Deo rather than me, leaving my hands clean from the blood of the massacres. Even though I was the one to get idols, I kept sharing them with the alliances that I had very strategically, kept holding them until it came time to actually use them. For example, the last idol that I had, I kept it till 5. I think I got it on final 8. The Lola, what is it? Lola, sorry, my English. It's fucking 3:57 a.m. I'm really tired. Sometimes it gets rambling. But one of the big moves that Deo claims is the Lola alliance. Me and Lola had been talking earlier prior to that, and we wanted to lock in a final 2, and we had bounced between Hawk and Deo. But at some point, we realized that Hawk needed to go because he was pushing Lola's name. And so we stuck with Deo, and we made that final 3 after the fact, when Deo then reached out after I did. But generally speaking, play by proxy, Deo was the front man of the business.
Deo, how quick is your comment? Because I got to go to the next juror.
You can go to the next. I'll just address it in the next question, maybe.
Okay, I'm going to go to Ryan next.
All right. I just want to start by saying congratulations to the finalists. You guys played an amazing game, and also to Joseph, thanks for inviting me. This Survivor game was a lot of fun, man.
Awesome.
I guess my biggest question also had to do around the time where I got voted off during the merge. I just wanted to see each of the finalists' game plans going into the merge because it was very chaotic. It felt like on both sides from the information that I got.
Do you have anyone who wants to go in first, or?
I mean, whoever wants to speak first, yeah. No particular order.
I'll go first because I think like from the pre-merge, from like right after the merge, I was in like the most precarious situation. I feel like I needed to tread the line between voting out established alliances in K2 and then swinging back to trying to swing back one of our Everest team. And then at the end there, I needed to try and break up this potential super power block. I think that would have been, I think that was integral to my game, is kind of like finding the in-between line and kind of finding my place in terms of around all of these really powerful players.
I'll answer your question, Ryan, but is it okay if I make a comment afterwards about the last thing? But I'll answer your question first. That's cool.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So I think I pretty much, kind of went into a little bit before. But my strategy, I guess, coming into the merge was, forming my alliances pre-merge and recognizing who the threats were, but still being able to play a low-key game and make it all the way to the end. I'll be honest, I don't know how I made it to the end. I don't know how Soul made it to the end. I feel like we really were able to have our hands on the horns of this game, having like really tight alliances with Hawk, Nico at times, Lola at times, Joseph. I feel like just keeping those people in the game that weren't going to vote for me was essential to my game, and then I was able to decide which side I wanted to jump to this round, which side I wanted to jump to this round, and then move from there. And then my only comment about the last thing was, at your vote, Ryan, actually, Soul actually didn't save himself. It was a 4-3-1 vote. It was a misplayed idol because Nico voted for Will. So Soul didn't have a successful idol play this season. He had 4 idols. They didn't actually stop him from going home because he wasn't going to.
That's actually a big deal because I thought that was kind of the swing there.
Yeah,
for sure.
It was 4-3-1. And also on the Lola thing, he can say he had a final 2 with Lola, but at the final 5, I convinced him to swap to take out Lola and then to take out Will right after, so that I was with Nico at the end.
It's better for both of our games. What the fuck you mean?
That's
what?
True, but you said you had a final 2 with Lola, and then.
Well, yeah, but then you realize that both Lola and Will are much more likable than you and I, and we realize, shit, this is a bad situation for both of us.
All right, let's
you can't just pin that shit on me being like, oh no, I convinced you.
All right. Well, speaking of Lola, Ryan, if you're done, I'm going to go to Lola next. Are you good, Ryan? Any other questions?
Yeah. No, that's it.
All right, Lola, take it away.
My question is very simple. Might be a little bit too simple. Why should I vote for you to win?
Day, you want to take this first?
I will take it. Shit. Yeah, you gotta get your hands on the horn, Soul. You gotta answer these
Yeah,
questions
yeah,
first,
yeah,
man.
yeah, bro. Don't worry, bro.
Yeah. I think Soul actually helped me out a little bit. I was like the forefront of the team. I was a social player. And also, I played all my advantages correctly. Even the Final Five, playing that publicly, telling everyone I had it, was so that I wouldn't get any heat on me at the Final Five, so that people weren't looking at me at Final Four. Somehow, Soul won Final Four, and I didn't get a single vote at the Final Four vote. Will voted for Nico. So I was able to really like stay like under the water despite playing such a dominant game and using all my advantages correctly, which I think gives me the slight bub over my buddy.
I'll jump in here. I think we're talking a lot about kind of the driver's seat or the being the dominant player strategy here, but from where I'm sitting, I think there's an underdog storyline that you can follow here as well, where this is actually my ideal top three, because now we have Sol and Deo fighting for credit for their moves that they did together, but here I am kind of making my way through. I've talked what I needed to talk, I've won what I needed to win, and we're here.
I will say this. I feel like the effort that I put into the game was well placed, even if I had misplayed my idols, right? There were multiple, and I'm pretty sure there are multiple instances of people going out with advantages, with idols. So at the end of the day, right? I didn't go out with those idols. I still stayed safe regardless. Even if the votes were not on me, an idol played is better than an idol in the pocket when you go out of the game, right? And also, when it comes to like compatibility or things like that, I realized kind of quickly and very early on that the idol competitions were much easier than the actual comps themselves. So I just kind of redirected a little bit more energy into that than the comps themselves because it's less effort, it's less having to really try on the comps, and more energy to be social, to be strategic. But I will admit I did use like a slight loophole in the game itself. Yeah, that's my answer.
Okay, cool. I mean, I know it was kind of redundant, but I liked being catered to specifically, so that was why I asked that.
Are you good, Lola?
Yep, I'm good.
Cool. Crispy, you're up next.
Okay. I don't really have many questions. I just want to make a couple statements. A lot of people don't give Deo the credit that he got. He really did come from the gutters. He got voted out. He used obviously the best idol in the game, which a lot of people haven't really acknowledged. I know it's not like it's only on Everest, and a lot of Everest isn't here. But I do have to say this, Nico, you kind of fucked yourself over by treading the line. I feel like it. I know, I know from your perspective, staying alive is better, but from my perspective, I think staying with the Alliance instead of fucking over me and Nick. One, it gets. I don't know how Nick's voting, or Jack, sorry, Jack, is voting. But I'm definitely not voting for you after you did that. Yeah, and I like Soul's play because Soul, while I hated both Deo and Soul the whole game, Deo drove the game, but Soul steered the game. Like Soul was the one that was like Deo to me was getting people along, but Soul was the one that actually made the game happen. Whereas like it was like me and Deo both talking to Soul, and Soul was the one deciding, from my perspective at least, on our team. And then going into it, I wasn't paying attention as much, and I know Soul just had so many immunities. But from my perspective, it just like it it seemed like there was two better players in this team. Yeah, I kind of regret uh not working with Deo and Soul. I want to point this out. everyone on my alliance was like, Soul is a dirtbag. Do not trust this guy. And you were, if Deo didn't survive, you were dead next round. So
Yeah.
you guys literally would have, if Deo didn't play that, Deo and Soul would have been
Yeah.
out like
I mean,
pre-merge.
I know, like, I've gotten this like quote unquote insult. I really don't take it that personally in games, but I've gotten this a lot. It comes with the fact that playing the middle of the kind of like a middle of the road game comes with the fact that people think you're on their side, and then when you flip, they feel incredibly betrayed. And I know that I did that to you, Crispy. You know, nothing personal. I had to do what I had to do to advance myself in the game. But it was really fun playing with you, and it was really fun making to merge with you.
Yep.
You good, Crispy?
I'm good.
All right, Joseph, your turn.
Congratulations, y'all. Can y'all hear me?
Biden.
Yep.
Joe Biden.
Congratulations. This final 3 pisses me off in a weird way. Nico, I hate that you used the term under the radar, because usually people that are under the radar perk up in the end game. You only deflated. Deo, honestly, I got a lot of respect for your game. My only problem is that if I didn't give you the statue during the summit round, none of this would have happened. And you can say, oh, well, I convinced you to. You didn't. I was just being ballsy, and I needed you as an ally, and clearly it worked. So you played a good game, but
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
No, you're
man.
good.
I'm sorry for the boring game, bro.
No, you're good.
Oh shit!
And
Big fuck.
And it's not that you played a boring game. It's just I feel like your big shtick right now is your idols and your ability to kind of be out there. But when I was in the game, dude, I was able to use you at least as the kind of smoke screen. Your name was always going to be out there before my name would. And even those plays where you were using your idols was it almost not to stroke my cock here, but it almost benefited me more than it benefited you, because it got the idols out of the game. And even on those votes where you were gonna idol yourself, it was still me driving the vote. Like, for example, the Ryan vote, you wanted to go Lola there, and I knew that I could take Ryan out. He was a bigger threat in the game, and he was the glue to the Lola and Will sort of faction that was going on there, and it would just get the distrust between you and Lola moving forward. So I kind of discredit you on the idol plays there. So there's a lot of lacking factors in this game with the 3 of you, and it leaves me like left wondering who I should vote. I know I'm not voting Nico because that guy did nothing all game and he didn't message me once. So you will not be getting my vote, good sir. I hope you have a great night. So I guess I'll start with Soul. I'm gonna ask you. I don't want you to talk about idols because it's only gonna hurt you.
Absolutely not.
I want you to kind of explain to me, like, at least while I was in the game, what you were not doing behind the scenes, but what you claimed to be doing in terms of running the game. Because from my perspective, it was not that. Let's just say that.
Yeah. Yeah. So, of course, there's the case to be made that I really didn't do much because I'm not the moves that were made, were technically not mine. Right? They were made by someone else, and I only was there as the little pushes and pulls. Joseph, you were a big part of that. You were the visibility into the other side that I didn't have at all. As much as you say that you used me, I also got to use you because you were my eyes into the other side. Now I had no other avenues at that point in the game, and knowing that Deo got the idol from you meant that sticking to you was the best play, because Deo was a player that I wanted to stick to, and by association, you were also a player I needed to stick to, right? Because you both were great players. You guys had the driving force that you needed, and you very specifically had visibility into votes that I otherwise probably would have been blindsided on, and it's for that's what my behind the scenes work was. It was mainly being able to gather the information from different sources, have as much visibility throughout the entire game as possible, and then make the decisions based on that. And you were an integral part of that kind of chain of visibility.
And then Deo, I almost want you to kind of touch up on the same factor as Soul. I don't really know how to word it, but it's just kind of the overall, like, while I was in the game.
Lag, I don't.
I think he.
Did he disconnect?
I
think he's gone.
He dropped out.
He was dropping such fire questions. He just died.
Hold on a second. Oh, his phone died. He just told me.
Bro, he had all the time in the world to charge it. That's crazy.
Hold on a second. I'll see what we can do about that. Okay, he's gonna rejoin. Oh, he told me to ask something to you, Deo. So I'll do my best impression. Touch up on what Soul said while I was in the game. What were you doing to drive the game without the help of me? And I don't know who me refers to, so good luck with that.
That would be Joseph, probably.
Would be Joseph, right?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
But it is ambiguous.
Basically, damn, see if he's not here, what's the point of answer?
I don't know.
I'll answer it.
Maybe wait a second.
I'd rather wait. I mean, I have the answer ready, but wait.
I'll see how long he needs.
Yes, and send him a clip or something.
Okay.
Or you can just
in.
clip the Twitch. Or wait, this is streamed on Twitch, right? You can just clip the answer, right?
I guess, yeah.
Do, right? Unless you.
It seems a little inconvenient, but.
Yeah.
He said less than a minute, so we'll kill some time.
We'll kill some time. Is there any other juror that we haven't gone through yet, or is he the last one?
Will be the last one after,
Will.
but
yeah.
I'll wait for him to finish since he was kind of in the middle of his.
Guys, sorry, but I think
thing.
Will is my favorite juror. I'm not gonna lie. Like, bro, he's just vibes. He's just vibes, dude.
Okay, here we go.
I am so sorry about that.
No worries. Yeah, just finish up your question and then we'll move on.
Okay, so I just wanted you to, like, Deo to, like, touch up on what's kind of like the same thing that I asked Soul. Essentially just like when I was in the game, because from what I could tell, I was kind of that chain between us and the K2 tribe, and as soon as I went, you were kind of able to talk with them more, and that's when your game really started to strive. So I want to hear from you during that beginning of the merge when you weren't in that positioning, kind of what you were doing to build yourself up and kind of charge the game in that way.
I'll be honest, bro. I have a perfect answer for this question. As much as Soul likes to say you were our eyes and ears, you might have been Soul's eyes and ears. But I was talking to Ryan and I was talking to Lola. Ryan told me the vote was on Hawk when Soul idled and he only negated 3 votes. I told Soul he didn't have to idle there, and he idled anyways. So I was building those relationships with people, outside of our core group. Nico, I was continuing to talk to, even though like we had such an up and down relationship, but I was still like staying close to Nico. Lola also told me about the votes in the beginning, so it was mainly Ryan and Lola for those first beginning votes. I knew Soul didn't need an idol. I told him he didn't need an idol. So that's sort of my thing. That's what I think kind of sets myself apart in the early merge when you were still there.
I will say I did lie to you about that. We were voting for Soul in that moment.
That's fair, but Hawk did get the votes in the end, so.
Yeah.
Like,
I think overall
it's the partial correct play then. I'll take that.
I think overall some sketchy gameplay, but nonetheless Final 3, something I couldn't do. So, not much to say.
Yeah, sorry about that, Joseph.
No, you're good.
All
Good
right.
play on you.
With that said, let's turn it over to our final juror. Will, you can close us out.
I mean, I'm just in awe. I'm in awe as someone new to pretty much this entire concept. I mean, I never even watched Survivor. I played that one game, Secret Hitler, which I think is close to Mafia. I've never played Mafia. So just sort of trying to take it all in. I don't have specific questions for anybody. I've got to say, like, to hear you guys talk about the strategies that you were doing, that there was so much thought, this, that. I mean, it's awesome. It clearly, Soul, Deo, you guys were doing moves, making moves, even just the terminology you guys are using, like this like lingo, shows that so much thought went into every little aspect of this game, which is awesome. I know a lot for next time. I will certainly try to have a little bit more of an edge, because that's clearly I knew by the time it was down to the 4 of us, I was like, oh, I'm gone. I've made no enemies. Like clearly they're going to want me out of there because I'm a votable person from the jury's perspective. I didn't even realize that was going to come down to it. So I don't have any statements. I think everyone played awesome. It's been an honor playing with everybody. Jack texted me a little meme saying I cried my first time, and that's kind of how I feel here. I'll never forget my first, right? And I think I'll be a very different player thanks to you three specifically next time I play. So thank you for the experience.
I hope we made your first time a fun time.
Definitely, 100%.
Well, that's a very sweet note to wrap up on. So with that, we're going to do final statements. Again, these will be quick, 1 minute in a random order. And Nico, you are up first. Go ahead.
Wait, sorry, I'm not familiar with this part.
Oh, it's
I'm
literally
voting?
just the same as opening statements. Like you get another 1 minute. It just
Basically you get to close.
You get to talk for a
right?
minute, and then each of you gets to do this, and then they're going to vote. So this is just kind of your last thing you get to say to everyone before the vote.
Yeah, I played a lot of game of survival here, not because I didn't make any moves, but I made 3 kind of biggish moves, and they were like blocked and stopped at those times. And it's adapting from it that I think like that I really needed for my game. Like from the very first blind side of my alliance, I recognized that there was information leaking, so I needed to find a different path up to later where we had an opportunity to take out Deo, but that didn't really happen either. And then the alliances just fell kind of so quickly, at least faster than I was imagining. And that kind of, I needed to navigate that a different way.
Sorry. Thank you for that. Soul, you're up next. 1 minute.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you guys for hearing us out. I ask you not to judge us by the character of our by the content of our characters, because obviously I would be losing every single time, but by the content of our game. I have been able to explain exactly what has been going through my mind throughout the different stages of the game, and I hope that you understand from my perspective how the game was played and how each and every single move made sense in my perspective. Even if that means that I get second or third place, right? It's an honor to be here with you guys, to have played with you guys, and I hope that no matter how many times you guys played, I've been able to make this fun for you guys. But at the end of the day, I think that comparatively speaking, I think that I edge out Deo, and I think that I beat Nico in most cases, in a lot of cases here. But you know, it's a toss-up right now, and regardless, I hope to see your vote on me.
You're really good at timing the 1 minutes. Good job. Deo, you're up next.
With me.
Members of the jury, as we know, Survivor's a 3-stage game: social, strategic, and physical. I believe I should be the sole survivor of this game because I really encapsulated all 3. Social, obviously. I was working with so many people during this game, so many people in the merge, like I said. Strategic, I drove blindside after blindside and controlled this vote each and every way. Only at the final 7 did I vote wrong. And physical, I got an immunity and I played all my advantages. I optimized them so that they'd be the best advantages played that could possibly be. And Nico saying that I was an option for a vote, that's something I didn't even know. But I think it would have been a smart idea if it did go through. Or I mean, technically, oh no, I did know the first round. I don't know if he meant in the jury or something. But it should have been. You know, I am really surprised I made it here because I think I really encapsulated what it means to be the sole survivor. And I hope that y'all vote for me. And it's been a blast all the way through.
Perfect. Oh, sorry, I was muted again. Awesome. All right. Jurors, it's time for you to vote. So even if you already sent a vote for me, just send it to me again. I've cleared my notifications. Go ahead and send me. To be very clear, you're not voting someone out or anything at this point. You're sending me the name of the player who you want to win the game. Okay? So the 8 of you are now going to go ahead and send me on Discord either Soul, Nico, or Deo, which one of them you want to be the winner of Survivor Summits. And while they're doing that, I'm just going to say a couple quick thank yous. First to PTB and Noah for doing commentary. It's always super helpful for the stream and YouTube videos and stuff. Just to have the filler discussions and stuff. Fun to listen to. I appreciate taking all the time out of it. Thank you to everyone who played as well, of course, for... I know this is a huge time commitment, and it started late, and it ran longer than it should have. Seems to always happen, frustratingly. But thank you for bearing with me through that. And I don't think he's here anymore, but I just want to say a big thanks to Happy Meal if he listens to this, because he did help with a lot of the recruiting for this season. So shout out Happy Meal. So yeah, I'm going to start tallying the votes again. If you already messaged it to me, send it to me again, like if you sent it before I said this. But I'm going to start getting your votes. Directly message them to me. Don't just like put it in the jury chat or something. In fact, you probably shouldn't say it in the jury chat because that'll spoil things. So I'm going to start tallying stuff up. I think I'm missing one. I've got 7 votes here. Is Joseph here? Did he drop out again?
I'm here.
Did you send me a vote? I think yours.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Cool. Thank you. All right, just gonna double check real quick. There we go. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I'm just making 100% sure I've got everything correct. All right. So something I like to do for the ending, just a little silly thing, is I want to have everyone turn their cameras off except the final 3 while I'm reading the final votes. And then when I say who the winner is, you can all turn your cameras back on and celebrate and all that good stuff. But let's get, just our final 3 here for a minute. And as soon as I say who the winner is, feel free to wake back up and all of that. And then, I'll give you some time to talk, and then I'll do a little debrief about some of the advantages and stuff afterwards. Crispy, I'm a big fan, but you are unfortunately not a member of the final 3, so if you wouldn't mind, thank you. All right. Congrats to the 3 of you for making it this far in the game. You've all earned at least $25. One of you is going to walk away with 75 and the title of winner of Survivor Summits. I'm going to read the votes. Our first vote is for Deo. Our next vote is for Nico. Our next vote is for Soul. That's 1 vote each. Deo, Nico, and Soul. Our next vote is for Nico. Our next vote is for Deo. The next vote is for Nico. The next vote is for Deo. That's 3 votes Nico, 3 votes Deo, 1 vote for Soul, and 1 vote left. And that vote is not for Soul. So with 4 votes, the winner of Season 9 Survivor Summits is Deo. Congratulations.
Thank you guys. GG. It was real fun.
This motherfucker was in a suit the entire time? What the fuck?
I
That's
told you,
crazy.
I told you, no one's fucking dressed up and nobody listened.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I didn't get the memo.
Damn.
I was told it was a suit and tie event.
Well, I want to hear what the commentators have to say.
It was really entertaining to watch. We were kind of wondering if it would come down to Mafia versus the Sequestrians, but Mafia kind of got obliterated early on there.
Indeed.
Kind of just all got blown up.
So, yeah,
but it was a really fun game to watch.
Yeah.
I was rooting for Will for most of the game. Really
So
like
was I,
the guy,
dude.
fun to watch.
So was I.
I was rooting for Deo. Only times when you guys had that final 5 alliance, and it was kind of getting a little like boring. Like, oh, they're just gonna steamroll. But then you guys did some crazy stuff and took out Joseph and Hawk, and got really interesting. Yeah, Yeah. So Deo, you did like kind of decimate your alliance a little bit, right? You took out Hawk. You didn't take out Joseph.
I didn't take.
but-
Yeah, I
No,
took
that
out
was
Hawk.
me.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah.
Just Hawk.
Are you and Joseph brothers?
Yes.
Okay, I guess we're brothers now.
Yeah, we're brothers.
Yeah, we
I'm
were
not-
we had a
wondering at the
conspiracy.
commentators chat. We were like,
I'm
they
actually
kinda look
locked.
alike.
I'm actually locked in his bathroom as we speak.
Wait, did anybody throw that competition, or was that just you guys didn't
Oh, I
know the
threw-
rules?
we
I
100%
threw
threw.
every comp. I
Okay.
feel like
We
every
100%
I was
threw.
just.
Yeah,
I
the
was just
tens
awful.
there, I was like, they
Yeah.
must be working
Yeah,
together.
They
like-
have to be
Yeah.
throwing.
We thought that was really funny.
I was just
Um,
awful.
The bit was
Wow,
good.
we
The bit was good.
really loved that you guys had 2 idols in Final 5. That was crazy.
And didn't play either of them at 6 either.
Yeah.
Like,
That was the
That's
best
confidence.
combo of the season. I
I
was
fucked
shaking
up
in my
and
fucking boots.
misvoted.
Well, I'm gonna go over all the like summits and advantages in a second after, in a couple minutes, but I think the funnest play of the season to watch personally was the summit where Joseph gave his pre-merge idol to Deo was like
Yes.
so cool. That was such a
Yeah,
cool play.
I-
and then it
and I
actually
just,
worked and like
0 fucks
mattered.
given too, just instantly.
Yeah.
Hey, you
Well,
want this?
What?
The
Oh my
best
god.
part, the best part about that was like when they joined, they were like, "Oh, hey, I don't know you," and then they like insulted each other a little bit, like throwing jabs at each other, and then Deo was like, "Yeah, so like, I'm on the bottom. Like, you got anything to help me out?" And Joseph was like, "Actually, hold on, let me confirm something. Oh yeah, I can give you this. Here's an idol." And Deo immediately plays it at the tribal.
It's
and
crazy. It
saved
like
himself.
mattered too. It actually like
Yeah,
swung the
yeah.
vote.
Completely changed
Yeah.
the game, yeah.
That was kind of
Yeah.
obvious, yeah.
It,
Yeah,
it
it
might
was
have been
great.
the flop for the Mafia group. If that didn't happen, Mafia might have.
I didn't even know that happened. until the
That's
final
exactly
tribal.
what I said.
It's
Okay,
honestly
but-
like really
Because
funny
Soul,
and, like,
Soul and Deo would have been dead within the.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy
And it
too, by
was
the way?
funny.
Something really
Yeah,
crazy.
Yeah.
So the pre-merge, that was the pre-merge idol. So the vote split there was on Deo and Vandy, like 4-3, right? You know who had the idol on the other tribe?
Vandy.
Vandy, yeah. So if he
What
had,
a fucking play!
Yeah.
I
What a
fucking knew it.
play.
so you got voted out with the
honestly,
other
like-
pre-merge idol.
Yeah.
That's why I
And
was
it-
so. That's why I was so hesitant to vote Deo in the final tribal because I'm like, am I
Dude,
about to vote?
if they had
the
both
person
played
I
it,
just-
oh my god, it would have been so good. Like all the votes are negated, you have to re-vote among everyone else. Oh my god,
Yeah.
that would have been amazing.
It was also really interesting because Hammy and Crispy went to the summit right before you guys went, and it was like they're like, "Hey, yeah, so we're friends. We know each other. I'm working with this person.
Yeah.
You want me to protect?"
Dude, they had the
anybody?"
most
And
efficient
then-
conversation.
Yeah.
They were just like,
Yeah.
okay, we need to do this, like.
All right, they're like, "Who's working together? Who's doing what? Blah blah blah." All right, we're gonna give each other an extra vote. Hammy's like, "Do you want me to save anybody on my tribal?" And Crispy's like, "Nah, like I'm
He was like,
good.
maybe
I'm
DJ
running-
and-
I'm
like,
yeah, I'm running shit over here. I'm good. You can vote out whoever. Like we're solid if you get over here." And then the next one's Deo and Joseph, and they're like, "Yeah, blah blah blah. Like let's trade power.
Okay.
Like let's do all this stuff." And it was like, damn. It was like it became like these two like factions. Like oh, it was interesting to see where it was
I
going.
will say
Right,
that
yeah.
idol play was one of my, because that was one of my favorite like moves that I've gotten to do in one of these games. Like,
Oh yeah,
like
no,
fucking
I-
JT giving an
Giving this
idol to
thing to
fucking
Russell,
Russell, but it actually
but it was
worked.
good instead of terrible. Yeah.
At the Jeremy Deo summit as well, Jeremy says something like, "Oh yeah, we're all in
Jeremy.
consensus. We're
I'm
Joseph.
isn't it- Joseph.
Joseph.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Joseph says something like, "We're all in consensus. We're voting Will out next time we are at the vote." And then Will comes in the next summit. He's like, "Oh yeah, we all love each other. We're great."
Well, and
friends."
Will,
That
it was so
was
funny too because
so
Will
funny.
had just won
That was
immunity after
so
that.
Will's dead
funny.
if he didn't win.
But Will also won
It was
immunity too, so
so-
it wasn't even like
yeah.
an
That was so
option.
funny.
And it-
Yeah.
Crispy came back and said that, and like I was just sitting on that because I didn't even tell nobody that Joseph told me that. So Crispy
Yeah.
comes back, he's like, Will just said, oh, everyone's just having fun on their tribe. They're really united.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, a round before, Joseph tells me, oh, we go to tribal again, Will's done. It was
Yeah.
that-
And
it
then
was
Will, yeah,
Will
and
comes
then
back
Will,
with immunity.
yeah, and then he wins immunity, and then Hammy's like, please guys, please, no, please, me and Joseph are really like, no guys, please,
You
please,
need
please,
us.
please.
You need our advantages.
And then you didn't vote, Hammy. Hammy, you could have did your extra
Use
vote.
my
You could have
advantage.
tied
I,
it.
had
That's what I
to,
was
I feel like
telling
that
you,
I
Em. I
had
was
to
like, you
gamble with
gotta
going
use
into
it.
the merge with the advantage.
Actually, I
That
think
was my
so. I think
only-
this would be a good time for me to
Because
just tell
my
everyone.
thought is, look, I get Crispy, I have me and Crispy and both of our votes, if we have 4 votes
Ah, yeah.
between 2 people, that's huge, right?
I think this is a
And I was
good
gonna work with
point for me to
Crispy,
tell
right?
Yeah, we
everyone
gotta get
all the
there.
idols.
Glad I was
Yeah,
in the
know,
game. I
to
had to
get there,
ruin
right?
all of that.
I actually trust Lola. I didn't. I was never gonna vote her. She voted me.
I was, just,
actually
like,
never
scared
gonna vote
because
you.
like, yeah, I appreciate that, but at the same time, I was just like so annoyed because it's like Joseph was saying it's like
On site.
But
like, you were
Joseph was
saying,
saying
Joseph
that.
was throwing-
Joseph was trying to say. Joseph was trying to get you instead
Oh
of.
yeah, I was 100% lying.
Yeah.
There. I had to get Hammy out.
And I was like so annoyed, despite the fact that like the previous round, I was like telling Hammy that like, oh yeah, you've been like put on the bottom in like this 4, like
Oh,
don't
yeah.
tell anyone about it. And then like it happens to me, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I'm so pissed about this.
I was trying to savor Hammy, and then as soon as he started piping up, I was like, yeah, we gotta get this guy out. So that's why I spilled to Ryan and to Lola, and then we just flipped the vote.
Oh, Joseph flipped on Hammy. That's interesting.
Yeah, no, I
Because Hammy, when he went to talk to Crispy, he's like, "Oh, I got Joseph. We're really tight." Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And then Hammy's like,
I didn't
"Save
really
me,
want to tell him
Joseph.
about
Save me,
Lola,
Joseph."
that I was tight with Lola, but yeah, I was probably the tightest. with
Really
Lola,
quick, let me do my
Well,
little
me and-
Yeah.
before you guys
Yeah, I
continue.
wanted to ride it back with Hammy.
Let him do
Let,
Yeah, let me do
let
my
Londox
little
reveal
reveal of everything, like all the behind the scenes advantages and stuff. You know, I put a timestamp in this for the YouTube so people can see what the advantages are and stuff. But there's also some funny things in here that one in particular that I'll get to mention right at the beginning. Well, the commentators, you guys know about this, but so you know, there's the 4 summits, right? All the tribal challenges have the summits. So the first summit, like that Soul and Fred went to.
That was so
you guys
confusing.
should watch that if you get a chance. It was so funny
That
the way
was
Fred.
so confusing.
Yes. Yeah,
Fred-
that was very funny.
Okay, so basically the way that worked is one of them got a clue for a hidden immunity idol on the tribe, and one of them got an advantage in the next challenge, which was the password challenge. And you might be wondering where that advantage went, and I'll get to that in a second. But so Soul and they were like negotiating because they got to pick who got what, and Fred kept going back and forth, and Soul ended up getting the idol clue, which basically told him like about like you're gonna have to unscramble this question, and like it was the one about the mountain or whatever, like on Mars. And it gave him a little hint about how that worked, but he actually didn't end up getting that one. Vandy did.
Yeah.
But Fred got the advantage he got was for the password challenge, was the second tribal challenge. And his advantage was information about that challenge. It basically said like, this is what your tribe's gonna have to do in the challenge, and here are the last 2 characters in the challenge. And I don't think he told anyone in his tribe that before he got voted out. So
He didn't say
your tribal challenge advantage just disappeared. It just wasn't in the game because Fred didn't tell anyone about it. So that was fun. And then you guys kind of know the rest, but for anyone watching who just wants a full overview, the second summit was Crispy and Hammy. They got to do a prisoner's dilemma kind of game where after they talked, they would each privately pick either cooperate or betray. If they both picked cooperate, they both got an extra vote, which is what happened. If one of them did cooperate and the other did betray, then the one who did cooperate would get nothing, and the one who did betray would get a steal a vote, which is like a stronger advantage. But if they both picked betray, they would both get nothing. So that was kind of, you know, and if they wanted to, they could even have colluded and been like, just give me a steal a vote, but they didn't do that. They just both got their extra votes. The third summit where those like amulet halves that Joseph and Deo got were like, I don't know how much they've told you all about it, but basically they were a little complicated, but they had to play them at the same time as they submitted votes. And then if they both played them at the same tribal council, they would each negate 2 votes on both of them, right? But if they just played them individually, it would just negate 1. So it was like just block 1 vote against you, essentially. And that is essentially what ended up happening, although I guess Joseph didn't get to play his. But and then the 4th summit was the 2 who won the individual immunity at that like double elimination challenge, which was Crispy and Will. At that, they played a mini game, like they played a challenge against each other in the summit, which Crispy won. And basically the way that worked is I wanted it to be consistent whether this season had extra votes or steal votes. So because Hammy and Crispy already had gotten extra votes, the winner of that got an extra vote, and it just so happened it was Crispy again, so Crispy had 2 extra votes. But if there had been like a steal a vote in the game, then they would have gotten a steal a vote. It would have just been consistent with whichever type was already in the game. And then we've talked about the pre-merge idols. There was the one that Vandy and Joseph got, but Joseph gave his away at the summit, so they both ended up on the same tribe. And then Deo used the one from the other tribe. Vandy got voted out with the other pre-merge idol, so that's why that one never showed up. And then at the merge, I did this thing where I've done this in a couple seasons where I post like 2 puzzles simultaneously, and they were each for idols. And Soul got both of them, which, like, good job, because that's actually really hard. It's really impressive that you did that you were faster. Not just like that you were faster at one puzzle, but you like finished one and then finished a second one before anyone else did that one is like pretty difficult. So good job. They weren't like super hard. They were kind of like little word number games where you had to just decode a thing. Pretty simple. But those were the Emerald Stone, Amethyst Stone. And what I did with each of those is after they got used, 2 rounds later, they would get reintroduced as like the Pebble version. So like Emerald Pebble, Amethyst Pebble. It's just like a downgraded, I don't know, like a smaller one, but it was just another idol. So they would each get reintroduced once with a new challenge, like a couple rounds after they were used. And so Soul got both of them at the merge, and then he got the reintroduced Emerald one, so that's how he ended up with 3. But Deo got the reintroduced Amethyst one, which is how Deo got his. And that was all the idols and advantages in the game. So for anyone who wanted the timestamp on YouTube, there you go. So yeah, thanks again everyone for playing. Final 3, you can reach out to me through Discord or whatever, and I'll get you your prize money. And yeah, that's all I got. Till next time.
You know, Lombax, thanks for doing this.
Yeah, thank you, Lombax. Great show.
I'm still trying to figure out where I lost my jury votes.
Wait, so here's the thing.
I can tell you the jury breakdown if you want. I have it.
Yeah, please do. Please do.
The vote for Soul, the one vote for Soul was, who was it? It was Crispy, right? Yeah, Crispy was the one vote for Soul. The 3 votes for Nico were Jack, Will, and Ryan, and then the other 4 were for Deo.
Yeah, so K1 voted, or K2 voted for Nico.
I voted Deo.
Oh, I came in. I was gonna vote for you, but Deo actually swayed me with.
Oh no, obviously no. I knew I was when I was going up with Deo, I was just like, yeah, I'm losing, right? To at least Deo, but you know, I think he played the better game regardless. So I'm not too fussed about it. Yeah, you know, I do.
Dude, I think this was a super like. As a moderator, it's kind of weird because I have like a little more information than a viewer, but less information than a player because I'm not like in all the chats and stuff. But I think this was a really fun season to watch. Like, I thought there was a lot of like cool plays and stuff people did. It was very entertaining. Yeah.
It could have turned at any point. Like after
there have been a couple of these
like
seasons.
Anyone could go out at any
There have been a
point.
couple of these I've done where it's been like sort of predictable and like no one's really doing anything crazy. It's just like the majority's voting people out. But this season was very fun to watch.
You guys can go watch the commentary sections, and the amount of times we're like, well, that just happened, and we don't know where this is going now. Like,
I really thought
like,
Soul and I were fucked after the Joseph vote.
I thought you guys were fucked as
honestly,
well.
there, I was like, we have enough equity to reposition. Honestly, I didn't think we were like fucked. Of course, we needed like work. We needed to work a little bit harder, but. I didn't think we were fucked, Deo. Like,
I actually thought Deo was fucked. I thought Soul and Nico had teamed up and flipped.
That was me.
And I thought,
yeah,
that
I didn't
makes
expect
sense.
the Hawk flip. I thought Hawk was.
Because once Joseph goes and then Hawk goes, I was like, oh well, Deo's 2 strongest allies just went out, and I figured it was Nico and Soul, but it turns out Hawk actually betrayed Deo and then caught Deo's wrath.
I should have voted Deo, but I didn't, so that's why I'm gone.
That was the window.
And you gave him $50.
Do you do
Indeed.
awards, Bombacks?
But so did Joseph.
No,
so
Happy
it's not,
Meal
I don't
mentioned
feel
that
too
to me.
bad.
I haven't done them before, but I could if people.
It's
want
a good
something
idea.
Like that.
Trust.
It's a fun,
I would
it's a
like
fun
to
little
see
thing.
awards.
It's a little extra.
Yeah.
So
like, one
most
thing that got
right, most strategic, villain of the season, hero of the season.
Yeah.
Best play.
Oh, those are fun.
Yeah, I could put a little like poll or something in my Discord server if people want to fill that out. Who played or watched or whatever.
We should give Will all the awards.
Didn't you do like a survey?
Yeah,
He's
for
not the villain.
first
Come on.
couple seasons, I would post a survey, but that was more for like feedback
hero.
on the game design because I was like super new to it and it was very, very rough around the edges when I first started doing it.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah.
I'm gonna head out because I haven't.
Yeah,
eaten
the
all
season's
day
over,
and it's
so if you
11
gotta
p.m.
go,
yeah,
you're not beholden to me
It was great
anymore.
playing with y'all.
Are you
Bye,
gonna?
Congrats, man. Good job.
Congratulations.
I'll see you.
Eat some
Good game.
food.
guys.
Yeah,
Are you-
though
Good game, guys.
one other thing about the first summit was the funniest thing was Soul walks in and he goes, "Hey, Bread, you want to be in an alliance at the merge? Like, you want to work
Fred was
together?"
basically
And
like,
Bred's
no.
like,
He basically
"I don't know.
yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know
like-
you. Stop talking
It
to
was
me.
so fun
Leave me
because
alone."
so Fred is he's like a real life friend of mine. He's like just someone I know.
Uh-huh.
And like
Yeah.
you know, I knew he didn't like super get the game, but he basically was like, "Sure, I'll try it out." And I was like, "Yeah, whatever, it'll be fun. Like, who cares? Like, just play, you know." But I think I don't know, the way he played was like really funny, but I don't think it leads to success very often. I guess I'll just say.
Yeah.
We wanted
Probably
him to
Like
go
Soul's
far.
like reaching out across tribes. It's like the summit. It's the first one. It's like the natural
Yeah.
thing to do is to like, hey, let's like work together. Maybe if we both make
Yeah.
merge, we can like have a little thing, right? And he's like, nah. Like
I don't know
Yeah.
you. We'll see. We'll see if you're there.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that was really funny.
Are you
But
gonna
yeah.
post the Twitch, the stream to watch back?
Sure, yeah. I mean,
He's gonna make
it's
this into
actually
a YouTube
still live
video.
right now, but it's basically over. But the stream is the same as my Zoom name, just Lombax999, and I also have a YouTube channel that's the same name. If you want to rewatch it, that's the best place to, because I upload it to YouTube and I put like timestamps for all of the like events. So I'll
Yeah.
put timestamps for like all the
stuff.
tribal councils and all the challenges, so you can just skip to whatever you want to watch.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the link if you kind of want to go through it.
Yeah, if you're in my Discord in the channel that says resources, there's even a direct link to the playlist of all the Survivor seasons. Though I will warn you, the first couple are not as viewer friendly, just because I didn't do like the Zoom backgrounds and stuff. So the challenges are like you can't really like watch them and play along or whatever. But yeah.
But the first,
Yeah, if you want to
I
see
mean, at least for
Noah,
the
and if you
first
want to see the
season-
commentators play, you know, you can go back and watch their seasons.
Yeah,
I
only
think I will
watch
do that.
only watch season 1 for me. Don't watch
Well, Noah
any
was
other
from
season I might have
season
put on.
6, so
Yeah, I was in
Season
that
6
season.
is the goat. That's the best season there was.
Actually, no, watch that season. Don't watch whatever other season I was on.
Is that the one you won, Noah?
I've only
Yeah.
been in one.
yeah,
Yeah.
so he only
Alright.
played once, so yeah.
I'm gonna
Okay.
get going.
I didn't know he only played once.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get going. It
An
Later,
was-
man.
excuse to watch a
Right.
suit is good by me.
Good game. Thanks
Thanks
for
for-
coming out.
Yep.
Thanks for
I'm gonna head to
inviting
bed. Night, guys.
Yeah, me too. See
Peace
ya.
Lombax was fun.
Yeah, for sure.
Super fun,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go
guys.
ahead and
Thank you so
end the
much.
stream.
Great job,
So,
Will.
bye,
Yeah,
everyone
thank you.
watching.
Thank you, Lombax.